Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
In this instance, he thinks brown immigrants are dangerous, right? So if we're operating on that premise, then he
can speak English or Spanish.
Who cares?
Well,
that doesn't mean you're an illegal immigrant. It doesn't mean you're dangerous.
It was a mistake that happened, and he was out.
Republicans, I mean, technically, not to throw shade, but to throw shade, y'all hit y'all whole party to a felon.
I'll tell you why it's a bad affiliation. Because it's a bad affiliation because a lot of Americans get the sense that Democrats care more about illegal immigrants than American citizens, right?
We are walking the streets, and if somebody who looks like us can be picked up walking the streets for no reason, no justification, no due process, we should care about that more than...
I've been dying to actually have this conversation with all people of color, so I'm going to do it right now.
Let's do it.
We know how these things play out in America, and we know why due process is actually so important, particularly for people of color.
Hello, everybody. Guys, let's get right into this panel. These two MAGA pundits will just not critique the clear and obvious racism. And I wanted to share a personal experience I had with racism. It was years ago that I don't believe I've ever told anyone, and I think it's worth for clarification. But let's get into this panel, and I'll talk about that later.
More evidence that MAGA thinks the optics are in its favor, though, is this post from the White House scrawling over a New York Times headline and making a promise about Abrego Garcia's future. He's not coming back. Criminal defense attorney Dante Mills joins us in our fifth seat. Now, Dante, if you're an attorney and you have to defend this White House's position in court, and the White House's social media interns just posted what they posted, do you worry then that you've just posted for the world to see a willful disregard of a court order to facilitate this guy's return?
I guess it depends on who you are. I mean, if you are the White House, you don't care. They've shown that. It really doesn't matter to them. They have no plans on following the rule of law, and that's a huge problem, and we just have to break that down as to why. Law provides stability. You need to know what you can and cannot do. And if you don't, if we're operating outside of the law and just based on Trump's opinion of who people are, and in this instance, he thinks brown immigrants are dangerous, right? So if we're operating on that premise, then he can decide what happens to those people if they're shipped away to a prison in El Salvador, if they're put on planes without any due process where they say they didn't meet anything that requires them to be deported or violated the law, but he has this opinion of them, and that's all that matters.
I think it's really, one thing I think is super interesting is that they've been calling him a terrorist and an MS-13 gang member. They moved him out of the prison for terrorists and gang members. Why? I mean, it seems to kind of indicate that maybe they realize that they are not going to be able to support those allegations.
Well, not just that. If you have to create fake propaganda, that means that you don't believe your story. So it's an old adage, you ain't got to lie to kick it. And it seems like they are more than happy to lie to kick it. And I think they know the way this country processes information, that narratives sell. So if they can sell the narrative to you that this is a dangerous person, that margaritas and sipping by the, and then by the pool, as he said, that the fact that they want to stage this, I'm like, if you really can stand 10 toes down that this man is dangerous, he doesn't belong in this country, why you need to do the extra? Mm-hmm. You don't.
I do think, though, that there is a real question about the politics of this.
Oh, yeah.
And the optics of this, because it is very easy. And I think a lot of people, you were making this point, a lot of people would say, well, why do y'all care so much about this guy? And they are saying that. Is it risky politically for Van Hollen to literally go to another country to make this point for someone who, at best, perhaps has a checkered past?
Look, if you are solely in the business of working in politics to be the person who wins the campaign and not actually care about the outcomes of our laws and the impact of the American people, then maybe it's not the best conversation to be having right now, because people did vote on November 5th around immigration and the economy. I think there were other reasons why Donald Trump won, but we do know that immigration was a big issue. But I hope that people are in politics for something bigger than just Republicans winning or Democrats losing or vice versa. I hope they're in it because they respect the Constitution, they respect our institutions, and that America should try and live up to its greatest ideals. And I think that is why Democrats are paying such close attention. So today it's Garcia, tomorrow it could be fill in the blank, who is an American citizen. And if this open...
In Florida.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Yeah.
So the possibility of this happening and happening at an expedited clip, if you don't say no to even the thing that doesn't have the best political packaging, makes our Constitution so much weaker.
I think we had to bring that part up. In Florida,
And exactly, I don't believe it's unpopular because of polls show, depending on how you question it. But regardless, if it was unpopular, guys, it was once unpopular to fight back against segregation and Jim Crow and slavery until it wasn't. You don't wait something like this out. These people are targeting black people. They're targeting brown people in this case. You don't wait something out like racism and bigotry and cruelty. Do you think if Martin Luther King was here with us today that he would just say, hey guys, let's wait this one out? It'll go away if we just stop talking about it. Right? Let's just sit on a bench and wait it out. No, he fought and ultimately lost his life for the cause. I think it's all of our duty to keep his fight and this fight in general going.
happened where an American citizen was arrested. The charges were dropped, but because the arresting officer determined that he was an illegal immigrant, when those charges were dropped, the criminal judge couldn't release him. He had to be held in jail until he was processed through ICE, despite the fact that his mom is in court showing his birth certificate, his social security card, but he was determined to be an illegal immigrant, and he was an American citizen.
Yeah, because perhaps he spoke a Mayan language, not English as his first language. You know, this is what this conversation is happening, I think, in liberal circles right now. Here's what the Pod Saves folks, this is Dan Pfeiffer, talking about, I guess, what some Democrats want to see from their electeds on this issue.
Democrats look cowardly, calculating, and ridiculous if our response to the father and husband of a U.S. citizen being sent illegally in defiance of a Supreme Court order to a foreign gulag is to vomit up some poll-tested talking points about tariffs, to turn our back to it. Like, that is absurd. Like, who are we and what do we stand for if we do that? Democrats are learning the wrong lesson from 2024. We did not lose on immigration because we talked about people like Kilmer Abrego Garcia too much. We lost because we ceded the issue to Donald Trump.
It could be that a lot of Americans.
I'm going to stop it right there very quickly. Good morning, everybody. Please make sure you hit the like button when you get here, or if you're here. If you're new, please make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. That is, you know, something I've been saying pretty much since Trump won the election last November. Seeded the issue, Democrats did, is putting it mildly. They did not take it seriously. And, you know, I think they just didn't read the room. Now, however, the thing that I find egregious is that the American citizen is not being given the benefit of the doubt. Garcia, his wife is a U.S. citizen. His kids are a U.S. citizen. And it is disturbing that he isn't getting a benefit of the doubt. Essentially, and I don't think this is brought up enough, Trump is hurting 3 U.S. citizens by his little self-created melodrama. The Supreme Court didn't see a reason to uphold what Donald Trump has done so far. He's hurting 3 U.S. citizens, and that's just not being highlighted enough. I don't get it, and I don't get why people aren't seeing this. All the rest of the stuff does not matter. All the rhetoric, Stephen Miller, coming out and, spinning his little tale. 3 U.S. citizens, two young children, a family is being broken apart by a guy who admittedly came here illegally, but he has a legal status. A judge years ago, back in 2019, that's 6 years ago, basically said he was not to be deported, and the Trump administration has admitted a clerical error, and I think they're probably lying about that. They probably just said, hey, fuck it. We'll just call it a clerical error and make this guy an example. I do not like seeing U.S. citizens hurt just for a political agenda. And this is, you'll hear a lot of people say that folks vote against their own best interest. This is a perfect case. I wouldn't be surprised if Abrego Garcia voted for Trump.
Of Americans will
well, his wife did.
at some point look at this and say, why don't they just follow the law? Why are they fighting so much to send this guy, to El Salvador when they could just bring him back and then deport him lawfully?
I wish that the administration had actually done that from the beginning, and fine, I say bring them back and ship them off again. You started talking about the optics.
I like his bow tie. That's a well-tied bow tie. That's a real bow tie right there. I'm impressed.
Immigration and the economy. If you look at where Donald Trump is still doing well, it is on the issue of immigration. Politically, this is a win for Republicans and Donald Trump. Politically, optics-wise, it is not a good win for Democrats because Republicans will be able to use this next year. And this is after Democrats throughout the Biden administration, even starting at the beginning of the Biden administration, where they decided that there was no.
I kind of wonder. I kind of am this way myself. Where this guy is thinking this is a political win, if you spin this right, and again, I don't know why people, the Democrats specifically, are not pointing out that 3 young American citizens, a wife and 2 kids, are being left fatherless directly because of Donald Trump's vengeance. You can spin this and turn this around real quick. The one thing America isn't is for breaking up families. And there's these stories, these political narratives, the spin room stuff, they are layered. And to me, this is just a softball. You basically take Trump's position out by emphasizing family, something that, the right supposedly is for.
was not even a crisis at the border. So Donald Trump has a lot of room here, and I think that the American people will give him a lot of room.
I still like
we're
this guy's
talking
bow
about
tie, though.
Criminals.
Damn,
We're talking
makes
about
me want to
people
wear a bow
who
tie.
don't have the right to be here. That is a much
Sometimes
different.
we're talking about criminals.
but
Sometimes we're not
but
talking about
that's
criminals, which I think
nuance.
is the problem.
Yeah, but that's nuance that most of you talk about. You remember you said narrative. Most people won't look at the narrative.
Okay, so Malik, can I ask you a question though? All right, so if the right is selling this narrative that, you know,
Not a
we obviously we
Jamel
don't want criminals to be here, and
Hill
understand that,
fan,
especially if they've
though.
committed crimes, obviously on American soil. But can you sell that this is a bad affiliation for Democrats when the Republicans, I mean, technically, I mean, not to throw shade, but to throw
I
shade,
am an Abby
y'all
Fisher
hitched y'all whole
fan.
party to a felon.
I'll tell you why it's a bad affiliation, because it's a bad affiliation because a lot of Americans get the sense
I'm
that
sorry,
Democrats
Abby
care
Phillips.
more about illegal immigrants than American citizens, right? There's been 5 actual American citizens held hostage in Gaza for the past 18 months. Most Democrats don't even.
I'm going to rewind this a little bit. The main reason I'm interested in this video, believe this or not, is this guy's name is Coleman Hughes. He's like a very young protege, or used to be young protege. I think he's approaching 30 now, of Glenn Lowry and John McWhorter. And they used to boost him as like, you know, a super smart prodigy kind of guy. And he's the one who was at that congressional hearing. It was a House hearing about reparations. And he and Ta-Nehisi Coates kind of, you know, were on the same, you know, at the same witness table. And they kind of went back and forth with each other. And probably one of the reasons John McWhorter doesn't like Ta-Nehisi Coates is because of that encounter. But Coleman Hughes, Columbia graduate, philosophy major. He's also I think he's a professional jazz musician too. But supposedly he is the hope. He's supposed to be kind of like the next generation of a Thomas Sowell, or a Glenn Lowry, or, you know, people of that ilk. And this dude is weak as a motherfucker. I'm going to rewind this a little bit. He went, Coleman Hughes went after the George Floyd case. This dude went, and I think it was in City Journal, just went and published this huge thing debunking the George Floyd, you know, was murdered stuff. And I forget the reporter's name. Now, Coleman Hughes is not a professional reporter. So an actual journalist came and blew, it was in like the, you know, I'll call them the trade journals. Coleman Hughes got fucking destroyed. And I don't use that word lightly. This dude went in almost line by line and just proved Coleman Hughes to just be out of his depth. And you'll get the impression that he's out of his depth here. And this isn't like, hey, I'm a newbie. You know, I don't know how to be, you know, on camera. Coleman Hughes has been around for at least 5 years, maybe even slightly longer. So he's not a newbie to television and being in front of a camera and all that stuff. He has his own YouTube and podcast show, by the way. So he's been around a while. He is established. He's just not that bright. Either that, or maybe he's just too shy. I don't know. Whatever it is, dude is not effective as some sort of, you know, thought leader or public intellectual. He's just not. And it makes me chuckle. He seems like a good guy, but this motherfucker is just totally misguided. And I think it's his mentorship, to be honest. So let's I've gone on too long about this. Let's hear him again. He's weak, T. And I'm kind of sorry. I was kind of hoping, you know, he would like kind of be a firebrand, even though I don't agree with his politics. He is really into color blindness. Therefore, I'm not with that type of politics.
Because it's a bad affiliation, because a lot of Americans get the sense that Democrats care more about illegal immigrants than
Hey,
American
Virgo, how
citizens,
you
right?
doing?
There's been 5 actual American citizens held hostage in Gaza for the past 18
Hit the
months.
link if you
Most
want.
Democrats don't even know their names. And yet this guy, his name is on every Democrat's lips right now. So people get the sense that there's this heightened concern, this making a martyr out of people you shouldn't make a martyr out of.
No, that's not. So we're not.
I hate to interrupt again, and I will rewind it a little bit. I kind of forgot to say this show is going to be a little bit different in its format. I'm basically, and it's something that John Galt, just kind of plowed through earlier today. His analysis is just not to my liking of the Black community. So I will get to news articles, excuse me, but it'll be towards the later in the morning. I've got a bunch of stuff that I want to go over. And the theme of it is Black America is not a monolith, and we're not a community. Not in the way we were, say, back in like Jim Crow. Hey, Virgo. So I'm going to kind of get into this, and I may even try and keep it clean enough to clip it to put on the Stanley versus the world. The Stanley Cross channel. But I have some, I don't mean like large problems with the way the urban landlord landscape approaches the Black community. I think y'all are fucked up. I think it's unerudite. It is like fucking just borderline crazy. And I don't get why y'all can't think through. And I'm, when I say y'all, you know who you are. It doesn't mean everybody. As a matter of fact, most of you are at least able to think. But this whole, why can't we be like Asians? We're not immigrants. Okay, the legacy Black Americans, and I'm going to start using legacy Black Americans so I don't get called mistakenly pro-Black. Legacy Black Americans have deeper roots than a lot of white people because, as a matter of fact, African descended people have been on this continent or in the Western Hemisphere, North America, since Columbus, since the 1400s, since the 15th century. So this thing about why can't we be like the Asians? Because, motherfucker, we have a different history. And nobody seems to understand that politics and even culture is sometimes best looked through a historical lens if you're going to be if you're going to critique it. And I just don't get it. And you know what? Frankly, I'm disappointed. There's some smart people here, and they just don't fucking get it. And they think I'm weird. Dude, y'all are not ready for prime time. John Galt, those folks, they're not ready for prime time. And I've seen prime time. I've not been prime time, but I'm familiar enough with it to know that, I've literally been as a naval officer, not like, super high level, but I have worked with people who have stars on their shoulders, and I was able to compete with them, at least, when I was in the Navy. Motherfucker, I keep saying this. I have a friend who's a 3-star, and he's the commander of the Pacific Fleet. Okay. We were ensigns together, and believe me, I was able to compete. So, y'all think I'm whistling Dixie, but I actually know some shit. And I am actually a good judge of who's capable and who's not. And I see a lot of disappointments sometimes on these shows where we obsess over bullshit that we can't control. That's actually one of the things that it stuns me that we will go 2 weeks on something we have no control over. Why? So anyway, I know I'm going on a rant, but I'm just somewhat disappointed. That's why I try and stay away from, believe it or not, people will say, well, you're into race politics and all this. Well, I hope at a higher level. I'm not inward this and inward that. So y'all need do better is all I have to say. Because yeah, I'll utter the N word every now and again, especially after I've had a couple beers and, I'm kind of in the spirit. But I often fail, but I at least try to look at something other than being knee deep in the hood. Okay. I wasn't raised in the hood, don't know the hood. I have some ideas, but dude, this idea that it is my job or people like me, it's our job to worry about what's going on in the hood. Nope, not going to happen. And anyone, and it especially disgusts me when people who don't even have a connection to the Black community start talking this fucking racist bullshit. So, and he knows who he is. So anyway, I'll go on. Hey Virgo, I'm sorry, I just kind of got in the spirit there. How you been? Oh, she must be busy. She's probably making breakfast by now. So anyway, we'll go on with this video. Thank you, Culture. Who's listening? In my humble opinion, let's see. Understanding boundaries people place upon themselves and others will prove beneficial when dealing with. I'm not sure I understand what boundaries. Why should people have boundaries? Now I mean, there are certain times you want boundaries, but I'll look at them as guardrails. So you don't, just do something that's, ridiculous, crazy, or illegal. But can you expand on what you mean by boundaries, DiCapriono? So anyway, we'll go on with this video. And again, right after this, I'm going to be going into some Pew Research stuff. So it may get dry, but I'll try and keep it entertaining. It'll be infotainment.
Going to Gaza, right? Where we're concerned about, are we going to be picked up in Gaza and held? But we are walking the streets. And if somebody who looks like us can be picked up walking the streets for no reason, no justification, no due process, we should care about that more than if we're in Gaza, whether we can be picked up in Gaza. So I don't think this is a red herring issue where you can say, why is America concerned about these illegal immigrants? Because we're showing, and they're showing, that this is trickling to American citizens. And now American citizens have the right to be afraid that they're going to get the same kind of treatment.
He didn't speak English or Spanish.
Who cares?
Well,
that doesn't mean you're an illegal immigrant. It doesn't mean you're dangerous.
It was a mistake that happened, and he was out
because he filled out a form. He filled out the form.
See, this is the dude is an American citizen. And this is a case that happened somewhere in Massachusetts. I vaguely remember it, where he was carted off by ICE. And his mother goes to the judge, here's his birth certificate, and all the other documents to prove his U.S. citizenship. Apparently, he had been born here, then went back to Mexico or something like that. It's an unusual circumstance. It basically, the judge, who was not a federal at the federal level, he was some sort of local or state, could not do anything. ICE had to do its thing. And eventually the guy was released because he was actually a U.S. citizen, but he was just picked up on the street, like some of these other cases. And I'm sorry, I would, and I know I'm going to catch heat for this, but I would rather see um, some folks who shouldn't go free before an innocent person gets incarcerated or put to death. I just cannot imagine being innocent or you know innocent and just being picked up and just there's nothing you can do about it. That is a true horror story because that's real life. And sorry, that's the way I feel about it. And fuck you if you don't agree.
That was earlier. He was in Mexico from 2 to 16 years of age, and he filled out some form, and it alluded to the fact that he wasn't actually a citizen. They had to produce his birth certificate. But
we're talking about the case of the American,
right?
Florida,
Yeah, the one in Florida.
I just want to make sure everybody's clear.
I just wanted to put this out there on the issue of care, concern. To piggyback off of what you were saying, there seems to be more energy for Democrats to support these illegal immigrants than, for instance, Chris Van Hollen and I believe Cory Booker. Both of them, neither one of them voted for the Laken Riley Act. So if you're concerned about Americans, American citizens, those who were killed by these illegals, then you would have voted for the Laken Riley Act. They didn't. They went to El Salvador.
I think what happened to Laken Riley is awful.
They don't send the best MAGA folks to the show, apparently.
Laken Riley should go to jail just as they are. But the Laken Riley Act, the reason why they did not vote for them is the same reason why Democrats are making their case right now, is because the law was vacant of due process. That is what makes America the shining city on the hill. And so it just is. I've been dying to actually have this conversation with all people of color, so I'm going to do it right now.
Let's do it.
We know how these things play out in America, and we know why due process is actually so important, particularly for people of color, because it gives us that we didn't have due process always in this country. And so at some point, people who looked like all of us sitting at the table would be stopped. And when the judge decided they were done with the case, they were. But due process allowed us to have a whole thing, what allowed us to have a jury of our peers. And that is what we are fighting for. It is not, I actually am not saying Garcia should not be deported. I'm saying that I want him to have the same due process that the Constitution affords everyone.
Over, and I have to say,
and I was trying to leave my comments for mostly the end, but I just have to interrupt here. Comey Hughes and Malik, they just would not critique it, and I just don't understand how they can stand. This might be definitely the most racist modern president we've ever had. How do they go to bed at night with these talking points? And the reason that they care about this more, and especially people of color, is because you have to be nonsensical buffoons or bootlickers like these two, not able to see that this is not going to only affect Hispanics, but it's going to be any person of color. And then it's going to branch off even more from there. They demonize, I've said this before, they demonize groups, different groups in just different ways. All attacks in just different angles of attacks. Arabs, they're terrorists. Black people in the new attack with this whole DEI garbage and the high level positions, they don't deserve them. Hispanics are violent. When the facts are against them on all of these things. And the next obvious step, Trump has already talked about this multiple times, that he wants to deport American citizens. Now, who do you think those people will be? Better question, what skin color do you think they will be? Coleman, Hughes, and Malik?
One comment that just popped into my head is it's really good to see someone with an accent similar to my buddy Wicked's, who actually has a brain and can talk calmly through an issue and express his views. I hope Wicked sees this this video. You know, he Wicked can do better if he tried, but you know, he doesn't feel that he has to try because he's just, you know, on a panel that allows that stupidity.
like to these two, 1 + 1 = question mark. I don't know. Let's see where this goes.
Listen, even let me speak to Carmelo Anthony right now. He should be afforded due process. Carmelo Anthony, you don't have to be afraid to go to court, to make it to court. You have the right to defend yourself.
You're talking
we have
about
to have that.
He's the young man who was charged.
Absolutely.
So
Who's
now
now
talking about the basketball.
No,
stuff.
Carmelo,
Okay.
now his family is being
Yeah.
attacked. They're being threatened to even make it to court so he can put up a defense.
Yeah.
I'm not saying whether he was right or wrong, but we got you. We're going to back you in the process because you're
Well,
old
let
that
me
process.
ask Coleman to respond to what Ashley just said about
I thought the same thing when I first saw it. I thought they were talking about Carmelo Anthony, the basketball player.
the due process and the particular sensitivity that people of color have to that. Do you agree with that?
I completely
premise?
agree. I think due process is incredibly important. It's more than just words on a page. It's more than a political football. It's what ensures we have the rule of law rather than the rule of whatever the heck the people in power want. So I completely agree with you about that. The question is whether is this good politics for the Democrats? I would say right now you've got two issues. You've got immigration, where people basically agree with Trump, and you've got the economy.
This young
Trump
man
destroying.
is not
And he's
able to
hemorrhaging
see beyond
people
the
in the middle. So I'd say
politics. And
focus
he's
on your winning issue.
supposedly a
Leave it there for
trained
that conversation.
philosopher.
Dante, thank you.
That's the most critique you'll ever see come from him. They will never be direct enough. I mean, I just don't get it. But let me give you my spiel here, guys, and the anecdotal experience that I had. And I want to be clear, as I've done in the past, this issue of racism and bigotry to me personally is the most important issue. Most of my videos are about this. That's obviously purposeful. And no matter how mentally exhausting it is for me and how frustrating it could be, I think as much as possible, appropriately possible, when these topics are brought up, is to push back. Because in my beliefs, this stuff is spreading like a contagious virus, like a plague sickening the population. And I fight back especially against racism against towards Black people, which to me is just truly heart-wrenching. Guys, it's been 400 years and the flames of racism still persist today. And I'm a math guy, right? I've said this before, I'm a numbers guy. And I don't think most people can truly comprehend what 400 years actually is. Do you understand what that does to generation after generation after generation? And in fact, I think it's getting worse now. And it's why I speak about uniting. It's more important than ever. We will truly regret the day we didn't come together on this issue. And as an Hispanic, I think it's abhorrent. 45% of us voted for a guy who is now shaving out people's heads, making videos of us, humiliating us in cages, and treating us as if we was like some kind of animal or a different species. And if you think that these people that are doing these to Hispanics see legal American citizens, Hispanic citizens, any differently, you're sadly mistaken. This includes you, Hispanic Trump supporters. In fact, they see you as useful idiots to the disgusting cause. And if you're Hispanic and see racism against Black people and vice versa, you must understand that this racism is towards you too. They see us all the same. We're a subgroup to them.
Now, wish he'd be more specific about who the they
share you
is.
this anecdotal experience where I was working at this company years ago. There was this older white woman coworker, and every morning we would have a quick chit chat, very cordial. And I always was quiet, kind of kept to myself. I've always been this way my entire life. And a close coworker of mine told me that one day when I went to the bathroom, that
Well, I know who they is,
that he's so
HB.
quiet. I fear one day that he will come up and blow up the office. Keep in mind, she knew completely that I was Hispanic. But it made me... So think about what she was doing. She was making obviously a disgusting racist comment, but as if I was Arab. And I've been mistaken for Arab, but she knew I was Spanish. And I guess what was shocking is that I knew racism existed against Black people, against Hispanic people, against Arabs. But I almost saw it as separate battles. When in fact, these people see us all the same. And I've said this before. If you're a type of person that has a negative
Well, I'll stop it here. Now, sometimes, it may take age or something like that to figure out who's actually racist versus just fucking crude. That woman was probably making a joke, but sometimes, there's truth in jokes. Yeah, HB, maybe not. But in my opinion, crude, if she was just crude and not a racist, that's just as disturbing, but less systemic, I guess. America also has a crudity problem. But that's kind of a separate show. Those Doge reparations checks will be coming any day, I'm certain. Well, DiCapriono, I'm going to use my Doge check to buy books. I encourage you to do the same, and everyone who gets a Doge check. Um, let's see. There was something else I was going to say, and I can't remember now. Oh, let's see here. You made a comment about negritude, um, DiCapriono. Negritude was like pretty bleeding heart. So negritude would be a patch for your bleeding heart because it was certainly, and yes, I know what negritude is. There was a whole movement back in the 70s and 80s. But that negritude stuff, a lot of it was driven by African authors like Wole Soyinka, Dambudzo Marachera. I've read these people. So anyway, you got to know what negritude is, son. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and we'll switch over. And then I have a little comment before we get into kind of the meat of the show. I've been listening. I don't know. I've been thinking about this forever, but especially in the last couple weeks. And John today on whatever he called that show talks a lot about the Black community. Why can't the Black community, why can't we be more like Jews? Or why can't we be more like Asians? Pool our money and start a business. Well, first off, not everybody wants to own a business. This entrepreneurship bullshit is actually misunderstood. Entrepreneurship doesn't mean, opening a storefront and, selling tacos. Entrepreneurship is more a spirit. And the other thing I want to say, and many people just don't seem to understand that economics is not the same thing as business. Okay. I made a comment yesterday about having a businessman as a president and run the country like a company. Economics is a study of capitalism or other types of economic systems. It is a study of systemics. Okay, running a business is not the same thing as being good at economics. Of course, the two intersect and deeply intersect, but just because you're a good economist doesn't mean you can run a business and vice versa. Essentially, running a business is more micro, understanding a bunch of businesses and how they interact with politics, people, etc. Economics is a study of a system. Running a business is a lot more local. And this thing that John, he was teasing some guy, I can teach you economics. I doubt it. Okay, running a real estate business is not the same thing as being good at economics. And sometimes those subtleties matter. And people fuss at me for semantics and all that. Words matter, semantics matter, and y'all need to fucking get a grip. Because quite frankly, a lot of times the people that are being mocked by folks on this channel, they are those people. They just don't seem to be able to realize it. So I encourage people to kind of work on themselves and have a sense of irony, and B, self-reflection. You know what? Does Stanley think he's smarter than a billionaire? Some billionaires I do. Buckbreaker, do you think every billionaire is smarter than you? If so, then son, you need to work on yourself, because every billionaire is not a genius. Sometimes they inherit their money, fool. So, Deacon Dave, call. You get that joke, huh? So anyway, let us move on. And you know what? This is going to be kind of dry, but you know, I think it's necessary. So the one thing when we talk about Black community, and the reason I say that we actually don't have a Black community, even if you go into the Asian community, this is something that people don't seem to get. If you go into the Asian community and what's his name? I can't even remember his name now. There's a hierarchy of Asians. I know Crack has talked about it. So even the Asian community, you know, within it, they know there are strata. There's diversity. You know, apparently the Japanese are at the top, or the Chinese are at the top, and the, you know, the Hmong are at the bottom. So I think every demographic in the United States is like that. Okay, we aren't all hood niggas. And for some reason, people like Be Brave seem to think that we need to care. Like, I need to care about what's going on in the hood in Atlanta. No, I don't. Why would I? I've never been there. Well, actually, I have, but not as a visitor. You know, I was visiting someone. I don't know that community. I know my own small town better than I know hoods in Atlanta. And only a racist would want to lump everybody into a group. In that identity politics, that grouping people of people together and thinking they all have the same needs, thinking that I'm Black, and you'll get this every now and again. Well, you're Black, why don't you care? Well, that's basically racism. Okay, somewhere or another, American culture or the way you were raised, there's a systemic failure if you think all Blacks look alike. There's a systemic failure if you think all whites look alike or are alike. It's bullshit, and this is 2025, and I, for the life of me, don't understand why we aren't teaching our kids better, or why we weren't taught better. It is ignorance is going to be actually the thing that you know, gets America in the hot water to come. Stanley is FBA. I have no motherfucking idea what that means. You can shove that FBA bullshit up your buckbreaker ass. If you listen to me enough, you'll know that you're wrong, son. And I'm not calling myself buckbreaker. What? You break bucks, son? So why don't you call it buckra? You're a buckra breaker, aren't you? So anyway, let us move on to this dry stuff, but it must be done. And I'm going to be doing a lot of reading here. Unfortunately, and maybe to the thrill of 12th Man, there's not a lot of auto readers in this. So again, it's going to be dry. So here's your warning: get your coffee. The Black population of the United States is diverse. Its members have varied histories in the nation. There are descendants of enslaved people, while others are recently arrived immigrants. And I actually think, and I'm sure somewhere they're broken out, but I think just saying Black people are the same, this is kind of implying that, when we talk about the Black population of the United States is diverse, not all of us are descendants of American, enslavement. So, we can start there. But anyway, the Black population also has nuanced ethnic and racial identities reflecting intermarriage and international migration. As a result, there are key distinctions in demographic and economic characteristics between different parts of the national Black population, highlighting its diverse multitude of backgrounds. Then we got a chart here. Among the U.S. Black population, both multiracial and Hispanic numbers have grown sharply since 2000. And fair warning, this is from 2021. The next series of Pew Research websites are more current. This is the only one. This is the most recent one that suited my purpose about talking about diversity within the Black community. So, and if anybody wants these Pew Research links, just let me know. I'm happy to drop them into the chat. And I'm not going to get in depth with this chart, but the one thing that is notable is that the population actually has grown from 2000 to 2025. And actually, I have to go back and maybe look at it closer. I thought, well, they break out the actual like ADOS population is around 12.5%, but the actual, we will call ourselves Black population is around almost 14% actually. So let's see. So that is a chart basically showing population growth. Next paragraph, the U.S. Black population is also growing. In 2019, 46.8 million people in the U.S. identified their race as Black, either alone or as part of a multiracial or ethnic background. That is up from 36.2 million in 2000. The Black share of the U.S. population is higher today than in 2000 as well. And again, this is 2021, but it actually has grown since then. About 14% of the national population said they were Black in 2019, up from 13% who did so in 2000. At the same time, the Black population's racial self-identification is changing. This is important. Among those who self-identify as Black or African American, the share who say it is their only racial or ethnic identification has declined over the past 2 decades. That's implying miscegenation, I guess. I'm reading the chat. Black and another race, most often white and not Hispanic. Another 2.4 million or 5% self-identified as both Black and Hispanic. Oh, I'm sorry. 8% were basically Black and white. 5% self-identified as both Black and Hispanic or Black Hispanic. But these shares have changed since 2000. Then 93% identified their race and ethnicity as Black alone. And some of it, the census changed. It used to be you had to be, I think it was Black or African heritage or something like that. And now you can check multiple check boxes. The nation's Black population is changing in other ways too, as a growing share are foreign born. Population is aging, though some segments are significantly younger, and the growing share are college graduates. These trends and more are explored in this report. Accompanying it is a fact sheet showing the demographic and economic characteristics of the nation's Black population in 2019 based on the U.S. Census Bureau's 2019 American Community Survey. So I'll skip ahead a bit. Measuring racial and ethnic identity. It gives you a little bit of history of the census, which might be worth it. Racial identity, as measured by the U.S. decennial census, has changed over time. The census has drastically changed since its first administration in 1790, I'll say. Then only two racial categories were included: free, which mostly included white people, and slaves, who were mostly enslaved black people. It was free or slaves. That was your race on the first census, I guess. The Census Bureau has modified terms used to refer to people of non-white racial identities throughout the years, in accordance with politics and sensibilities of the times. For example, in the 2020 census, those who selected Black or African American as their race were asked to write more about their origins, reflecting a more nuanced understanding of Black racial identity. And I can tell you right now, not all Africans identify as Black American. I have Somali friends who don't. Let's see, we'll skip ahead. This is interesting. 1 in 4 Black people are members of Gen Z. The age structure of the Black population has also changed since 2000. As of 2019, the median age of single-race, non-Hispanic Black people is 35. So apparently we're getting older, compared with 30 in 2000. This makes the nation's Black population younger than the nation's single-race, non-Hispanic white population. Apparently, the non-Hispanic white population is 43, the median age. And the single-race, non-Hispanic Asian population is 38, slightly older than the nation's Hispanic population, which is 29. So really the youngest median, if you're going to go by race, is Hispanic at 29. The median age for the entire Black population is 32, which makes it still fairly young, though it varies across the differing identities among the Black population. It also probably means that Black people, certain types of Black people die younger. So among Black Hispanic people, it is 22 years. And here's a chart kind of looking at the age of let's see, it says here in 2019, most multiracial Black people in the U.S. were members of Gen Z or younger, reflecting their youth. This is multiracial Black people, which means, these days, intermarriage is a little bit more accepted, I guess. And I'm going to look at the actual U.S. Black population. Basically, the median age, Generation Z for the Black population is 25, millennials 23. Oh wait, hold it. I'm not reading this right. That must be percentages. Okay, so 6 and under in the Black population is 10%. Generation Z, 25%. Millennials, 23%. Gen X, 19%. Baby Boomer, 18%. And then silent or greatest generation, 5%, which, that's definitely going to be shrinking quickly. Anyway, if anybody wants a link, they can go through more of that. This is actually interesting, and I actually am thinking about tomorrow's show, which will be more about demographics and geography. Hey, Kelvin, how you doing? You know what? Raisins in a salad aren't bad. It's called ambrosia, DiCapriono. Surely you know this. Hey, that's pretty funny. Buckbreaker says, I only date Black girls because I hate meeting fathers. So over half the Black population lives in the South. which is kind of significant, but it's always been that way, by the way. In 2019, the South was the region with the highest share of the country's black population, with 56% of the population living there. The South has always had more black people than other parts of the country, so that's not a surprise. And then the Midwest, 17%, West, 10%, Northeast. That kind of shocked me that there were fewer in the Northeast. And they don't look at the Mid-Atlantic, which might, help here. But Northeast, 17%. Let's see. Growth of black population in the South suggests a departure from previous black migration patterns. Basically, fewer people from the South are going north. As a matter of fact, there's a book called The Devil You Know, which I'm actually in the middle of now. I've had it for years and never got around to reading it, by former New York Times columnist Charles Blow. He was actually encouraging black people to move from the North to the South because Georgia was actually his inspiration, where there were enough black voters to tilt Georgia from solid red to purple. Basically, 2 Democratic senators. Biden won in 2020. Georgia actually mattered, and it mattered because of people like Stacey Abrams and others who were able to kind of focus the black vote on voting Democrat. And unfortunately, that wasn't really replicated well in 2024. I suspect it will be in 2028, though. Let's see what else we got here. Texas. Now, this did surprise me, and I learned this a while ago. Texas has the largest black state population by number. So let's see. Texas is home largest. Florida has the second largest population, which kind of surprised me. And Georgia is third. So we've got 3.9 million in Texas, 3.8 million. I'm sorry, Florida. Yeah, 3.8 million for Florida. So it's not that much. It's a close second. And Georgia is home to 3.6 million. So Texas, Florida, Georgia, very close. Other top states of residents include New York, 3.4 million, which is pretty high compared to Texas, and California, 2.8 million. Together, these 5 states hold 37% of the national black population. Let's see. What else? Top states of residence differ by racial subgroup. Among the non-Hispanic single-race black people, Texas has the largest population, followed by Georgia. New York. Okay, they're just looking at single race, non-mixed blacks. So here, Georgia's okay. Texas, Georgia, Florida, New York, and North Carolina. If you are just black or you identify as just black, North Carolina wanders in there. But among non-Hispanic, multiracial black people, the state with the largest population is California. So there's more intermingling in California, which doesn't surprise me, actually. Followed by Texas, Florida, Ohio, and New York. Among Black Hispanics, meanwhile, New York has the largest population, followed by Florida, California, Texas, and New Jersey. Interesting. Interesting that there's not more Blacks with a Hispanic heritage in Texas. So let's see. Let's move on here. Largest metropolitan areas. Let's see. Overall, New York, Atlanta is second, Washington is third, Chicago is fourth, Philadelphia is fifth. If you look at single race, Black Americans who identify just as Black. Again, it's New York, Atlanta, Washington, Chicago, Philadelphia. If you go and look at multiracial Blacks that are non-Hispanic, New York, Washington, D.C., Los Angeles, Philadelphia, and Chicago. And then Black Hispanic, New York, Miami, Boston, Los Angeles, Philadelphia. Interesting. Let's see. Growing share of Black adults have a college degree. So that has been going up. And maybe if I think of it, I'll go back and look at that growth with college degrees versus increase in income. Or maybe this will have it in here. Number of Black adults with a college degree or more education has more than doubled since 2000. So more Black people are going to college. That year, roughly 3 million Black adults ages 25 and older, or 15%, had earned at least a bachelor's degree. That number grew to 6.7 million, 23% in 2019. Notably, the share of Black population with at least a college degree has risen at a similar rate to that of the general population, so more people overall. In 2000, roughly a quarter of the entire U.S. population ages 25 and older, wow, that number's lower than I thought, actually, had a bachelor's degree or higher. In 2019, that share rose to 33%, an increase of 9. The share of Black adults who earned a bachelor's degree or higher also grew nearly 9 points. So there's been a similar upward trend, specifically among Black adults with a master's degree or higher. There were differences in educational attainment in 2019 among subgroups of the Black population. Not that interested in that. It would actually be interesting to look at the Black and Black with Asian heritage. I'd be interested to know that number compared to the rest of the Black population. Share of Black adults 25 and older without a high school diploma or its equivalent, such as GED certificate, has dropped substantially. That's a good thing, by more than half since 2000. That's a good thing. Black immigrant population has grown in number and share. That's obvious. Let's see here. Black immigrants are mostly from just 2 regions of the world. Almost 9 in 10, roughly 88%, were born in African or Caribbean countries. So Africa and the Caribbean, and that's not surprising. Let's see here. Of that group, a little less than half were born in the Caribbean nations. So it's roughly 50-50 immigrants from the Caribbean and Africa. Black immigrants from other parts of the world, with Guyana, Mexico, Honduras is the top 3 regions. I'm surprised Guyana isn't considered a Caribbean country. The majority of Black immigrants identify as single race. So 87% of Black immigrants identify as Black only and non-Hispanic, while 10% identify as Black and Hispanic and say they're racial okay. 10% Black and Hispanic, 3% Black multiracial. Black household incomes, let's see here. More than half of Black households made less than 50% in 2019. Hold on one sec here. The median income for households headed by a Black person was $44,000 in 2019 before COVID, but household income of Black households varies. Roughly 3 in 10 Black households, 29%, made less than $25,000 in 2019, while a quarter earned between 25 and 49,000. Well, let's just say 50,000, which means more than half of Black households made less than 50,000 in 2019. That's interesting. About 1 in 6 Black households made 50,000, but below 70,000. 10% earned at least 75,000, but less than 100,000, and 18% earned 100,000 or more in 2019. Well, that's not that surprising. It's cheaper to live in the South, and most Black people live in the South, so that might be something of note. So that's the end of this first report. The next report, Pew Research report again, is key facts about the U.S. Black population. And let me take a quick break here, because that is kind of dry stuff. Let's see here. Subgroups. Yes, there are subgroups within the Black population, DiCapriono. That's what I've been saying. That's why you can't just say, Black people need to be concerned about business or whatever else. We are not the type of contiguous group we were back in the early 20th century. We don't all have the same goals. We don't all have the same mission. There are subgroups within the population that identifies as Black that just, the idea of what a Black person should be is way more diverse than a John Galt would make it out to be. Okay, we don't all give a shit what's happening in his hood. We don't actually all give a shit that he's an urban landlord. We love the stories, but what your goals are not necessarily what my goals are. And that's obvious. So anyway, let's see here. Let's go back to this right quick, and I will be right back. Sorry about that. Coffee's kicking in. So, does anybody have in the chat or Virgo? I bet Virgo fell asleep. Does anybody have any questions? Galt is more akin to Agent Smith. No idea what that means, DiCapriono.
Oh, I'm still here.
Oh, okay. You don't have any comments? I'm surprised.
No.
Am I boring you?
No, not at all.
Because this is dry stuff, but again, my overall thing is I really am starting to get annoyed that people think that all Black people are alike. Apparently we're fairly diverse. And I know, when I was coming out of college, I didn't want to fucking own a business. And I literally knew entrepreneurs. I had a friend of my family, like my mother's best friend. Her husband was kind of a real estate magnate, at a very small level. But shit, I worked at a grocery store that my mother's friend's husband, he owned it was a shopping plaza. So, it had a grocery store. It was a strip mall, basically. And you know what? I worked at the grocery store, as a high school job, but shit, I knew the owner. One day the owners of the grocery store were kind of, they were kind of like a Be Brave type. They were way nicer. I liked them. But one of them had graduated from my high school. So, but anyway, they could be kind of gruff. And so one day the owner of their landlord walks in and he goes, "Oh, hey, Stanley." So everybody just kind of looks at me like, "You know him?" Like, yeah. Shit, I know his kids. We play together. We used to play together. We used to visit back and forth. We live in the same damn neighborhood. They live right around the corner from me. I could go knock on their door and they're gonna go, "Oh, hey, Stanley." And sometimes, that who you know part, they treated me a lot. I guess they thought I was some ghetto kid or something. So they treated me differently once they knew their landlord knew me. So anyway, my point is that I knew people who were very successful entrepreneurs and lawyers. The lawyers are entrepreneurs. They own their law practice. So I just, what? Owning a business is too much work. I would rather just work 9 to 5 and then do what I want to do after I get off work, which isn't, wondering about, the next day's inventory. So, well, Brian, I was kidding about the real estate magnate, but he owned quite a bit of real estate, commercial property, mostly. So, but it was Savannah back in the 70s and 80s. So, it's no big deal. So anyway, my point is that not everybody wants to be an entrepreneur. Not every Black person wants to own a business, and that the idea that every Black person should be an entrepreneur is just bullshit. And I don't care if it hurts some feelings or pisses some people off. Fuck them. Black people, have a diverse talent of there are subgroups within the Black community, and even the notion that there is a contiguous Black community is what I'm trying to dispel with these reports. So this is key facts about the U.S. Black population. This is from January of this year, so it is fairly recent. The number of Black people living in the United States has reached a new high, 48.3 million in 2023. We just talked about, it's close to that in 2021. That's up a third. Now, a lot of these numbers are being augmented by immigration. That's up a third since 2000, according to the Pew Research Center analysis of government data. This group is diverse, with an increasing number who say they are of 2 or more races. So miscegenation is rampant. For Black History Month, I guess that's why this was published. Here are the key facts about the nation's Black population. In this analysis, the population includes 3 main groups: single race, non-Hispanic Black people, I guess meaning zebras, non-Hispanic, multiracial Black people, and Black Hispanics. The Black Hispanic population is not the same as the Afro-Latino population. Oh, I wonder what the difference is. Any idea? Virgo? I would think you would know better than me. You can also read our updated fact sheet about Black Americans. Let's spawn that. So the Black population in the U.S. has grown by a third since 2000, from 36.2 million to 48.3 million in 2023. And then there's some links to how they came up with these numbers. Again, if anybody wants any of these reports, I'm happy to drop them into the chat. Number of Black Americans who identify as multiracial or Hispanic has grown steadily since 2000. We kind of looked at this. So let's see. Actually, it's grown by quite a bit. People, the single race has actually grown as well, but that's probably augmented by Africans. Black Hispanic has grown not at the same rate as the other two categories, multiracial and single race. So anyway, number two, the Black population has grown fastest in states that historically have not had many Black residents. Apparently, Vermont is due for a huge population explosion in its Black community, all due to Samuel Garou. He's been busy. Utah experienced the fastest growth in its Black population between 2010 and 2023. Probably a bunch of Deacon Daves, with an increase of 89%. Of course, the number was pretty small. So if I walk through the Salt Lake City airport, I might actually see a Black person or two. I went to Utah back in, I think it was maybe 2008 or 2009, and I managed to go like a couple hours and not see another Black person. The Black populations of Arizona, hello, Phoenix Fish. Nevada and Minnesota, hello, Universal. Y'all been busy. Each increased by 60% during that span. The next fastest growth rates among states with Black populations of at least 25,000 in 22. Wow. Utah, Arizona, Nevada, Minnesota, fastest growing populations of people who identify as Black. The Somalis, I'm guessing Somalis are part of that Minnesota increase. Meanwhile, the Black population declined in Mississippi, Illinois, and the District of Columbia. That's interesting. Between 2010 and 2023. Very interesting. Oh, wow. So Texas, Florida, Georgia, the Black population in each of these states has surpassed that of New York, which had the largest in 2010. Wow. So people are migrating south, or you could imply that. The New York City metropolitan area had more Black residents than any other metro area in 2023. That's no surprise. So Atlanta, Washington, D.C., and Chicago follow. As a share of the population, the Atlanta area had a higher percentage of Black residents than any other metro area with at least 1 million Black residents. So that's basically per capita or something like that. Nearly 4 in 10 Atlanta residents, 37%, were Black. The metro areas with the next highest shares of Black residents are DC, Philadelphia, and Detroit. So Detroit comes in there. New York, Atlanta, Chicago, Washington, D.C. metro areas had the largest Black populations. Just went over that. Number 4, the Black population of the U.S. is relatively young. Yep, we kind of covered that. 2023, the median age of Black Americans was 32.6 years, meaning half of the nation's Black population was younger than that, and half was older. The median age of Americans who don't identify as Black was 39.2. %27 of all Black Americans are under age 18, a share larger than non-Black Americans. Excuse me. So 27% versus 21% under 18 for non-Black Americans. Looking at various groups of Black Americans, the median age in 2023 was Single race non-Hispanic, me, 35.4 years. Hispanic, black with Hispanic, 21.7. Multiracial non-Hispanic, 19.5. Interesting. So these kids are intermingling. Educational attainment among Black Americans tends to rise. I don't think we need to go over that. Number 6, Black Americans are less likely than other Americans to be married. Now, this is actually interesting. About half of Black adults, 48%, have never been married, compared with 29% of non-Black adults. The manosphere strikes again. Black men in 2023 were more likely than Black women to be married. That is interesting, and it's a margin here, 36% versus 29%. So I can imagine what Deacon Day is going to say about that. In turn, Black women were more likely than Black men to be divorced, separated, or widowed. Oh, wow. So Black men are more likely to be married than Black women. Wow. About 2 in 10 married Black adults are married to someone who is not Black, almost 20%. This includes 21% of married Black men and 13% of Black women. Interesting. Married Black women were more likely than married Black men to have a Black spouse, 87 versus 79%. This includes spouses who are single race Black, multiracial Black, and Black Hispanic. Interesting. Any thoughts?
No, I was about to say that makes sense, because how could the number of women be higher than men? But it makes sense. It's telling me that a lot of Black men are marrying outside of their race.
Well, yeah, more than ever.
And Black women stay loyal to Black men.
Oh, the jokes. Number 8, Black households had a median income of $54,000 in 2023. That included median incomes of $65,800 for multiracial Black households. Interesting. $60,000 for Black Hispanic households and $52,000 for single race Black households. Oh, wow. There's all kinds of conclusions you could draw from that. All right. So if no one has any burning questions about this, DiCapriona, why you call them trasher? Brian, if trasher is all you know in your neighborhood, all I can say is I don't even understand what that means. Trasher? All right, so let's move on to the next poll or survey, I guess. Brian, Brave coined the term for him and his ilk, not me. Let's see here. Do you have on a radio?
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Facts about U.S. Black population. This is spawned from the last. I think this might be more or less of a recap. So, U.S. Black population grown by 33%, a third, between 2000 and 2023. We are procreative. Looks like 30 to 34. You know, the thing that actually is interesting is that male to female ratios are fairly close up until you get to that roundabout 40, 45 and above. So that 50 to 54 is when Black men start dying off faster than Black females, which I guess is to be expected. But kind of dramatic that it starts that early. More than 4 in 10 Black Americans are under 30 years old. Wow, 40%.
Mm.
Languages, geography. Majority of Black Americans live in the South. We know that. And they're considering Virginia, Maryland. Oh, shit. You know what? I had no idea that they considered West Virginia the South. When the fuck did that happen? Wow. Okay. I had, for some
West
reason, I always thought,
Virginia.
yeah, West Virginia is considered part of the South now.
I thought it was supposed to be the below the.
Well, the thing is I thought so. I thought that, but I also, well, no, actually, only part of the state is below the Mason-Dixon. Well, most of the state is below the Mason-Dixon line. What I was going to say is in the North, during the Civil War, they fought for the North. They literally seceded from Virginia to join the North, but they do border Kentucky, I guess. And maybe they were considered a border state. I have to go back and look it up. I always thought about, Kentucky, Missouri, places like that is considered border states. But it doesn't matter for our purposes. Metro area has the largest Black population. We knew that. Median income, $54,000, which is a shame because it's roughly half of other demographics. 4 in 10 Black people live in households headed by married couples. So only 40% of the Black population is married. And I'm assuming they mean, people old enough to marry. We know about the educational attainment. So let's move on to the next one then. And this may, if it starts getting repetitive, I'll just move on because I didn't look at all of these. Most Black Americans, this is interesting. And this is, hopefully this rattles some cages here. A little bit about Lil White. What is she talking about? Yeah, I'm sure they mean like 18 or above, or whatever they consider like marriageable age. Or let's see. They keep asking me these polls. Most Black Americans believe U.S. institutions were designed to hold Black people back. And you know what? I'm going to kind of dispute that slightly and recontextualize it. Most U.S. institutions were not designed for Black people at all. Most institutions were not designed to consider Black people as citizens. So it's not that they're against you, they're just not for you. So I would argue the title of this, and I would argue with Black people, no, it's not against you. It can be used against you, but they just weren't designed with you in mind. Now, the prison system might be slightly different. So let me drink some water and I'll read some of this. And by the way,
Quench your thirst, Stanley.
This is June 15th, 2024, so it's kind of recent, less than a year old. While many Black Americans view themselves as at least somewhat successful and are optimistic about their financial future, previous work by Pew Research also finds most believe U.S. institutions fall short when it comes to treating Black people fairly. Yes, I don't disagree with that. And even if it, fairly means there's malice, U.S. institutions just they don't even want to consider you. And I think that's closer to how, these colorblind laws work. They leave a lot up to serendipity, frankly. New analysis suggests that many Black Americans believe the racial bias in U.S. institutions is not merely a matter of passive negligence, it is the result of intentional design. I would actually dispute that. Specifically, large majorities describe the prison, 74%, political and economic systems in the U.S., among others, as having been designed to hold Black people back, either a great deal or a fair amount. Now, there are some cases. I think the only argument that might work, this argument probably would only work in the political system. And I'm sure there's plenty of people who could, either argue or actually prove me wrong or remind me of something I'm missing. But the political system, and then they talk about the policing system. I wish they had just combined policing and prison into the justice system. I don't know that they were designed. There's some arguments for the prison, policing, and political system. I kind of consider those joined at the hip. And they do talk about courts and judicial process. So some of these, I don't think the economic system is necessarily. News media, maybe. Healthcare system. See, and I think the problem is the systems are okay, except for maybe the political system. It's the people that are in the system, in my opinion. You can't, the systems are kind of neutral. It's the bias that the people who populate the systems or run the system have. So, I guess I'm the kind of guy who wants to separate the people out from the actual system. But it's just my point of view. I'm probably wrong. Black Americans' mistrust of U.S. institutions is informed by history. Totally agree with that. From slavery to the implementation of Jim Crow laws in the South to the rise of mass incarceration and more. Bottom line is, when they say Jim Crow in the South, that is almost a historical. There were Jim Crow laws in the North. They just didn't call them Jim Crow laws. Several studies show the racial disparities in income, wealth, education, imprisonment, and health outcomes. We don't need to deal with that. We already know it. Goal of the current study is to explore how Black Americans think about U.S. institutions and the impact they have on their success. Specifically, we examine the extent to which Black Americans believe U.S. institutions intentionally or negligently harm Black people, and how personal experiences of racial discrimination factor into these beliefs. I'm going to have to go out and see if I can find a study of just the Black community where immigrants and, I will call them again, legacy Black Americans are broken out, and then maybe multiracial. And I looked at, and we'll look at blackdemographics.com, but I didn't see anything there that kind of fit what I'm looking for. The beliefs and narratives that Black Americans have about institutional harm have long been studied by scholars in the health, social sciences, and the humanities. Narratives about how institutions were designed to hold Black people back also surfaced in several of the outlined focus groups Pew Research Center conducted with the study last year. To assure the prevalence of these narratives of mistrust, we conducted a survey of 4,736 Black adults in the U.S. from September 12 to 24, 2023. And the results. 76% of Black adults say Black public officials today or singled out to be discredited in a way that doesn't happen to white public officials. Wow, a lot of this stuff is fairly debatable. John Galt would do his little nigga jig reading these statistics. 76% say police today do very little to stop guns and drugs from flooding black communities. I kind of agree with that. And then, the John Galt types would say, well, the police are afraid. 74% say black people are more likely than white people to be incarcerated because prisons want to make money on the backs of black people today. That's interesting. Black Americans say business today target marketing of luxury goods to black people in order to put them in debt. I definitely don't agree with that. If you don't buy them, they won't market them to you. 55%. That reminds me of that old marketing ad that Porsche showed a few months ago. 55% of black adults say secret and non-consensual medical experiments like the Tuskegee study are happening to black people today. Okay. 55% of black adults say the government today encourages single motherhood and the elimination of black men from black families. That's troublesome. 51% of black adults say the government promotes birth control and abortion to reduce the size of the black population, and this is happening today. Wow, there's a lot of fodder here for some shows. I might have to save this. See if I can do a Jerry Springer style stuff. Let's see. There are also modest differences among Black Americans by gender, education, family income, political affiliation. Still, majorities across many Black demographic subgroups are familiar with these statements about the intentions of many U.S. institutions and say these things are happening to Black people today. That is very interesting. Kind of a doom and gloom here. Almost sounds like this channel. All right. Well, we got one more of these facts about the U.S. Black population. I think this is just going to be a rehash. Yep. That might actually be a dupe. Yeah, I think it is a dupe. Sorry about that. So I've talked about this website before, and I'm going to go through it quickly. This is blackdemographics.com. It's got a lot of stuff that's fairly interesting, targeted at the Black population. So let me go back to the home site. So apparently the Black population, excuse me, is ballooned. According to this, to almost 51 million. We're 15% of the population now. And then they break it down to Black alone. So Black alone. I don't understand that. I'm gonna have to look at that. This doesn't make sense. But roughly 50.6 million in 2025, and this is as of June 2024. That number slightly differs from Pew. So let's see. I did have some stuff that was specifically marked out. Single Black millennials, yes, women are more educated, but there are just as many single Black men making 50,000 and higher. So basically, in the way I kind of interpret that, if you believe that women overall make less than men, you could make the argument that women need college to kind of, even out the score. So single black millennials by average yearly salary. This is kind of disturbing. 39% of black millennials are making between 20 and 50K. And only 14% are 50 to 100K, which might be okay because, places like the South, aren't that expensive to live, but that's actually kind of disturbing. So again, if anybody wants, is what a misprint, J-Dub? J-Dub, this wasn't a poll of J-Dub. It was a poll of black people. You are not every black person. So no, it's not a misprint. Why do we need to know how much you paid in taxes last year? TMI, son, TMI. So again, these are it's blackdemographics.com. If anyone wants to go in and kind of skulk around the website, find out what's there. Black millennials and marriage. These numbers seem a bit different. Married millennials 27 to 42 shows black women and black men roughly the same at 29 and 32%, 31 for total. Now, I think the other poll I looked at was looking, I guess what I could do is go back and look, but I'm not going to do it because I'm not that interested, quite frankly. I think the thing to take from this is the never married parts of that millennial population is, wow. Like 2/3 of 27 to 42 have never been married. And the divorce rates are fairly low. That's actually separated or even lower. Wow, an astronomical 2/3 of millennials have never been married. Now, I would like to, we need to add a category of baby daddy or baby mama. I don't know that the population is a misprint. I think a lot of it depends on, what you consider black. It's funny because I have to go back and kind of figure out because Pew Research is basing it on the Census Bureau, and supposedly so is Black demographics, but the difference is only by 2 million. It's not a huge difference, so it might be who they're considering black. I don't know what the difference is, and I'm not going to go back and do the research because I don't really care. Even Pew Research shows it's close to 50 million. And, Pew Research basically says 14% is 14. If you include all the blacks, Africans, single race, legacy black Americans, multiracial, and black Hispanic, you'll come up with roughly 14%. So basically anybody who checked black as any sort of heritage, and black demographics is saying 15%. I'm not worried about it. Maybe black demographics rounded up or something. So black millennial salary distribution. I don't really like the way black demographics does their graphics. To me, for some reason, it's a little hard. And then for a little mirth, the heavy truth, Black America's struggle against obesity. Obesity by race. So according to this, actually the prevalence of obesity in adults, and this is something we'll want to highlight. Hispanics, 45% are considered. This is age 20 and older. Hispanics, 45%, white, 43%, black, 40%. So, the racists and the anti-blacks want to harp on black obesity when white people are more obese. Now, if we go, I'm sorry, I was looking at men. So black men are third, black women are at the top. So I better take back part of what I said. So 58% of black women, this is 30, let's see, BMI 30 and above. All of these people are 20 and older. So black at 58%. Oh, wow. That's most black women, way almost 2/3, getting close to 2/3. Hispanic 46%, white 40%, Asian 15%. And the BMI they're looking at is 30 or above. So this will give the black red pill types some ammunition. So prevalence of severe obesity, black people at 8%, age 20 and older, men, 8% for men, 19% for women. I wonder why that is. Anybody got any idea? No idea. Calvin? Let's see. So boys, prevalence of obesity, blacks are, this is 19 and under. Child obesity by race, black boys are second behind Hispanic boys. Whites are about a percentage point behind. And for girls, black girls, again at the top, 31%. Hispanic, 23%. White, third at 15%. Asian at 5%. And this is a BMI at above the 90th percentile was what they're doing for this child obesity stuff. That is disturbing. I wonder why. Is it? I'm guessing it's probably diet and exercise.
But you know what? What do they count as obesity? Because
BMI of 30% above, according to this. It's right here.
Because you know what's funny? I'm 5'7", and when I weighed 160, which to me looks very good. I look awesome at 160.
Okay, well, very good is not. I mean, you can be an obese. I mean,
and it still said it still said overweight, and I'm like, what? Like, what do you want me to be?
According to BMI, you are.
Yeah, but I would rather look healthy than sick.
Okay, well, nobody's. Hey, who's fussing at you?
No, I'm just saying, like, everybody's bodies are different, so everybody's shape and everybody's fat distributes differently, so.
Okay, but they're going by body mass. They're going by body mass index. Okay, it's but of one. Did your doctor tell you you're fat?
Yes, he did.
Okay, well, I was hoping you were going to say no, he didn't.
Yeah, and this was when I was 160. Like, Jesus Christ.
Well, now it would be interesting, and maybe if you'll remind me, email me. I'll look and see if there are other types of measurements, but BMI is what they go by. So I
Yeah, well,
hate
that's
the
why
hate the game.
I tend not to even think about that. I look at the size of clothing that I wear. Like if I'm wearing a size 8 to 10, I think I'm good.
Kelvin has words of solace for you.
What did Kelvin say? Kelvin's always saying something. What did he say? Let me see.
He says, "Don't worry, Virgo. More cushion for the pushing."
Thank you, Kelvin. See,
Kelvin, you made her day, didn't you?
yeah, now when you start to be like a size, well, even sometimes I've seen girls that are size 14s that look, I mean, you'd be like, oh my God, she's a beautiful woman, very shapely, you know?
Yeah, but
But they would be considered obese.
Ryan, 6'2" and 265. What was his BMI? BMI, something about muscle sinking. It's supposedly, how you float in water.
No, BMI is
So,
supposed to calculate your height and your weight, and that's how they
is that what
calculate
it
the
is?
BMI.
Well,
Yes.
isn't there a water test?
No, they don't do the water test. They do it on you can do
Well,
it
yeah.
online.
Well, what you need to do is ask your doctor to give you a water test. It's how you float in water. Okay, 8%.
Oh, I got 2
8% was his
floatables in the
BMI.
front.
That's not obese. So basically, request a water test and then get back to us.
And if they go by height and weight, muscle weighs more than fat.
Well, yeah, but it doesn't float like fat does. That's why I'm saying water test.
Yeah, so when they do those stupid tests where it's just height and weight, I don't fall for that, you know?
Well, J-Dub and HB say that it's racist, so don't worry about it.
Yeah,
It is racist.
It's racist. It's racist.
It's
Yeah.
racist because they know us black girls got thicker booties.
Well, no, it's racist, but it's racist and sexist because black males tend to, believe it or not, at least when I was a kid, black males tended to have lower body fat, especially if you were, athletic.
Yeah.
So
and then too, we men, on average are taller, so we get the benefit a little bit more. Like I can weigh 180 and be 6 foot, but if Virgo weighs 180 and she's 5'6", it hurts her a little bit more than it will hurt me.
Yeah. 180.
Yeah, I had a girlfriend who was 6 feet and she was 160.
Wow.
Oh yeah, she was awesome.
Wow. Yeah, that sounds amazing, honestly.
Oh, it was. And I fucked up that relationship.
Jesus Christ. 6 foot 160.
Hey, let me tell you something. I think I told this story. She was black. She was also in the Navy. And I went to dinner. We went over to I lived in Norfolk at the time, but I had to do like 4 months up in Rhode Island, Newport, Rhode Island for a school. And my neighbor had a friend who lived somewhere near Newport. So she and I, one weekend, went to dinner at my neighbor's friend's house, and they were a couple. And this dude got drunk as a skunk and just started hitting on my girlfriend. It was amazing. And the dude was married and his wife was at the dinner table. Hey, it was so bad. The next morning, the guy's wife called me to apologize.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, but this woman, she did not slouch. She stood her full height. So,
Man, Stanley, I've been listening this whole time, and man, these statistics are brutal, man.
how so?
Man, well, just the fact, one of the things is either black people are like the lowest in each category or they're the highest in each category. There's not
Okay,
really a
I'm
middle ground.
I'm lost because we've been just reading about black people. So
I
lowest
know.
or highest of
Well, when you brought up the stats from the second website, that kind of really
Oh, you
started
mean
thinking.
blackdemographics.com?
Right, yeah.
Well, the whole point of me actually even doing this was this notion that I've been kind of on this theme that we are not a community in the way people like Be Brave and John Galt think of. When you sit down and you say, well, why can't black people be like the Jews or the Asians? Because we have a different history, and the Asians don't all get together. They are, it's the Indians getting with the Indians or the Koreans getting with the Koreans. And I just don't understand why you can't appreciate that nuance. The Koreans aren't necessarily getting with the Indians. I know Master Kim gets with some Indians and all that bullshit. All I'm saying is they have a different history. At least the legacy blacks have been here a while. That we would be compared to an immigrant group. It's apples and oranges in my mind.
Yeah, blacks don't have a community. It's a demographic
Okay, well,
difference.
you want to do it as a pejorative. I think of it as actually a positive. In a way, not being tied to a community that's supposed to do this or do that, or you ain't black. That those days are over, and the reason they're not, people don't know that those days are over, but they are over. Okay, this is why I don't get wrapped around the axle when people want to go on. Well, my son is dating this type of girl. Like I said, I didn't even ask him what was she. He happened to send me a picture. I would have never have asked because I don't really care. All he had to say was Emery, and she's good looking, and I'm done.
Yeah, but I think when you look at those BMI numbers,
Oh, fuck the BMI numbers.
shit.
Who
I mean,
cares?
hey,
Okay, you can get wrapped around the BMI numbers. To me, yeah, it's a problem, but I'm not
yeah,
amongst the numbers. I don't give a fuck. It's not me. It's not my family. Why? It's but that's it. I'm not going to do a whole show asking why black people are fat.
well, black women,
Because I don't give a fuck.
black women more.
I don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
It's their problem, not mine. If you choose a fat black woman, then maybe it'll become your problem.
yeah.
But I just don't get this group think that the anti-blacks want to do.
Well, I think it all is kind of related. Like if
How
you're
so?
well, if your women has the highest BMI numbers, and then they're also the highest
They're not my
unmarried.
women.
Well, yeah, I get it.
Okay,
But just in
I
the
don't think you
demographic,
quite get the gist. I do not give a fuck what other black
yeah,
people are doing
yeah,
unless I have to. I honestly, I'm a community of like, I'd have to count the family members, but right now, as I'm talking to you, I'm the only one in this house. I'm a community of one.
yeah.
So what, you know, if some black woman in Atlanta's fat, I don't care. I mean, now I don't mean, I mean, I'm concerned, at like, hey, I don't want to see other people have health issues. I don't want to see other people, be victims of crime or, you know, and there will be times when, oh shit, this tragic stuff comes knocking on your door. But living day to day, I'm sorry, I'm just not going to do a show on some DJ fucking idiot talking about are black people doomed. I don't give a fuck what his opinion is. And I this to me, this anti-black bullshit that happens, it's a waste of time. And I know it's content, but you know what? There's enough news stories out there. There's enough Pew Research polls. We might want to take some time and look at the numbers, and if you want to take those numbers and worry about black female obesity, more power to you, but don't expect me to do it.
No, you covered a lot though, Stanley. It was dark.
Well, you got something from it I didn't. I honestly, my only goal was to point out that black people are not a contiguous, monolithic sort of deal. Okay? And, Be Brave keeps acting like he is too dumb to understand my point. He keeps talking about black people should be concerned with what's happening in the hood because that 3% is affecting everybody else. And I don't think they're affecting everybody else other than the racists. And I don't give a fuck what the racists think. I don't have to deal with them.
Those numbers were pretty depressing. I think the millennial,
what numbers?
The millennial income numbers was pretty depressing.
Yeah. But I saw the numbers. I'm like, they're pretty low. Make sure I don't have a millennial. I don't know what he is, a Zoomer, or maybe he's Generation Z. But I just need to make sure he is not. I just need to make sure he's not in those numbers. Yeah. I expect other parents to deal with their kids, etc. I see the numbers. I know they're concerning, but I'm sure as shit not going to lose sleep.
Yeah, it was. I don't know. You just kind of like summarizing everything was just kind of depressing. Like,
why?
Jesus Christ.
Okay, well, I'm sorry for being. I'm sorry for presenting a horror show.
Yeah, nah. I mean, we talk about black issues, but you summarizing it like that really kind of brought it into perspective. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but why are you that concerned? You're doing okay, right?
Oh,
and
yeah,
I know on the surface it sounds selfish, but maybe it's just a function of my age. But I'm just not going to worry about something that I can't control. And I don't think me owning, a building and renting to, people in the hood is the solution. I don't think blacks being more entrepreneurial is a solution. I don't think that, fussing about people contributing to a
demographic,
some GoFundMe instead of pooling their money to start a business. I think that's just fucking asinine to make the comparison. I think it's low intellect, to be honest.
What do you think the solutions should be? I mean, after reading those numbers,
I think the first step is stop thinking that you have to do what other black people are telling you to do. The first solution is to ignore everybody else's solutions and figure out your own solution.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, I've literally said that the anti-black blacks are the black community, as it were, the proverbial black community. We are our own worst enemy, not the white racists.
Yeah.
And it could be some kid in the hood shooting up the place. It could be a John Galt just nigger this and nigger that. In my opinion, neither are positives in the black community.
Well, you know what they say, Stanley. Nigga don't got no name on it.
Well, you know what I say? I'm going to do my own thing and be successful. How about you?
Oh yeah, no, I don't have a choice.
No. That's not you specifically, but
Oh,
how
okay,
about
okay.
you in general? All I'm saying is that I'm going to stop worrying about some fat woman in the middle of a Milwaukee hood. I can't do anything about her. I don't even know her. I need to worry about what's going on in my four walls.
Yeah. What about the big bone epidemic?
Wait, Fred. I haven't changed my mind. I haven't forgotten. I'm just using the black community metaphorically. Okay, for the people who think there is a coast to coast black community, go back and watch the show, Fred. I literally went over a bunch of Pew Research polls and stuff to talk about the differences within the black community, which means we're not really, a monolith. We're not the kind of community that people like Be Brave and John Galt and Wicked want to think. When they say, well, black people should get together, I'm like, how? That's like saying white people should get together. I don't know that we even want to do that. My goal, for instance, for my son is not the same goal John Galt might have for his son. And vive la difference.
Do you have any advice for Virgo to, help her not be so obese?
Well, Virgo just said she looks good. Why does she need my advice?
Okay.
I think I should just put the Popeyes down.
All I need to say is Mr. Virgo better be holding on tight because I'm just one state. I'm just one state away. and I got a cousin. I got a cousin who lives in that Tampa area, so I have a place to stay.
I don't know if you can handle that ride, Stanley. You gotta
shoot.
It's a rough ride with Virgo.
No, you know what? I don't want to go that far. All I'm saying is Mr. Virgo, as long as Mr. Virgo thinks that 160 is looking nice, that's all that really matters. It doesn't matter what I think. And I'm sure as shit not going to give her advice. It's not my place.
Virgo, you're 160. You don't have to say your number if you don't want to.
Well, she did. Unless I got the number wrong.
I think she was talking about years ago. Like when she was like,
yeah, when 17. I was 160. Like now I'm like,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, now I'm like a size 10, 10-ish, 12-ish. And like 170 something. But what do you mean? Well, guess what, HB? It ain't for you to look at. So
I thought you were a cat. Come to find out you're a cougar. You're a mountain lion.
Listen, that 170 is in all the right places. That's all y'all
well, anyway, before this gets too derailed, we've got a few more statistics which I'm going to run through, and this is mainly so people know this stuff is out here. Statista. Now it's a subscription service, but you can get some stuff for free. So this is the number of murder offenders in the United States in 2023 by race. And I'm doing this just for Be Brave. We've looked at this before. Blacks have a problem, when you want to look at murder rates, but the number of murders, whites are ahead in 2023. So, it depends. I mean, per capita is probably, murder rate or per capita is probably, the one you want to look at. But I want to remind folks that white people commit more murders than black people do. Of course, we're way less in population, so that's where the per capita comes in. But Whitey ain't all that nonviolent. Is my point. They poison versus shoot, or hire hitmen, or shoot up schools. And that's the other thing. I've yet to hear Be Brave talk about Florida State.
Oh, he won't. He won't stand.
And I talked about it a little bit yesterday. That Florida State kid was the son of a cop. He used her service revolver to commit the crime. But he'll never talk about. Basically, what he's going to say is, "Oh, the blacks are worse because they commit more." And I'm just saying, you know what? You'll win that argument every time, because arguing a point with a smart person is difficult. Arguing a point with a stupid person you'll never win that.
It's
stupidity
impossible.
Always wins. So I to be honest, I think that I think murder is murder. When you start talking how many murders, that becomes problematic. And what he does, his little sleight of hand, is to concentrate to make his point on where most black people don't live because of that high crime rate. And then he wants to say 70% are making excuses. And that's like, really, I'm surprised nobody. Why would 70%, if they don't live in the neighborhood, be that concerned? And why is it? He's literally said, and I think I've heard other people say, well, what's your solution for fixing the murder problem? What's your solution for fixing Chicago? I had 12th man yesterday morning go, well, you're concerned about this, but you're concerned about Florida State. But what about all the murders in Chicago? My answer to 12th man is, I don't fucking live in Chicago. I don't care more than I should. I have no solution for Chicago. I've never been to Chicago. Why are you asking me such a fucking dumb question? That's for Chicago to solve, not Stanley. Why should I care about a place I've never been?
I think it's because
I leave that to white trash to reason through.
I think it's because you're black. I think that's probably why.
No, I think it's because I'm black and I have better fucking things to do than do shit for brain content. Look at J-Dub. Yeah, no, J-Dub, he'll never hit the link. As a matter of fact, he's probably not watching. What he's decided to do is watch the show, then fast forward through it.
I know he's watching. He's watching. I think you've probably given him about a month worth of content off of this one line.
I hope so. And he is always nice enough to give me credit. So maybe I've been looking at it the wrong way.
Yeah, this was.
I noticed my views aren't up to his level though. But I'll have to live with that. So Statista, murder rate. Again, what I'm saying is, and one of the things I want to do is highlight that this stuff is easy to come by. This is a Federal Bureau of Prisons. Inmate age, the average inmate age, and these are updated weekly, by the way, stats for the Bureau of Prisons. This is the average start of age range, but the average age, it looks like this is an average, is 36.
Jesus
and then
Christ.
But the interesting thing is if you look at inmate statistics, there's a whole range of inmate statistics here. There's citizenship, COVID-19 data, ethnicity, sex, offenses, all this stuff. And I basically created buttons on my homepage of this browser. So, I mean, you can go in and inmate citizenship, U.S. 84%, but then 5%, 5.6% other, 8% of the inmate population, Mexico, Dominican Republic, 1.1%, Cuba, Colombia. These are all origins, inmate citizenship.
Yeah.
So there's lots of stuff. Instead of talking bullshit, maybe somebody might take the time to go back and look at some of this stuff. Inmates by race. According to this, 56% of now this is federal. This is federal. It's not including state prisons and local jails, but federally, according to this, most of the population is white. And again, it becomes a per capita problem in the black community because it's so much smaller. But if you just want to do a down and dirty and try and challenge a point, most people in federal prisons are white.
Yeah. What about state
But
prisons?
again, it's easy. It's an easily defeated argument if the person knows how to defeat it. You go in and you start looking at per capita because it's really the way to look at it. But you know what? If I'm dealing with a Be Brave, I could throw this out there and make him think for a minute, which might give me a couple minutes to think of something else.
Does it show state prisons too?
It actually does. Let's see. It does. It's either here in the. Hold on one second. Let me go back to the home because it does break some stuff out, or maybe it's the FBI site, which I'll look at next. Let's see what else is in here that I wanted to.
Do you have a study on serial killers?
I don't know. I'm just looking at this is big picture. I'm not doing anything, deep. I don't, because you know what? It's not something that particularly interests me, at a deep level. There are a total of 155,795 Bureau of Prisons, which means the vast majority of prisoners are in state and local.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
but it does break it out, but I think it might I can't because I know it breaks it out because I ran across it today, but it might be the FBI site that actually does it.
You have to commit certain crimes to be in federal prison.
Correct.
So,
but here is the FBI Crime Data Explorer. This is something Mayo Monkey talked about the other day. And I haven't gone through this because, again, I'm not that interested in crime. Maybe I should be, but I'm not. But this is the motherfucker right here. This is the big MacGuffin or whatever they call it. This has a lot of stuff. This is where they start breaking crime down by states and maybe even localities. And I was looking up something the other day. Like right here, compare crime data between states and agencies. So you can from 2015 to 2025, you can select up to it's basically a query tool. You can select for crime, and then you can go in and you can select location by state. So if anybody's that interested in it, again, I'm just trying to say, hey, there's some stuff out there. Happy to drop links if anybody wants it.
Yeah.
And really, my bigger purpose today was to actually talk about some substantive stuff that could maybe help people formulate arguments.
Yeah, Stanley. I honestly, man, honestly, the statistics, I feel like it kind of, I don't think it's gonna deter any of these arguments.
What do you mean deter?
Like it doesn't really prove
Well, I'm
John
not
or
trying to
Bray.
prove anything. My only thing to prove today was that this crime data and all that stuff, that's kind of secondary.
Yeah.
My thing today, my main goal was to tell people that the growing diversity of Black America means not all Black people, we don't have the kind of community we did in 1930 because we are more diversified. Okay,
Oh yeah.
back in the 30s, most of the Black people you would meet, say in Georgia, had the same background. Not so in 2025. We are not the same demographic group with the same goals as we were in 1930. And sometimes when I hear people like Brian Donalds or John Galt or Be Brave, it sounds like they're talking about a Black population that lived 50 years ago, 60 years ago. Black people don't care about the same things. We are not an immigrant group by and large. There are immigrants that are counted as Black, but not everybody. Talking to Gwegwe, my new girlfriend, she
Yeah.
doesn't have the same goals as I have.
I have a big issue with that also, but that's a whole other conversation. But I
Well,
think
it's a
we all
different show,
agree.
but what I'm saying is that I just don't find why, the question John keeps asking is why can't Black people be more like Asians? Well, we don't have the same history, and the legacy Black Americans are more American than people like Be Brave if you want to count roots, family roots. If you want to think that way, and I don't happen to think that way. But the other thing I wanted to point out, if I can find it, is there. Did you were probably here for this? Maybe it's this one. One of them talks about. It's not that one. Damn it! Did I? I bet I collapsed it by accident. Oh yeah, here it is. This is actually the one that concerns me most. The first one where I talk about the diversity, but most Black Americans believe U.S. institutions were designed to hold Black people back.
Yeah.
And to me, that's kind of narcissistic. These institutions weren't designed with you in mind. they they weren't designed to hold you back. They were designed as if you didn't exist. And citizenship wise, we didn't.
Yeah.
Back in
100%.
1788, what did Roger Taney say? Black people, Negroes have no rights that a white man need, consider, or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think
I think
I think these Black people probably need a history education too.
Yeah. Well, I
The
think that just goes
institutions
into the
the
whole psychology.
institutions are indifferent. It's not that they don't
Right.
care.
Right. But
They don't know you
what
exist.
was the number? What was the number again? 79%.
Hold
Was
on a sec. Oops, wrong one. It's probably around there.
that? I think just that whole psychology is really.
Okay, well, I don't think it's a psychology. I think it's a psychology, but it is this report says it has history, and maybe Black people should be taught history.
Right,
In the hurt feelings, and all that. You're not going to cure ignorance if you just talk. if you send these people in to talk to Universal Jones, number one, he's as ignorant. And number two, he's not going to cure something that is based in history.
But I don't think these polls or questionnaires. I do believe black people understand that right now is different than the 30s.
I'm not sure. And honestly, now
I think they
I don't know that they do. Now you probably meet more black people than I do. Most of the black people I know are in, online now.
Right.
Other than my family.
That's the thing, Stanley. Like, a lot of black people actually do believe these systems are designed against them, not realizing.
Okay, but did you hear John today? He literally thinks the same thing. He just doesn't know he does, apparently. If you're thinking that black people need to pool their money to start a business, you believe what these people believe.
Well, I think these people think that it was built that
Okay,
way.
these people are John Galt, in my opinion.
Well, that's a different argument.
Okay, if we are so free and John Galt is free, why do we need to pool our money? Just fucking go to the bank.
Well, I think
if John Galt thinks that black people, legacy black people, after 400 years need to act like migrants, that literally is saying this country discriminates. We have to act like immigrants to get ahead instead of full U.S. citizens.
Well, obviously, me and you don't believe that, right, Stanley? We don't believe the system is against us.
Well, I think. Like that. Well, you know what? John's not here to defend himself, so I won't beat up on him too badly. But I think John Galt is part of this. Of that.
Forget John. Do you believe the system is against us?
No, I don't think it's for. I don't think it's for us.
But it's not against us, though. That's
I
the
mean,
bigger,
now
that's the,
you're.
But that's
I believe.
That's
the
the
system,
argument, though, Stanley. That's the argument.
Okay, well, it's a bad argument, and I don't know if you were here, but there were some things that were kind of, I think you have an argument with the political system, policing, courts, judicial process, but the thing is the systems themselves are indifferent. It's the people running the systems that's the problem.
But if 79% of black people think that it is, that's a problem.
Why?
Because it's not true.
No. You need to go deeper than that.
We'll go.
And I have an answer. I just want to see what you have to say. I don't have an answer, but I have an idea.
Well, let's
and you and I actually are kind of aligned on this. Yeah. I think it's self-defeating. If you think 100%. The fucking system is against you, 100%. You don't go 101% to get ahead. You just think, oh shucks, why would I waste my time?
Right. Honestly, Stanley, as a black man, the way that I look at the system, it's more in your benefit than it is against you. The way
I don't look at it that way, but I'm not unaligned. I just think, motherfucker, you have to be smarter than the system. You understanding the ins and outs of the system means you can play the game.
Right. You got to be able to use the system to your benefit. But if you already are believing that it's against you, you're not even going to play the game.
I'll tell you a weird story. When I was in the Navy, I had a kid who came to me. It was before a deployment. Came to me and said, "Hey, I want to go home and get married." I think he was from Mississippi, and I want to go home and get married. And I'm like, "Well, Petty Officer so and so, you don't have any leave. There's nothing I can do." So you know what he did? He went UA, which is AWOL. I think the Army might still call it AWOL. He went unoff. No. But listen to how I played the system. Well, you know what? He didn't show up for quarters the next morning or the next morning. And you know what? I knew what he'd done. And he did not ask my permission. I did not approve this, but I knew why he went. Apparently, love, love, supersedes the laws.
Wait,
So
Stanley,
anyway, you know what? I
can you
didn't.
bring
I
that number
didn't
back
report
up?
him missing.
Can you bring that number back up? Because
Which
speak only
one?
thinks the number of blacks who think the system is against them. Well,
Okay, let me see.
the percentage.
But I didn't report him missing for 3 days.
What was he able to make it back, or he just done?
Oh, well, eventually I had to report him. But he had a 3-day head start. And I knew he was gonna come back. So he went to captain's mast, which is like non-judicial punishment. It's hard to explain, but he would survive it. So you know what? I got up there and I said, Captain, yeah, he asked for this and I couldn't do it. And I kind of understand why he did it. He wanted to get married. Now the captain was a family man, so I had just fucking tugged that motherfucker's heartstrings. This is what officers do. We stand up for our men, even if they fuck up sometimes. Oh, the XO was fucking hot. So he calls me into his stateroom and he goes, Cross, you have your own agenda, don't you? I'm like, no, sir. My agenda is your agenda, of course.
I mean,
That motherfucker was so mad. But you know what? I knew the system and I played it. That kid got like 2 days restriction to the ship and nothing big happened. And the motherfucker had a ring on his finger when he goddamn came back. Captain, look at the ring on his finger. You got to know the shit. You got to know the system. You got to know how to play it. And being just kind of these are the numbers. Not knowing how to play the system is detrimental. So majorities of black, and you got to learn the system though. Majority of black adults say U.S. institutions were designed to hold them back. What percent of black adults who say each of the following institutions was designed to hold black people back? So they almost 5,000 people they did for this. And you're looking at the percentages on the right side. So 74% prison system, 70% of adults, courts. So speakeasy, you all talk on it, but hopefully you can see the numbers. I can go full screen. That might help. Hold on a second.
Yeah. I'm not making these numbers up. I might have misspoke on 79, but I know it was more than half. And I hate to say it, but this is that.
But then look on the very far right side, like 8 in 10 black adults say black public officials are more often discredited than white officials.
It said more often what? Say that one more time.
Discredited. Give me a second. I'll read out, because actually the little bar chart here is interesting, but the little text on the far right is actually more. Now, I'll go back and I'll look at it deeper. Like, I'd be interested in, again, let me drop this link for this particular one. You can go in. They will tell you how they came up with these numbers.
Yeah.
So I'll drop it in both the chats.
It's just, I don't know what it is, but this 70% number just keeps coming up with these polls. I don't know if it's some sort of joke somebody's playing on me or what.
Yeah, I can see the conspiracy wheels are churning.
Yeah, I don't know.
You're gonna turn out some conspiracy grits, aren't you?
I don't know if Be Brave is behind this or something. I don't know. Maybe Be Brave is pretending to be a old fool in the country. Maybe he's behind all these.
I think Be Brave is behind it. That little leprechaun.
I think he's behind all of this. All these 70%ers. Like, Jesus Christ. I don't know. I've just never felt like that, Stanley. and maybe it is because of my upbringing. But I've never felt like the system is against me because I'm black. You know, I've it's never crossed my mind, and it's really
Well, let me
honestly
ask you a question though. Do you think it's for you?
well, I'm kind of in the same I was kind of in the same ballpark as you where I thought it was indifferent. I thought it was,
And
you
it
know,
is.
you put in what you put out. But what I actually found out in
Well,
real
no, no,
life,
no, 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 no. It was never designed for you.
right,
Okay,
right.
so that's,
But what I
and it's a semantic difference, I admit. But in a way, you're kind of more right than I am, because if it doesn't care about you, that also means it can be manipulated by you.
right,
It doesn't.
and
It's
that's
not for you. It's not against you. And I think maybe you're more right in 2025. Again, I
yeah,
tend to look at things through a historical lens. It just wasn't designed for you.
right. But I think these numbers are coming from people of today. You know, if you ask this back
Well,
in the
no, they
30s
are
and 40s,
coming. I think this was done in 2024, 2023.
yeah, that to me make like if you ask the people back in the 30s this question, all right, I'll say yeah, you guys are right. But you're asking modern day black people this, and this is still how they think. That's the problem.
By the
That's a
way,
huge problem.
speak. The Tuskegee experiment comes up in on the right, and in a minute I'll read all that stuff out. But uh, dude, during the COVID, I mean, when in these anti-black spaces, they literally brought up the Tuskegee stuff constantly as to why they didn't want to take
Hey,
the vaccine.
That's one of the reasons I didn't. Shit.
Right, but the thing is the
I,
Tuskegee experiment was what they didn't do. That was the experiment. They didn't give these people
yeah,
shots. They didn't do shit.
yeah,
They gave them like placebos.
yeah.
They the experiment was not trying to cure anything. It was to
Yeah.
see the results if you didn't
Of
cure anything.
well, it was gonorrhea, but yeah, yeah.
Right, and they wanted to see what
Actually, it was
happens if you don't
syphilis.
cure it. Well,
Syphilis, yeah,
syphilis,
no, you're right.
they
Yeah,
wanted to
yeah, you're right,
see
you're right.
they wanted to see what happens if you
Ugh,
don't cure it. It's not like they
ugh.
were trying to prevent it or cure it. So I never get this Tuskegee thing. The
Well, it's
purpose
because
was
they didn't. The reason why it's brought up is because those black people weren't. They didn't know that's what they were signing up for.
yeah, but you know what you're signing up for with the COVID vaccine.
Not necessarily.
Yeah,
You know
okay.
what you know what they're telling you, but you don't really know what you're signing up for.
Well, I don't know. Having served my country, I just maybe I'm inclined to have a little bit more faith than most.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, you guys, as soon as you guys get into boot camp, they're giving you 50 shots. So it's a
Well, I
little
didn't
different
actually
for you.
go to boot camp. I went to OCS, which is
Well,
a little bit better.
yeah, yeah. But I know you guys. As soon as you guys sign up, they're giving you all types of shots.
Not really. I didn't get shots, believe this or not, until deployment. And I
Oh
mean, there were
wow.
things like malaria shots.
Yeah.
So
Oh man.
post infographics, and again, I dropped the link if y'all want to bring it up on your own devices. But
Well,
some of the
Stanley,
better.
I did want to say one thing though. Going, I never had this mentality, but
Mhm.
the irony is once you actually get into those board meetings and working with these companies and stuff, you realize it's the complete opposite. When you are
Mhm.
black, they actually they look for black people. It's almost like they need that token just to, sometimes
Yeah,
fulfill
but
a.
that's not exoneration.
You said what?
I mean, that's not necessarily to their credit.
No, no, no. But when you say
Because
the system
I
is
have
working
seen I
against
have
you,
seen times when these tokens weren't very good at their job.
no,
They
that's true.
just
That's
had the
true too.
right color skin.
That's true too. But I think once you realize that as long as you do have those skills, that it doesn't matter. If somebody wants to hire you because of your fucking race, that's their own ignorance. But I'm gonna take it to
Oh well, I'm not gonna turn the job down.
right. But
let
it's
me tell you something to that point. When I got hired at Ticketmaster, I didn't have the level of tech experience that another guy that I knew had. And you know what? You know why they hired me? Because I fucking wore a nice sport jacket in pants. I mean, I actually looked like I wanted the job.
Right.
And they talked to me. I had the military experience, and I tell you what, fuck, like 2 months later, I was like employee of the month. Dude, I tore that fucking place up. And you know what? When you're the token, but they turn to you and say, hey, what do you think? I wasn't just the token. I was part of the team, doing solutions. So, sometimes that token might surprise you and they might actually like, well, goddamn, we hired the right motherfucker. We hired the right token.
Exactly.
And oddly enough, I never got the impression I was a token. I wasn't the only black person. I was the only black engineer, though.
Well, that's the system working effectively. As long as you don't know that you're the token, you're good.
Well, no, but I mean, seriously, this was years later. They just said we liked you better.
Yeah. I don't know. I just really do believe the system.
Oh, and by the way, the guy who recommended me for the job, like, you need to hire him. The dude is just a monster. So, I mean, I had good recommendations too.
Yeah.
So I wasn't just your average token.
Yeah, no, I just truly do believe if you're, and I'm just speaking for black men from my perspective, but I do think if you apply yourself and you have that professional go-getter attitude, man, the door is wide open for you. Like, honestly, it really is. People,
and you know what? You're not going to always win. That's the other thing.
No, you're not. But
these motherfuckers think I'm black. Why didn't I get the job?
No, you're not always gonna win. But from what I've seen, most companies would prefer to hire a black man over an immigrant, and partly is because we do have the culture behind us. We do understand American culture. You showed up very professional because you already know what professionalism and what that entails, and that's something that you don't have to worry. You might have to worry about with some Indian guy coming from Bangladesh. Like, he might not show up, presenting himself a certain
What the
way.
fuck? You know what, Ryan? What is systemic oppression?
What is Ryan?
You mean systemic racism, which is oppressive, I guess. I think Ryan's been hanging around Be Brave too much. Yeah. He's using like spaghetti logic type words.
Ryan's getting loose, man. Ryan's getting loose.
He's getting loose.
His little lap dog.
Hey, Ryan, I saw that donation you sent Austin Metcalf too on GoFundMe. I saw that hefty donation, man. Ryan sent $10,000 to Austin.
Oh, wow.
Well, wait, hold it. They have a GoFundMe too?
Oh yeah.
Okay, why has that not come up in John's little conversations?
Well, because he's dead, Stanley. It's for his family.
Well, no. The donations to his family, because they're gonna need legal stuff too.
Yeah, I mean, because he's the victim. He's not the perp.
Okay, again, I had no clue that a GoFundMe had been started.
For Austin Metcalf?
Right.
His family? You didn't know about that?
Nope.
Man, there's like
Yeah,
celebrities
because
donating to that.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
because you need like
So,
$400,000
so
for a
the
funeral.
bottom line is it doesn't come up in the anti-black talks.
No, we actually talked about it earlier today because
Oh, I see. Well,
yeah.
I didn't see it.
Okay, yeah. We talked about it earlier today because a famous like streamer donated a lot of money to Austin Metcalf's, and
Who?
obviously.
Be Brave? He's a famous.
No, it wasn't Be Brave. It was Aiden Ross. I don't expect you to know who he is, but
No.
he was actually
Didn't
the
he
guy that.
interview Trump?
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting.
So they're trying to cancel him, but it's like a little bit too late now. He's a little too big to get canceled at this point. Plus, he's a schmata. He's a yid, so can't really cancel those people.
Is that right?
Yeah, there was one guy that tried to cancel him. He didn't turn out so well. So.
He was intifadaed, huh?
He did his best, but wasn't good enough. But yeah. So yeah, no, we talk about that too, and it's I do think it is interesting how everybody is sympathetic to both sides of this, when honestly it is
You
I'm
know
not
what?
gonna donate
Well,
to either side, honestly.
what puzzles me is why there's been so much talk about it. Honestly, other than the tragedy of it, I just don't see why people are so enraptured by it. And people used to get kind of butthurt when I said America is a racist country. And I have to tell you, the only reason this is happening is because America is a racist country.
100%.
So you know what?
100%.
The idiots who say I'm racist for pointing this out, I guess you could say, hey, I notice racism, therefore I'm a racist.
I think the reason why people push back is because when you say it, I think they assume that you mean racist in the sense where there's something.
No, it is
back.
Okay, well, motherfucker, and this is the other thing that annoys me. Don't people know what words mean? Don't they understand that words sometimes change in context?
Well, yeah, but I think you have to be more specific about that.
No, I don't. You have to understand English.
Well,
dude. Somebody
today,
asked me earlier today, and my response is, "Motherfucker, I'm not here to be your kindergarten teacher. You either know it or you don't. And if you actually wonder, ask me a question, but don't ask the same question over and over." But dude, I assume everybody here can actually speak English, understand English, comprehend English. When I say America is a racist country, I mean everything is about race. Okay, when I walk up, if you walk up to someone who's racially ambiguous, if the first thing you go, or maybe the second thing you ask is, what are you? What's your background? And that happens all the time.
Yeah. Now, Stanley, as a proud Black American, when you say that to me, I don't take it as how somebody that's white might take it. And I think that's the difference. When
okay, well, see, the problem is I'm not saying you should be offended. I'm just pointing out that, again, when my son said he had a girlfriend, I didn't ask, who is she? Where is she from? What is she? What race? I didn't ask.
Yeah, that would be a little weird.
No, it would not in America.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, I told Portia, you probably know this. I told Portia a day or two that hey, because frankly, I was kind of proud of him. I'm like, well, this little motherfucker, no wonder he never calls me. He's busy.
I
Okay.
sure did ask my son where his girlfriend was from.
Well,
Well, that's because you're racist,
I'm
Virgo.
not the racist you
No, you
are.
know what he told me? Boston.
What?
Okay, I don't care about the
And
answer.
that's it.
I don't care about the answer. I care about the question. Why would you even bother asking?
Because
Well, I
she's
wanted to know if
racist.
she was
This
a
is a
New York
racist.
girl.
This is a racist
How was that
Yeah,
country.
well,
racist? I wanted to
I'm
know if
not.
she was New
See,
York.
this is the deal with my son, and I say this consistently. I trust how he was brought up because I'm the one who brought him up. So I just assume he's making a good decision until, proven otherwise.
Yeah.
See, that's part people call me conceited or arrogant. Yep, that's part of my arrogance, motherfucker. I expect that he will make the right decisions. And if he
I will
doesn't,
say,
then we
I
just
think,
deal with it.
I will say, I do think women are more racist than men.
Well, they
Oh
kind of
my
actually
goodness, here we
have to
go.
be if you want
Yeah.
to put it that way.
Yeah, I think.
Here we go with HB again.
Yeah, most
Well, no,
guys
I
aren't
mean,
gonna
but
say it.
you would understand why if they have to be racist, they might have more reason than men.
Yeah, because
However,
men can just they can make their own way. Women have to be a little bit
well,
more.
no, men can walk away from the kid. That's actually the truth.
Yeah.
They can walk the fuck away.
Yeah. But no,
I guess.
I think the reason why when you say that, Stanley, some people don't. I think it's a lot harder for people to just accept that this is a racist country. I
Why?
love
They're the
honestly.
racist populating it.
Well, I love that this is a racist country. I don't want
But
to live
see,
in some.
I think it's detestable.
And see, I think that's our strength. We don't have to like walk around. We don't.
Racism is our strength. Now that is
Yeah.
a
Oh yeah.
novel
Oh yeah.
theory. Explain.
Well, we're not like some European country that pretends like race doesn't exist. Our racism is our strength in the sense that we don't have to shy away from it. We can talk about it openly. We could disagree. We can
No, we
argue.
don't talk
But at
about it
least
openly,
we
except
talk
to
about it
call
openly
people
every
nigger.
day.
The only
No.
time we ever talk openly about it is to do pejoratives.
But I think even in that, obviously,
Oh
me
yeah. The
personally,
pejoratives. At least we're talking about it.
yeah. But even with that, even the nigga topic, like I've never been called that as a youth, but it's come up in my later days, or what as I was an adult, and I think when confronted with it as a black man, you have a choice on how you react to it, and I think when we talk about race and the nuances of it, it gives you different perspectives. Like, should you haul off and punch a guy if he calls you a nigga in real life? Is that the solution, or should you
Okay,
just say,
well,
hey,
see,
he's
to
ignorant?
me it was exactly the opposite. I can really only remember one time as an adult, and it was some little E3 from Kentucky who wanted to make a splash who did it. I mean, you had to have gone. See, this is the other thing I've never really talked about. My high school, and it's a bunch of little privileged white boys. But man, dude, being called the N-word was like something that would happen like several times a day. Most
Oof.
times it's some joke or something, but
Yeah.
that's where I got my racial training and where I formed a lot of ideas, because it was really kind of interesting that the really like rich white boys, they never use that kind of language. Now,
Yeah.
they might
They
have
didn't
used
have
it
to.
at home, but well, no, it's like it was really like a class thing. It's like,
Yeah.
hey, you know what?
Yeah.
I might think it, but I have too much refinement, to be acting like these motherfucking rednecks. And
Yeah.
you know what?
Yeah.
If What I don't know will not hurt me.
Right. But I think it is a class thing too. You know,
Oh, it's
if you're
absolutely a class thing.
you're a white person that's comfortable with saying nigga, you probably have lived in a trailer park at some point in your life.
Well,
Probably.
no. You might just be nouveau riche.
Or you have
It,
a rap sheet, you know. I think that's more
you've been hurt. It's
yeah,
probably
yeah,
more likely.
yeah. But I think
But
if
let
you know
me
you
let
come
me
from
also
class,
point this out though. If you go back and Portia says she's going to read this book, E. Franklin Frazier talks about black bourgeoisie. In there, he makes a point about the black working class moving into the middle class. And I mean, it kind of, his actual point is that back in the 1940s, 30s, 50s, the black community, when it was actually sort of a community, it was a mirror image of the white, the larger white country.
yeah.
So you had your 10%, you had your middle class. Um, and the interesting thing, someone today said, Brian Nichols said, well, in the black community, that top 10% needs to kick the ass of, the other blacks, or the lower, the 3%. And my response was, you think that 10% gives a fuck? They don't give a fuck.
And that's in any culture. What top 10% gives a fuck about
Exactly.
the rest of the
That was a
90?
surprise that he even suggested that.
Yeah.
Why the fuck, dude? If I'm living,
Stanley,
go
that's the
ahead.
thing though. That's the thing. This is a racist country. So black people are kind of held to a different standard by the other races. So they're gonna suggest stuff for black people that they're not gonna say to other races of people. They're not gonna tell Asian people, "Hey, you need to control that yakuza thing you got going on." Hey,
But let
Italians, you
me
need to control the
also.
mob. You need to control
That's
the mob.
an excellent point. You are right, but it's because black people are letting them. The anti-blacks like John Galt, and I won't name other names, dude, they are worshiping Be Brave and Jason Kessler. Those motherfuckers, like, you actually come on and you bring Be Brave up and you treat him like royalty. What? But you just described a typical John Galt, John and Brave show. When
No,
I
I
hear
think
Be Brave, when I hear Be Brave on John's fucking channel going, go ahead, John. What the fuck is that?
I think what it is though, Brave, is like when you do. I mean, Stanley, I think what it is when you do go talk to other black people about these issues, they are so closed off that it almost makes it easier to talk to somebody like Brave.
You know what? Well, then we were just raised different. I'm like, to be honest, is Jolly as Brave is?
Sharon Bracey or something, and talk about these
I think
issues.
I think
Or Q
Sharon
Butter,
Bracey, which
talk about these issues.
I've never
Man,
taught.
they'll
I've
get you
never
up out of
taught.
there. So you can't
I've
even talk
never
about it with
taught.
black people.
Okay, no. And I'm about to show. Did John ever show that clip? The Sharon Bracey appearance.
Hello?
John is the only person I know that could take a 10-minute clip and turn it into a 10-hour show. He tried to show it so many times, and you know how John gets. He gets distracted and
No. John didn't want to show it because John did not do a good job.
well, he showed the majority of it, but we didn't get to the end.
Okay, well, there was no end. He was only on there for like
Wait.
5 minutes.
Wait, Stanley, I think I cut out for a second.
Yeah, you did.
Okay, what I wanted to say though is that I think the reason why it's so hard or why it's so easy for John to talk to Brave is because when you do try to have these conversations with black people, a lot of them really are just they don't even want to have a conversation.
Okay, look, you know what? I'm gonna be straight up. I think John is fucked up, and I don't mean literally. Okay, his ideas about, dude, I the only time I agree with John is when we're not talking race or politics. I literally think John is very bad at politics. I literally think John is very bad at culture critique. He knows what he knows, but dude, I don't think highly of John as far as how he like approaches American culture.
Yeah. You know, there was
And
something
and
that
and I mean, you know what? Everyone else does. Everyone else thinks he's entertaining. That's all. I think he's entertaining, but God, it's like I remember as a kid watching All in the Family,
yeah.
and you would just wince at some of the shit that Archie Bunker or George Jefferson would say. I get that same feeling.
You know, when you were reading those statistics about the major cities too, and how a lot of black people are actually moving out of DC, I thought that would have been that's some good information for John to know, because I think that would
Why?
put a lot of well, because he's always talking about how he's getting less and less black renters. He's getting more immigrants coming over here, black immigrants, and I think that's probably part of it. A lot of black people are leaving the major cities.
Point would be what?
No, you just actually put some statistics behind the.
Okay,
his,
no, well,
view.
you know what? But that's not. Maybe he can stop saying that Africans are better. You know what? Again, it's really that stat's great. Someone can use them. That's really why I kind of did it to level set some people. But you seem to have missed my major criticism, which is John is cringy. He does not get much right, in my opinion.
Well, he's not everybody's cup of tea. I get
Okay, it's not a cup of tea. I'm literally saying anti-blacks like him are the biggest problem in the black community.
Well, if it's not a cup of tea, what would it be?
It would be a cup of hemlock.
Hennessy.
It's a slow death to the black community if there are too many John Galls.
It's a cup of Hennessy.
No. Cup of hemlock. Poison.
Ah.
Oh, you don't remember how Socrates died then?
Was it?
And you know what?
hemlock?
This is not something I would not say to him. And I don't seek to change him because I enjoy talking to John. He's a great guy. But you know, when his thoughts start pouring out, it's cringy. And it really, I don't want to say it hurts my feelings, but when he and Wicked or he and Brave, he's encouraging these motherfucking lowlifes like Be Brave and Wicked. They literally come to John to charge their NICAD racist batteries. Wait, hold it.
Oh,
You
trust
didn't
me,
hear.
Stanley. They
You
have
didn't hear
plenty
the
of
clip.
charging stations.
You didn't hear the
They
clip.
have plenty of charging stations.
John Galt, you're a holy man. Man, they are pumping each other up.
Yeah.
You know, they get their racist hard on together.
Ah.
I had to do that.
I think it's called the anti-black boner. Remember.
Well, I have other words I could use. I'm just trying to be family friendly.
All right. Anti-black boner. Hey, Deacon Dave, what's going on, man? Good morning.
HB, what up, man? What up?
What's going on?
What up, Stanley? What up, Virgo?
What's going on, Dave? Did
Hey,
you come
Dave.
up here to defend John?
I don't defend anybody. I think everybody's their unique person and they can be who they are. I just like
Now,
these perspectives. I have one question
now
for you though, Stanley.
you can hold that thought
Uh oh.
again. And I've been forgetting to say it. Everyone, make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. If you're new, please subscribe and share the wealth. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross, whatever it is. It's been dormant,
6,000. What the hell
but
is Stanley Cross?
I'll
It's
get
Stanley
around to
Cross
it.
6,000. Stanley Cross 6,000. Go
But I
subscribe
want to
to his channel.
say that,
Jesus
you know what?
Christ.
My intention of even, nightly is to do something that is more news oriented, more, I won't say factual, but it just stuff people can use. And I've been on this thing and I'm still not done with this, but people thinking that the black community, and there's really not one, it's more like the concept of, you know what, the black community is a social construct, and it's particularly an American social construct, like any quote community is. My thing is that, like, if I go into my small town tomorrow because the black people say, hey, we got something we want to talk about, that's a community. We all kind of know each other. The coast to coast, like, I'm your bro out in California, that's all bullshit. If you've ever talked to like the black folks in California, I literally once pissed some people off when I said, well, y'all ain't even black. It's like, I have no clue what you're talking about. And this is a woman who is from Savannah, by the way. I'm like, what did California do to you? She was not happy with that, but you know what? I said it for a fact. So anyway, by the way, what I'm trying to do is dispel the notion that black people should get together and pool their money like the Asians. We're not an immigrant population. We are not like new immigrants. We cannot be like them because our culture is homegrown. The culture that our descendants transported from Africa happened 130 years ago to 400 years ago. We have lost our African roots, and it's a bad thing. However, the reality is we are way more American than we are African, and we fool ourselves when we say, hey, we should be acting like the Asians. That's ignorant of American history. So
Okay,
go ahead. What's your question?
let me make sure you're completely done shaking the dice for the last 2 minutes.
Oh, motherfucker, I don't shake dice.
You was shake, you know what you do. You was shaking the dice, bro.
No. I'm actually, sometimes when I'm talking, I'm thinking of other things.
I know, and damn it. All right, listen.
Just go ahead and ask the question, son.
Stanley, do you think the guys who criticize the problem makers or the people who put themselves out there in a
Wait,
negative light?
problem makers?
Yeah, there's problem makers, murderers.
Like who? Name one.
This Carmelo Anthony. I don't know these people.
No. That's
name.
absolute. Who did he create a problem for other than himself and his family? And maybe his community. I mean, like his local community. He didn't create a problem for me.
No, do you think that a guy like John Galt is more of a problem than a guy
Yes.
who murdered somebody?
I think a guy like
he's
John
worse?
Galt is. I think a John Galt is more problematic than Be Brave.
No, that's not the question. Is he more problematic than a murderer?
Yes.
How? Come on, are you serious?
Yes.
That's serious.
Okay. Apparently, you didn't eat your Wheaties this morning. Okay.
Nah,
I literally just told you why. Okay. That child, that 17-year-old boy, did not create a community-wide problem. He created a problem for his life, his family, and his community. Okay, it has no bearing on me, you, or anyone on this panel, and conflating the two is bullshit. Okay, and let me tell you why you asked that question, or at least my theory, and why someone like a John, y'all think it creates a bad look for the black community, and motherfucker, I just said there is no black community. So he did not create a problem for the black community, which in that social construct does not exist. And he certainly didn't create a problem for me or you. Stop the goddamn racist bullshit.
it's not racist.
Motherfucker, you literally just asked me whether John Galt is worse or even comparable to a murderer. Now, the interesting
said he
thing
was
that I
worse
didn't,
than
but
a murderer.
motherfucker, I'm talking.
Well, I'm just trying to keep
Okay,
the
motherfucker, I am literally talking. Okay, you didn't even specify the murderer. You said a murderer.
I said a person
this is
who
what you
commits a crime.
far-right, anti-black, dumb motherfuckers do. Okay, you want to try and be crafty with your language, and you know what? I just happen to know which murderer you were talking about. Motherfucker, he's not worse than Charles Manson. But your dumbass wants to talk about a murderer. This is what John Galt does, and this is why I piss John off, because motherfucker, I'm better at language than he is. I don't
but you're
fall
still
for that.
you're
I
still
don't
hearing
fall
what
for
you
that.
want to
I
hear.
don't fall for that aw shucks Uncle Tom jigging bullshit.
You heard what you wanted to hear.
Motherfucker,
Now, who was an
did
example?
you?
I didn't use.
No.
I said murderers,
You're
killers.
not going. Yeah, you said murderer without being specific for a reason. What you're trying to do is lay a trap. Okay, and motherfucker, I stepped in the trap, then pulled it off my leg and beat your ass with it. Now you know what happened. Motherfucker, I'm no amateur at this fucking bullshit you anti-blacks want to pull.
Don't forget to pull the trash. Yes, I'm just.
Oh, don't forget to hit the like button. This fucking anti-black, far-right, ooh, let's move it back out. So I don't have to be specific. I'm just going to say, is he worse than a murderer? Well, motherfucker, we're talking about a specific murderer who, by the way, isn't a murderer, you asshole. Not until he's convicted of it. Motherfucker, y'all are fucking amateurs.
Stanley, do you think John should be arrested and put in prison?
I think John should fucking sober up and think more.
Well, you said he's worse than a murderer.
Motherfucker, did you not hear my answer?
So you don't think he should be locked up?
Okay, motherfucker, you're going to keep on with the silly bullshit, and I'm going to keep shutting you down as a professional should do. Dude, you asked me a question and I answered it. That's my answer.
What about the death penalty? Should John get the death penalty?
I think what should happen is dumb motherfuckers should shut the fuck up, which is a form of death.
Oh, so they should have their tongues cut out. That would solve the
No,
problem.
what they should do, they should have their jaws wired shut. Since you
okay.
want to get all medieval.
Okay, all right. You want to go back to the
But
dark ages.
This little, see, what I'm going to do is a little sleight of hand, because I think Carmelo's a murderer. So I'm just going to call him a murderer, and then say, is John Galt worse than a murderer? Motherfucker, the kid's not a murderer yet. He hasn't been judged one. I don't think Carmelo Anthony is a George Floyd. Want to know why? Because I can get into that too.
I honestly think he's more powerful than George Floyd.
Yeah, well, your type would.
Yeah, I think he's had more of an effect than George Floyd did. I think George
sure you
Floyd,
do. There is no reason I would doubt that point.
I should have said George Floyd. You tarried for about 5 minutes.
I think that George Floyd.
Can I get back to my point?
You didn't have a point, son.
I absolutely did.
Okay, well, how about just get to the point?
You know why I think though that
now see, now the anti-blacks are talking over each other. That's when it gets confusing.
I just
can one anti-black talk at a time?
I just want to explain why I think he's more powerful than George Floyd. With George Floyd, there was only one really. All we wanted with George.
Okay,
Floyd
hold on. Let's take one dumb motherfucker at a time. He said he did it. He did not say he committed murder. MFB. Do better, son. I'm sorry.
Well, I think with George Floyd, there was really only one enemy, and that was Derek Chauvin. But I think what Carmelo has
whoa. Enemy? What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, to the black consciousness. Because there is no
okay,
community.
Here and see, you think you're just talking to some random Negro on the street. You're talking to Stanley Cross. Okay,
Kinda.
I don't see it. I don't see Derek Chauvin as an enemy as much as a criminal in a very specific one. I don't think all white people are Derek Chauvin.
Right, and that's the difference with Carmelo. Carmelo has kind of made it.
You
so
don't know.
all white
You have no clue what Carmelo thinks. Have you ever met the son of a gun? Have you ever seen him on a camera? Have you ever heard him speak?
He's just a kid,
dude. Okay, what you're doing is just John Galt level speculation.
I've heard him.
And you're not good at speculating.
I've heard his.
You are literally not good at this.
Stanley, I don't think you're good at this.
You can't put your head, your brain. You can't do telepathy with Carmelo Anthony. At least not the kid. Now maybe you can with the basketball player. And here's how I dispel your dumb notion. In John Street interviews, nobody knew. Everybody thought he was talking about the basketball player. What I'm saying is it's not as big in the broader black community, again, a social construct, as it is in this anti-black space. It's the anti-blacks who want to inject race into it. No one else has even heard of Carmelo Anthony.
I'm pretty sure some white people.
So let's talk to Dave. I know he has a burning desire to do something.
Go ahead, Dave.
Burning desire like an athlete's foot.
I was thinking more crotch rot.
No, I don't know about that, but I think that these people who have duped the American public and divided them
which people
among
are we
racial
talking
lines.
about? Which people are we talking about?
You could say George Floyd.
No. I'm not going to
using him as my example. If that's okay
You're
with
making
you,
a point. So George Floyd.
Come on, sir. Can we have a conversation where we respect each other?
Motherfuck the conversation. If we're going to have a conversation, you need to tell me who they are. We need to be specific. George Floyd influenced Americans from the grave?
Yes, he did.
Oh yeah. That's not even a question.
So now y'all believe. So now y'all believe in spirits.
Are you? You don't? You don't believe in spirits?
No, I don't.
This is the
Well,
problem with you liberals, you anti-truth
Okay,
seeking
see,
people.
now you
yeah.
want to politicize it.
You
I
like that.
wasn't even
That's the way you
see, no,
introduce
of course.
your
See,
argument.
it
Yeah.
makes it easier to demonize people like me if you call me a liberal. I'm just, you know what? I'm just calling out the stupidity. I don't think you're a conservative, though I might throw out that pejorative soon. Well, Dave, you're actually not a conservative. You're MAGA. There's a difference.
I appreciate the compliment.
Oh, well, you think it's a compliment, so I'm just going to pretend it is.
That's good. At least we agree on something.
Well, we agree that you think it's a compliment.
So, Stanley, you liberals don't really look for the truth in these situations.
Don't call me a liberal. Call me an
Are you taking that as a pejorative?
Call me an anti-stupid.
No, I think anti-truth is better. Anti-truth.
Anti-truth.
Let me be fair.
Okay,
Let me
well,
be fair
I'm
for
done.
you.
I'm done jousting. Let's go ahead and get to your question because I am starting to nod off at the. What is your point? George Floyd came back from the grave to influence America, kind of like the spirit of '76, right?
We had this conversation yesterday where you said when you believe that you understand where the arguments are going, you will insert yourself and you will try to take over that conversation because
Well, I kind of know where
you
this
don't suffer
argument is
for it.
going.
You don't
This
suffer
argument
for
is
it.
going. I'm going to let you drive this clown car, so I'm not going to interject anymore because it's going nowhere.
I know because you're doing the thing.
No, I just when you lost me. You lost me when you said George. You lost me when you said George Floyd influenced America.
Well, he did.
He influenced the world, Stanley. What are you talking about?
Wait,
yeah.
Did the people? Y'all don't really understand how English works. You mean the people who were for George Floyd, the cause, or do you mean George Floyd like the literally worm food?
You said it. The spirit of George Floyd influenced the world. You said it.
Okay. Well, now I know who I'm talking to. A bunch of occultists.
Well, in his name, it cost the United States billions upon billions of dollars in damage.
So you're going to
People
blame
were out
George
there
Floyd?
destroying
So
things
you're
because they
blaming
believed
George Floyd?
in the name of George Floyd, Saint George
Okay,
Floyd.
then you're not exactly blaming George Floyd. You're basically blaming the people who were like, why don't you just say BLM?
You're not this clear when you make your you say the MAGA crowd, you say and you don't really define what you say
Motherfucker, are we
anti-black. You
talking
don't
the
define
MAGA
nothing.
crowd or
You're
we
asking me
talking
to
George
define
Floyd's
something
name?
and you don't
See,
define anything.
this is what
That's not fair,
happens
bro.
when you get confused and I cut you off at the pass. Now you want to talk MAGA?
So your reasons to cut somebody off is confusion and you know
No,
where the
because
argument's
I'm
going.
getting bored. I want you to get to your point.
My point is to wear you down and to keep you from doing that so I can make a salient point. I don't really care about
Okay,
making
you
a
know
salient
what?
point.
You could just make the salient point and waste, not waste time.
Okay. So I don't think John is worse than these people who have half of one racial group completely duped and who won't consider the fact that they have been duped. They don't do the self-review process where they say, oh, I'm acting extremely outrageous because my emotions were hurt. Because this person.
Okay, I think I get the gist. Do you really need to go on?
Go for it, Stanley. You got it.
Okay, I didn't compare him to like the BLM types. I'm assuming that's who you're talking about. I compared him.
You left it very vague.
I compared him to Be Brave and other white racists. I am saying that John Galt is a bigger problem to the social construct called the Black community than white racists like Jason Kessler, Jared Taylor, and be brave. John Galt is worse. And people like him.
I think the smooth brain is worse than a John
Okay,
Galt.
motherfucker, why are we talking brain morphology now?
Because the only reason why you're saying that he's dangerous.
This is
In what way is John Galt more
frustrates me.
dangerous?
This is what fucking frustrates me. I gave you an answer. Address my answer. I wasn't talking about brains or morphology or biology at all.
Well,
This is why people like John Galt get bounced off Sean Bracey's panel. And I'm not a huge Sean Bracey fan, but motherfucker, we weren't talking
Sharon.
smooth brains or any brains. Address how I answered you.
I appreciate your answer, Stanley, and I think
Okay,
that what
well
you
then
said-
you
I'm
then
addressing
you
it.
don't need.
I'm
I
addressing it.
appreciate. Let me reiterate my answer in case you forgot it because you've been going
But
off
I
into the
didn't.
stratosphere.
I didn't forget it. Actually,
I
you
think
clarified your argument.
John Galt and his ilk are worse than white racists. They are more detrimental to the black community as a social construct than Dylan Roof even.
Wow.
Damn. Now, I'm not going to ask you in what way. I get your point.
Oh, I can give you an answer
I see
to
what
that.
you're saying.
No.
It
I
does-
want you to ask me in what way. I was hoping you would.
Okay, great. Because you know I'm
Okay,
not
well,
a
here's
simple
the
thinker.
answer. Don't you said okay?
I didn't
great.
ask you yet.
You
I
can
didn't ask
stop.
you
You
yet.
can stop there. Whoa! I thought you said okay, great. I'm sorry, that was permission.
But I didn't
thought
get
it
there
was.
yet. Now, come on now. You
Motherfucker,
know that.
you take all day to get there.
Jesus Christ.
All right.
Dude, I don't have. What
I'm
kind
going
of
to get there.
patience
Let
do
me
you
say
think I
something
have?
else.
No, sir.
Let me say something
You've gotten
else.
there. Let me tell you, you've gotten there. When I say Dylan, I'm talking about his manifesto that has been probably read by a John Galt.
Wow.
It's not Dylan Roof the person, it's the idea of Dylan Roof.
Okay.
Hey, Freddie,
And Fred
say
makes a
that-
good point here.
say
See,
that-
motherfucker,
say that
what
to
you
those
don't,
people's
what you
families.
can't, what you are not able to discern between is you're thinking Dylan Roof, the body, the corporeal. I'm thinking ideas, institutions last longer than human bodies. Ideas endure forever.
Hey,
And the idea, the manifesto, the racism, the idea of what race is endures, and that's why I say America is a racist country.
well, say
Not
that to
because,
those
but
9
not
people that
because.
Dylan
Why
Roof
the
killed.
fuck are you interrupting?
Because this shit is
No,
sick, man.
dude, don't do that,
This fucking
HB.
Fred-
I'm in the
Fred is a
middle of a
fucking sicko,
monologue.
man.
You don't
He's a
like to
fucking
be
sicko,
interrupted in
man.
your monologues. Why are you doing that?
Say that to the 9 people
Dude.
Dylan Roof killed, man. You
Dude,
fucking sicko,
you're interrupting my
psychopath.
motherfucking monologue.
Those were fucking
Okay, now
elderly
you
people,
know
elderly
why I
black
go
people.
up. Now you
This
know
motherfucker
why
said
I go up on Morning Roast or wherever it is
fucking
and
killed 9
interject
people,
when
Stanley.
you're fucking
You guys
talking.
are psychopaths,
You
man. What
need
the
to
hell?
motherfucking
This shit
get
is
your
sick.
goddamn ass out of your feelings or the other
This is
way around,
fucking sick,
motherfucker.
man.
I'm
You guys are
talking.
sick.
You may stop. Now I'm being polite.
Go ahead.
Dave,
Go ahead.
the idea is more pervasive. It is actually or can be the fucking quote mind virus y'all want to talk about. Dylan Roof as a mind virus is less toxic or fatal than the mind virus of a John Galt. And when I say John Galt, I don't mean the person John Galt. I mean the ideas that he is throwing out there. And if you don't fucking like it, fuck you. I said it.
Who, me? I didn't say nothing.
Oh no. This is just to the broader community.
Hey,
So
you can
don't
fuck yourself,
fucking
Stanley.
act all surprised
fuck
when I
Fred.
tell you.
Fuck Fred.
I've been saying it for a
him in the
week now.
asshole.
John Galt and the anti-blacks are a problem, a bigger problem in the social construct we call the black community than the motherfucking Dylan Roofs of the world.
Yeah, well, fuck you.
They're the reason there is a 70% of the black community not trusting the government or government institutions is because dumb motherfuckers are going, why can't we be more like Asians? That's why.
Stanley,
Why the fuck would we want, motherfucker, don't interrupt me.
Hey, you're all over the fucking
Motherfucker, why would we want to be like Asians when we are black Americans?
You're all over the place, Stanley.
Motherfucker, you can't keep up is your problem.
Nah, you're.
I'm not keeping
I'm
up
the
with
same place. I am the same place I was a week ago, 2 weeks ago. John Galt is a problem. A bigger problem. I've been saying it for a week. You just don't like what I'm saying.
No, I didn't mind it until you compared him to Dylan Roof.
Motherfucker, I don't give a fuck if you don't
That
mind.
motherfucker killed
Do you
9
honestly
elderly
think?
black
Do you honestly think I give a fuck if you mind or not?
blood
I
because of
said
Trayvon Martin.
what I motherfucking
You're talking about
said.
mind rot. You want to talk about mind
Motherfucker,
rot?
John Galt is a bigger problem than Be Brave, bitch. Accept it.
In fact,
Motherfucker,
don't
I
realize is
am.
There's a other
See,
mind rot
look
that's
at you all whiny. You sound like motherfucking wicked. Are you crying because I hurt your balls?
Indiscriminately. They will kill black
Motherfucker,
people
I think dumb niggas who spout
John is not going to influence
are a
black
huge
people to go
goddamn
kill,
problem.
or white people to go kill.
Well, white people.
not gonna
All of a
influence
sudden,
that.
we're talking about white people now. What an idiot.
He's not going to influence those white people.
Motherfucker, you're talking
John
for someone
isn't
who's
gonna
not
influence
here.
everybody to
How do
kill
you know
somebody.
what he's going to do? How do you know what he's going to do? God damn it, HB, stop being an idiot.
For a fact.
HB, we don't know shit for a fact because we're not talking about you.
Dylan Roof was manipulated.
Oh, Dylan, we
Trayvon
know for a
Martin's
fact,
case.
Dylan. Oh, I hurt your motherfucking feelings, didn't I?
Yeah, because 9 black people
Motherfucker,
died. You
so
sick son of a
yeah
bitch.
is all. Hey, you
You
can stop it.
sicko.
Yeah,
You and
I'm
Fag
sorry
Fred.
I hurt your feelings,
You and
motherfucker.
Fag Fred. You
No,
both are
you
some
whiny
weirdos.
little bitch is what you're doing right now. Stop being a whiny bitch.
What's wrong with you guys? He
Take
killed
it like
9
a
black
goddamn
people in
man.
cold blood.
Take
Say that
it
to
like
them.
a
Say that to his
goddamn
family.
man.
Say that to this.
See,
Say that to those
my
9
thoughts
people's
on the
families.
topic hurt your
was
little
9 funerals
feelings,
because of that.
and now you want to cry.
You guys are psychopaths.
Motherfucker, I think
guys
you're
are
crying
sickos.
more than Carmelo Anthony did.
Psychopaths, Stanley.
You're crying
I
more
did not
than
see that.
Carmelo's mother did.
You're psychopaths.
And I didn't even
Fuck
kill
Carmelo.
anybody.
Fuck Carmelo. You guys are psychopaths.
Yeah,
9
motherfucker.
funerals.
Now, see,
For what?
now you're
Nothing.
comparing me to Carmelo.
nothing.
Bitch, you are so
Those
weak.
were black people. Those
You
were
just
proud
don't
black
know
people.
the
Those were
weakness you are
God-fearing black
displaying
people.
right. See,
Those were
I riled the
God-fearing
dumb
black
son of a bitch up.
Can't even go to church. And you comparing them to a YouTuber. You
Yeah,
guys should be ashamed of
motherfucker.
yourselves.
Motherfucker,
You guys
fuck
should be
you.
ashamed of yourselves.
John
You
Galt
and Fag Fred.
is a bigger problem than Carmelo and Austin and motherfucking Dylan Roof. If I wrapped all those motherfuckers up in fucking Wicked's burrito and put some fucking taco sauce on it, John Galt is a bigger meal.
Man.
He is a problem.
Good fucking morning, Free Zone Lou. Good morning.
Hey,
How the fuck are
JC,
you
that's
doing,
that.
Lou?
The motherfucker is a racist burrito.
That's that smooth brain logic, Stanley.
Free Zone.
A
Good
racist
fucking
You know
morning,
what?
man.
Hey, did you notice, dude, Deacon Dave?
Good morning, Free-Zone.
Apparently,
What's going on?
racism has fucking smoothed out a few brains on this panel.
Hey, and everybody in the chat, hit the fucking like button too.
Hey, Stanley, I'm here for it. This is funny as hell to me, bro.
Well, you know what? I have no doubt it would be.
Fucking sick bastards. What do you got to say?
All right, Lou, what's up?
I saw the title. Nothing, man. I saw the title and pulled up. You know how I am, man. I'm on the way to work. I'm listening. I don't even know what y'all really talking about. So
hey, it's just a title that made me laugh. The show's not about it. It's about something totally different. And I've said this before, the show title doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the show. It's just like a comment that made me laugh.
yeah, I'm trying to figure out where you're going because I heard you say
agree that that Stormcrow is our little what does it say? Oh, means our sweet songbird is here. Excuse the guano. I thought that was pretty funny.
Excuse the guano. Excuse the guano.
Well, what do birds do but sweat? May the bluebird.
Hey man, all respects to the great Necrodamus.
May the bluebird of joy splatter you with happiness.
Well, I'm glad you didn't go with Freebird. That seemed typical. This is off the beaten path. Great respects to the great Necrodamus.
Fuck. Oh man, you know what? That name does.
Now I did hear you when you were in a drunken rage and we were arguing about the what's it called the other day. When you called me the hard R, I heard you say the same exact thing, and I didn't understand why you said it. I just thought it was like a drunken rant. But what are you talking about?
You know what? I rarely do drunken rants, even when I'm drunk. You'll have to remind me though, because I chastise you about so much.
Yeah,
he does sober rants just the same too. Yeah.
No, I'm saying in your drunken rant, you said exactly what you said just now about John being worse than racist whites.
Yeah, I've been saying, and you noticed. Bless your.
But you were all over the place.
No, I'm rarely all over the place. Maybe you.
No, you were all.
Now, see,
well, you were
this
drunk.
is the other thing
you
that
were
annoys
drunk, so
me.
you were just
No, dude. Even when I'm drunk, I tend to be consistent. Now, I may jump around topics, but no, I always have like a point. And I've been saying, I'm glad you noticed. I'm not even being hyperbolic. I do think that John Galt and HB actually kind of confirmed my point. That negativity that seems to be like more than pervasive, it's almost like we're drowning in negativity. I think John Galt is part of that 70%. Now, not be brave 70%. I'm talking like real numbers. I think John, when he asks the question, why can't blacks be more like Asians? I think that's total negativity. Okay, because Asians are not an institution like a bank. So apparently John doesn't believe in banks either. He's part of that 70%.
You know, I do want to make a comment.
Oh, fuck all that bullshit. I don't care about some motherfucking body named Buckbreaker. I'm gonna take that seriously.
That's a narrative that's been going on. He wanted the Burger King to give
Buckbreaker.
Who cares? See, but that's not even important. Who cares?
No.
The kid, the murderer was hungry.
No.
You're a Buckbreaker, teammaker.
For a full confession, they gave him Burger King. So it wasn't like they just gave it to him because he was
okay. Well, they do that with people. If
they do it all the time.
You know what, Buckbreaker? You need to watch The Wire. You know, it was kind of fiction, but that's how
it goes. They'll exchange a full, if you you admit to the crime, they'll get you whatever you want before they lock you
Okay,
up
and
or
I
whatever.
shit a whopper
Hell
to
yeah.
catch a murderer.
Hell yeah.
My
Fuck it.
lord, that's way less than a SWAT team.
Right. That's nothing really. Got a
What is this buck
Now
breaking
that might be
motherfucker? What is
that's definitely worse than John. a nigga that will snitch for a whopper.
Well, wait, hold it. Now my question is, why are you making the comparison?
Why not? I came on the when I
Y'all
came on the
just-
panel.
y'all
All
just
types of
fucking-
comparisons were made.
You know what? I don't even know where you're going with that point. I'm not comparing John. Dude, maybe you missed part of what I was saying. So you can go back and restream it, or
I'll have to.
Yeah, please do.
I'll have to. Because you just said John said that blacks need to get to an Asian standard, which I'm pretty sure he stole that from you.
Yeah, totally
'cause that's
mangling my point. Okay, running my point through a dirty or busy filter isn't doing yourself any favors. I think sometimes y'all just hear what you want to hear.
Yo, is this motherfucker retarded?
No.
Ask those 9 people's families how much harm he's causing.
Okay, see, Fred is on board with this. He doesn't think y'all are capable of thinking like beyond.
Fred is a fucking
like
retard, man. Ask
no,
those 9
Fred.
families how much
Fred
they're
is
harmed.
probably smarter than I am,
He thinks he's smart.
and
That's
I don't say that lightly.
He thinks he's smart. Ask those
No,
families how
motherfucker,
much
dude,
harm has
you
Dylan
think
Roof
you're
caused.
smart, and you
I
prove
don't
you're
think I'm
not
smart.
all the time.
I don't think I'm smart.
Yeah,
I don't think I'm smart.
is that true?
I never
Is that
once
true?
tried to pretend like I'm. No, I don't think I'm smart at all.
Well, then good.
But I
You
know
are
it's right. I
confirmed.
know it's right.
We agree. We're glad you don't think that.
I don't think. I know it's right, and I know
Always
it's
taking the
wrong.
easy win, man.
I love a man. I love
it's
a
right and
young
I know
man
it's
who
wrong,
can
though.
face
I don't need
reality.
to be smart to know it's right and know it's wrong. Plus, most
Motherfucker, you
psychopaths
know
are
what?
geniuses.
You know what?
So
see,
I don't want to be a
this
fucking
is
genius.
this is what you give a man an effective microphone, and he just thinks he's right if he
Ask
says
those
he's
fucking
right.
families how much harm.
I'm not gonna ask the families what
I'm
purpose
talking to
would that
Fred.
serve. What
talking to
purpose
Fred the
would that serve? Why would you
Because he's
ask
asking
me
a
to do
dumbass
something like
question.
that? What purpose would that serve?
Ask Fred the freak.
Why would I ask him? He didn't say what you
He
said.
asked the dumbass question, Stanley.
You know what, dude? You are triggered this morning. Who triggered
Ask his
you?
family.
No, I know what triggered you. What
Hey,
triggered
Stanley, I
you?
come from
What triggered you?
a church family.
And you know, I don't give a fuck what church you
my
come
family
from.
goes to church. Yeah,
I don't give a fuck.
You talk about a fucking
How?
white boy.
Whoa. How often have I asked you about your family, HB?
Yeah, trigger me. Killing
well.
old black people.
Oh well.
And this is who you
You
niggas
need to
compare
go be
John
triggered.
to.
What you need to do. What you need to do
Make
is
some
you need to
better
go. You need to
comparisons.
find the nearest church, like a
Make some goddamn
mamas
better
and papas song, and you go into that church and you pray, son.
God damn.
Don't bring that shit here. If you feel bad and you need to pray, don't motherfucking Stanley versus the world is not his church. Quite the opposite. Take your triggering
Jesus
to God.
Christ. Can you guys make any good?
Take that Jesus Christ.
Hey, Stanley,
you need to go
I got a
pray
comparison. Why don't you compare John to David Duke? That would be a better comparison.
Oh, you know what? John hasn't murdered anybody. David Duke hasn't murdered anybody.
Exactly.
And they're both racist.
You guys supposed to be the smart one.
Gotcha. And stop turning my volume down.
I'm not
Why are you
turning your
doing this?
volume down.
Well, maybe somebody
You're
is.
turning your volume up.
Yes, because someone keeps turning it down.
Well, tell Fred to compare him to David Duke.
I'm not telling Fred anything, motherfucker. This is the other thing with the anti-blacks. They think all blacks are telepathically aligned.
Hey, smart guy,
They
Taj
think
Mowry.
all
Compare John to
blacks think
David Duke.
alike.
Don't compare him to a mass
I
murderer.
know what Fred thinks, and Fred knows what I
fucking
think,
mass
and you
murderer. You
know
guys
what John
insane?
Goff thinks. Dumb nigga shit is what I'm hearing.
Took 9 souls, and then left their
Okay,
families to deal with it.
motherfucker, are you the Undertaker? Why are you so concerned with this? Seriously. Why?
Because it's a dumb argument, and I hate stupid
Dude,
arguments.
you wouldn't know a dumb argument
I don't
if
give a
you
fuck what
ate
you
it
gotta
because
say,
it looked
Stanley.
like a
I
hot
really
dog.
don't.
Well, good.
You're
Then
making
you are
stupid
always
arguments, and your
welcome
fucking
to not
acolyte,
participate
Fred the
and let
freak
someone else
bag,
talk.
is in there
You can always let someone
making
else talk,
dumbass arguments
HB.
with you.
Dude, you know what? I take comfort in knowing.
Freudian Fred.
I love taking comfort in knowing that you wouldn't know a good argument. So I do the best I can.
Yeah.
Now, free zone.
You gotta find all the comfort you can find. Find all the fucking
Dude,
comfort you
when
can
you
find.
say something's a stupid argument, I don't take umbrage because you don't know what a good argument is.
Whatever.
You think motherfucking Be
Yeah,
Brave has a
you're the
point.
genius.
This
You're the
motherfucker
genius
thinks
comparing,
Be Brave has a
fucking-
point,
you're
and
the
he
genius
wants to
comparing
tell
an
me about
Airbnb,
dumb arguments.
host to a
What
fucking
the
mass murderer.
motherfucker?
Yeah,
Dude,
you're the genius.
Dude, you
comparing
think
an
Be
Airbnb
Brave
to a
has a
murderer.
good argument.
To a mass murderer.
I'm not gonna motherfucking take the word of an
I know, that's the
argument
genius couldn't
judger.
even think of David Duke first. These are supposed to be the smart ones.
Hey, Dolomite,
These guys are
I'm
fucking
sorry.
clowns.
I'm sorry, Dolomite. I don't think of David Duke daily like you and the other anti-blacks do. Do y'all pray to him? Do you light a candle? Did you vote for him? Motherfucker, I don't think of David Duke in the other racist pantheon like someone like you might.
That's the problem. You don't.
Oh, motherfucker,
at
I
all.
think past your capacity
think
to
past your
understand.
fucking nose.
That's why you keep saying I'm jumping all
think at
over the
all,
place.
Stanley.
Motherfucker,
That's
you
the
need to keep
problem.
up. I don't know what is wrong with you.
Motherfucker,
I'm sure
you
you
can't
must be
think.
busy right now. Keep up, HB. Keep up.
You can't think.
Yeah, okay.
The fuck?
So Free Zone, what? I'm sorry, he might interrupt you. Free Zone, what were you saying?
Free zone.
I don't even remember anymore, man. Y'all got it.
Unmute yourself, Free Zone.
He literally just did. You didn't hear him? Probably because you were
I
yelling.
was yelling, Stanley.
The motherfucker can't hear. You know why? Are your ears ringing from all that yelling? Motherfucker, you ruin. How does someone ruin his own hearing? That motherfucker's yelling so loud his ears are ringing.
I just hate, Stanley, I hate dumb arguments, man. I really do.
Well, then stop making them, HB. Stop making them. Stop making them then.
I really hate dumb
This self-hatred just won't do.
Yeah, but
You can do better.
You can't explain
You can
any
do
of this.
better.
You can't explain any of it. You just say things. You can't
Oh,
explain any of
motherfucker,
it.
I literally just explained it.
No, you
I
didn't.
told you. See, son of a bitch.
Explain how a white boy that racially murdered people for no other reason.
That
but
motherfucker
because they
did
were
not
black,
hear me
no
talk
other
about the
reason because they were
manifesto now,
black
did he?
is worse
See,
than an Airbnb
this is what
Make the argument, Stanley.
anti-blacks.
No jokes. No nothing. Don't defer to Fred. Make
Hey,
the
dumb
argument.
bitch.
Or shut the fuck
Dumb
up.
bitch, if I
Shut
can
the
do
fuck
it.
up. Exactly.
You know what? I might just.
You
I
can't
might
make the
just.
argument.
I
can't
might,
make the
dude,
argument.
I've already made the
You
goddamn
can't make the
argument.
argument, Stanley, and you know it. You or Fred can't make the argument.
Yeah, see, keep talking so I can't respond. That's the usual method.
It's possible that you made a bad argument, Stanley. That's all. Just let it
No,
go.
it's actually not. It's
just admit it.
possible. It's possible that you didn't understand it. I literally said that Dylan Roof's.
Oh, motherfucker, I gave you so many chances. So many
Dylan,
different ways to put
wait,
context
did
to what
just
you
tell
were
me?
saying.
Whoa!
Did you just tell me you give me chances?
I
The
gave
fuck?
you.
Okay, motherfucker, you aren't in the business of giving me chances. Where are we in knowing our place? Dylan Roof's manifesto and David Duke's writings, by the way, they have a body of work. John Galt has a body of work that's on YouTube. The philosophy is what I'm talking about. And you know what? John Galt is his philosophy, and the other way around. John Galt's philosophy is worse for the Black community. And to shorten it, because his philosophy is John Galt, he is worse than David Duke. He is worse than Dylan Roof combined. He is more detrimental to the Black community and people like him. His prototype, he's the prototype. There are many who are like him. They are bad for the Black community, more so than, you know, the people who are like David Duke or Dylan Roof. And the reason I say this is when John wants to talk about Black people being like Asians, he gets American history wrong, because legacy Black Americans are not immigrants, they are Americans. And he ignores the point that statistically they are not being treated like other Americans. Okay. When you talk about how horrible it is, HB, how Black Americans don't trust the institutions, like banking is probably one of them in America. John Galt literally doesn't trust them if he doesn't think Black people can't walk into a bank and get a loan, and they can't. He would be right in not trusting the institutions in that case. You are literally not good at this.
Yeah, Stanley, that might have been the dumbest thing I've heard all morning.
Okay, well, dude, you know what? If that is your judgment, I'll have to live with it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't change a thing I said.
You're still not explaining how mass murder.
No, motherfucker, I explained it. You're just not accepting it. You're wasting my time. We can move on. We can just agree to disagree, motherfucker. We can agree to disagree. I'm not going to explain this motherfucker for a full time.
Make any sense.
See, that HB doesn't understand means no one understands. HB is the arbiter of the Black community.
Just because I don't agree with you doesn't mean I'm going to compare
dumb. I'm done explaining the simple shit.
That's psychotic.
Let me go ahead and mute and take a pee while HB sorts it out. You go ahead and sort it out. Hopefully, once I'm done pissing, you'll be okay.
You guys are sick. You guys are sickos.
Yep. Yes, we're sickos.
Imagine me
and
comparing
now,
you to Hitler because you voted for Kamala. That would be idiotic.
when was I talking about voting again? Dumb son of a bitch. You're throwing in the kitchen sink. You're trying too hard, HB.
No. You're not trying enough, Stanley. You gotta do better. You really gotta do better. I shouldn't be able to poke holes through your argument, Stanley. You're way older than me. You're way more knowledgeable. It shouldn't be that easy. You're making it way too easy for me, Stanley. You got to do better. In the chat, you guys got to do better too. Hit the like button. Subscribe if you're new here.
How long y'all been going at this, HB?
20 minutes.
Yeah, about
well, bottom line is coming from HB, I'm unconcerned. I know I made a good argument.
That's all.
The holes you poked.
That's all.
Are the ones?
You got.
Hey, you know what? Well, I don't understand. Damn, I just take a piss and I can't talk now.
That's it.
dude.
That's all
That
you
you
got,
don't
Stanley.
that you
If you
don't
don't
get
agree
my
with somebody, all
argument
you
is
do is call
okay.
them a terrorist or a
Okay,
murderer. That's all
dude.
you do.
Now you're not letting me
You're
talk on my
comparing
own
them
show.
to
Would you
terrorists
like
and
to start a
murderers.
show? I can
It's
shut this
sick.
down and you can
It's
do the
sick.
HB show.
It's fucking sick.
This motherfucker. See, this is what happens when motherfuckers can't get their way. Every time I talk, they'll have to overtalk. It is
Well,
not.
technically,
I,
you're
I'm
implying.
not
Oh, go ahead, go
that.
ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
I'm not that concerned that HB doesn't get my argument.
Nobody gets
So
your argument.
let's.
But Fag
Well,
Fred.
you know what?
I get your argument.
Sometimes. Hey, again, considering who's on the panel, I'm unconcerned. Y'all will
Nobody
catch
gets
up.
it, but Fred the cross.
Okay,
Nobody
motherfucker.
gets it.
Well, you know what? To be honest with you, let me level set your dumbasses. If Fred wasn't getting my argument, I would be more concerned than the three of you not getting it.
All right.
No, I get your argument. I just don't agree. Plus, if
Well,
your
you know
argument
what, Lou?
implies that black people are so fragile that words hurt them more
No.
than
It
bullets,
does not
which
imply
would
that at
actually
all.
confirm John's
It
point.
does not
That's
imply
really
that at
what that
all.
implies.
Black people,
Absolutely.
dude.
You're
Black people,
saying that words are worse for black people than bullets. That's what you're saying.
Nope, that's not what I'm saying.
That's what you're saying. You can dress it up
Nope,
as
I just
philosophy and all
said
this
that's
other
not
stuff.
what I'm saying.
That is not true,
You're
man.
just gonna keep beating this dead horse.
Then a hate
No,
crime. Wow.
I am saying
the definition
I am
of a
saying
hate
that someone like a John
crime. The
Galt.
definition of a
Okay,
hate crime.
see, this motherfucker
You're
is so
saying John is
butthurt.
worse.
He has to.
You
He's
guys
gonna
are
talk
sick,
himself
man.
off the ledge.
I
Apparently,
just wish you could actually explain it and it makes sense.
HB, I'm done trying to make sense to you this morning.
Yeah, because you can't.
Because you're right.
You don't
I
even believe the
cannot.
shit
I
you're
cannot.
saying.
I cannot fit. I can't
Yeah, I
make
know you
sense to you.
can't. I know you can't.
Yes, we know. We
You
know.
can't.
You know.
You can't do anything.
Of course. Now, Lou, you were saying something about I think black people are fragile. You know what? Maybe they are. But let's not
Stanley,
use the
you
word
fought the world in World
motherfucker.
War.
I'm talking to Lou. Do Lou the courtesy of letting me talk to him, please. He's the only one who's had balls to put up a challenge I'm interested in. Lou, let's not use the word fragile, and I'm not going to totally fuss at that word. Let's just say they have a historic flaw in that they have been conditioned by American history not to trust the institutions. And
Okay,
John is confirming their fears of institutions. We can't walk into a bank as an institution and be treated fair. We need to act like we just came to this country a couple generations ago, pool together our money, and start businesses that way. That is, in my opinion, that's John admitting that America has some flaws in its institutions. He is one of those 70-some% who doesn't trust American institutions. He's looking outside the institutions like a new immigrant who might not even be an American citizen to start a business. I think that kind of proves my point.
I think new immigrants are pretty trusting of the system, especially since it's the system that got them over here.
Not the one. You know what? In the real world, you're probably right. We're talking John Galt land. In John Galt's universe, they need to pool together money.
Right, because
now
your argument only makes sense there.
Okay, I see.
Yeah,
what
like
you're saying.
that would be like
I'm not talking about the real.
Go ahead.
I'm not talking about the real world. I'm talking John Galt. So I'm sorry. I should have been more specific.
Go ahead, HB. Now that we're
Yeah,
talking about a different world, go ahead, man.
yeah. I think, and I don't want to speak for John, but I'm pretty sure he's talking about the people complaining about the system. I got a fucking 780 credit score. I can
Okay,
walk into any bank and get
motherfucker, we don't care about your
I
credit
can walk
score.
into any
And
bank and get a loan.
70%, dude,
It's not
you
the
were the one whining about 70%. So it's a lot of black people. Nay, it might be
who was
most
I
black
wasn't
people.
whining.
You were the one saying
I
it
was
was
saying,
concerning.
yeah,
You
it is
were the one
concerning. I
saying it's
didn't realize so
concerning.
many black people thought that way. It is
And
concerning.
and now I just taught you that John Galt is one of those people.
It is concerning.
Well, then I suggest you go talk to John about his doubts in American
Listen, just because
institutions.
John doesn't trust the banks and doesn't go to the
Only
doctor doesn't
he,
mean I
only
don't.
he can talk about his doubts.
Just because he doesn't do it doesn't mean I do.
John
Shit.
Galt, the doubter.
Shit, I go to the hospital twice a
Motherfucker,
year.
nobody's talking about you. Why are you personalizing this?
Because you're saying that.
See, that's
John is
what
like,
that's
he's
what
just a guy giving
half-wit
his opinion.
anti-blacks do. The first thing when you criticize
you
a person,
anti-truthers though, you're comparing them
they
to
take
fucking
that
Dylan
shit
Roof.
personally.
You're comparing them to Dylan Roof.
Motherfucker.
You anti-truthers.
You know what, HP? You're not very good at how language works, and I'll just have to accept your limitations.
You anti-intellectuals. You faux intellectuals. Just because John doesn't trust
I'm
the banks and
wounded,
doesn't
HB. I'm
go
wounded.
you think the people in the chat aren't gonna go to the hospital because John doesn't, or aren't gonna get a loan because John doesn't?
Whoa. John Galt, I have no clue what you're talking about. We were talking about hospitals?
Yeah, John doesn't even trust the doctors. He don't even trust them.
I don't give a fuck. That's his problem.
Wait. So HB, real quick. John didn't use the institutions to get like his Airbnbs or any of that stuff. He didn't get any loans or any of that.
Nah. That nigga
Oh.
use cash money, man.
Hey, shout out to him then.
Well,
oh yeah, because he used to do coding and stuff, right?
But see, the thing y'all aren't understanding is I don't care. I'm not personalizing it. I don't care how he got his stuff. It's his advice that I have a problem with.
Well, yeah, no, his advice.
Once again, you're not able to understand the subtleties of the English language. Okay, I didn't ask how John got his properties. I'm criticizing the advice that suggests that black people should act like first or second generation immigrants when at least the legacy part of the black community are fully American.
Well, when it comes to
it is, and I agree with HB that it's problematic that 70 some percent of blacks don't trust American institutions. I think there's historical reasons that they don't. I do think that we need to, put a toe in the water. However, if they come and listen to what John is saying, it seems, and he's not here to defend himself, but it seems like he doesn't trust American institutions. And if his argument, and I'm thinking of how he might counter argue, well, blacks don't have the credit score. Well, then, you know what? Then they don't have the money to pull stuff, money together either. And the other thing I have a problem with is blacks, when they have the money, they should be able to send it and spend it any way they want. I find it a little bit cringy that he's criticizing people for who they decide to contribute to. I think that is out of line. It's anti-black, which I know John is. He doesn't trust much.
And again, that's fine, but he is an influencer. So I have some problems or concerns, maybe is a better word. I think John, as a YouTube influencer, is worse for the conceptual black community than white racists, avowed white racists. And agree or disagree, I'm not going to change my mind. I think I presented a case that, at least for me, is good enough.
Yeah, I think you provided a pile of shit. Respectfully.
Yeah, well, oh, is that supposed to, am I supposed to be hurt? Of course. Dude, did you think whoa, whoa, whoa. You thought, I thought you were going to agree? Fuck no.
I said respectfully.
Oh, no. I appreciate you did. Dude, I'm not here to convince y'all. I'm here just to present a case. So let's go ahead and play this Sean Bracey thing.
Sharon. It's Sharon.
Oh, what did I call him? Sean?
Yeah, you said Sean. His name is.
Now, that
Sharon.
would be a man's. Well, that's a man or a woman's name. So, maybe I'm not quite right.
Yeah, so are tampons.
Yeah, well, you use them to plug your ears, right?
Into this kid. That's your moral standards.
But
not have nothing to do with the law that where he lives at. He lives in a place where it is wild.
You're not gonna do Texas like that, excuse you. But here's the thing: even if you did morality, here's the issue, right? If it's raining and I'm a good person and somebody is seeking refuge from rain, what type of person am I that I see you seeking refuge from rain and I say, no, you can't be here? That's a bit jarring, right? Yeah. But to see that, and then because you were talking about the dad being at the NAG office, the way that man came in from the back, which is why he was able to get in, and then the way he stood there until the police had to escort him off, it shows a level of entitlement that these boys have been exposed to.
Hold on. Why am I pausing
entitlement, you have an SA case. What is SA?
I'm kind of like you, Stanley. I have a real issue with the words people use. Refuge from, you can't find refuge from fucking rain.
Okay, well, I appreciate your particularity with words. John's going to take it into a different direction, so I'm not actually paying attention up until John speaks.
All right, yeah, no, that should
where he goes, really, it might be related, but I'm going to be honest. I was listening. I apologize. I was listening and I was kind of shocked when John popped up.
Yeah, Nando, shelter would be a much better word.
And let me also tell you why I was watching. Hey, Kimmy, over the weekend, I just happened upon Angry Snowman's channel, and he was playing this big debate over the I was gonna say Antoine, Carmelo Anthony's issue. And so, I'm like, well, damn. So, I was sitting here listening to it, and it was actually a rather good debate, except for Angry Man. That motherfucker's insane.
Yeah, I'm not a big
somebody needs to tell him he's not good at that sort of stuff. However, after watching it, it was pretty cool. So I asked Angry Snowman if he would mind me restreaming it on Stanley versus the World. I wasn't going to go live if I went live until early in the morning, but it was so good. I'm like, well, shit, this is respectful, etc. So Angry Man said, yeah, sure. So, I fired it up. So this morning, or I guess it's yesterday morning now, they were just Sharon was just going over that debate, and his big problem was with people not like staying on the actual focus, of the question. So to be honest, I was kind of about to turn it off because it's kind of mundane. Then John pops up. So, and then when John popped up, it went to members only. And I was like, well, damn, I need to be able to respond if need be. So I just joined. So that's why they've
Stanley.
what I'm sorry, what's your point, HB?
Well, no, I just want to know why do you refuse to call this man Sharon? What's up with you, man?
Because I don't think that's how he pronounces his name.
It is, Stanley. Trust me, it is.
He pronounced it Sharon or Sharon?
Sharon.
Oh, does he really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I've never actually. I guess he doesn't refer to his first name much. I know I've heard people call him Sharon.
Yeah,
So
I think it's because they want him to have a masculine name, but no.
Okay,
that
well
wasn't
next
God's plan.
time I'll pretend I'm John and ask him how he pronounces his name. Might be more interesting. And if I ask him something like that, maybe they won't pay to get me off.
Let me ask you a question. How you say your
Really?
name?
I'm just trying to play the goddamn clip. Can you hold your questions?
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
My bad.
Because see, you're doing a John. Okay, I
It's just
like
that refuge
playing videos through for context and then commenting after.
All right, yeah, you're
What
I'll take
John
note.
does, for instance, because I kind of noticed it. He stops it like every 30 seconds to make a comment, and to me, that's just annoying.
Yeah, nah, you're right. I do it too, so I'll take that into consideration.
You don't actually play that many videos.
No,
I've never noticed it with you.
No, but when
You
somebody is
feel-
playing a video, I do like to pause it a lot, but I'll work on that a little bit.
Like I said, I've never noticed it when you do it. For some reason, John is more annoying when he does it, apparently.
Like you have a right to take a woman's liberties. So again, we're seeing a father that's quite violent. And he even said, like, oh, well, how are these boys raised? How are your boys raised? Essayer, divorcer. Your bully.
All right. Also, welcome into the show. John, go. Good day, sir. How you doing? What's your thoughts?
I mean, if you're going to start bringing up the people background that weren't involved in this, then I think you should bring up the spokesperson for the family, the Dominique guy. He has a hell of a background himself.
That ain't no blood relation, man.
Y'all gotta let people.
Yeah, he didn't raise.
Now, see, John, in my opinion, comes up there with a point. Again, I know I sometimes don't understand. Do people actually understand how to connect dots? They're talking about people like that are direct family members. And John wants to basically say, and I agree with John, why those parents hired that dude is problematic. But judging them, and especially Carmelo himself, by who they hired as a spokesman, that's a reach.
He didn't raise Carmelo. My bad.
Hold on. What we're not gonna hold on. What we're not gonna do is the same thing that happened to me just a couple of days ago.
But go on, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, John. Finish your statement.
I was gonna say, if Carmelo's parents had a criminal background, it wouldn't be relevant to what he did. And I don't think what the parents did in any side is relevant. I think the most relevant is the spokesperson who.
Okay, so John is saying the spokesman is more relevant than what the parents did. That's fucking lunatic level stupid. I just don't get it.
Who was chosen to be in this situation, and he has a not so great background. And you have to wonder, why would Carmelo's parents want to smear his name with this guy. That's my thought.
The same reason why
How is Carmelo being smeared by this spokesman? I don't get it. Maybe HB, you're anti-black. Maybe you can explain it. Any idea?
Because the guy's a criminal. He's also
So that's gonna have a bearing on Carmelo? How
no,
so?
no. It's not. I think honestly, it's more so just public opinion, and honestly, it's not gonna
Public.
offend you.
Okay, well, public opinion. Now, I'm not foolish enough to think it has zero influence, and I totally agree with John. As a matter of fact, John and I had this conversation. Like, what the fuck were they thinking? You know, why could, as a matter of fact, I told John that their white lawyer, the guy with the beard, I think, it would have been a better strategic move to have him be the spokesperson.
Absolutely.
And
I agree.
It's a racist country. I mean, you know, a white lawyer is going to go farther than, you know, dude, it was embarrassing.
Absolutely. Hey, and Stanley, you want to do one better than that? You want to do one better than that? Get they should have got a Jewish lawyer to do it. That would have even been
Well,
better.
I don't want to get all racist like the anti-blacks do, but what I want to say is that America is what it is, and I just if the father, they say he's a lawyer, I just don't get. Does this motherfucker not understand lawyer stuff? You know, maybe he's some sort of corporate lawyer or something. He just doesn't understand, you know.
Or like a hit and run lawyer or something, because something's not.
I would love to know. I would love to know what their lawyer thought about this. But anyway, I'm belaboring the point, and Kim said something. See, this is the sort of people that John consorts with. It shows a lack of morals and characters from the family for hiring this spokesman. Motherfucker, hit the link so I can fucking treat you like John won't let me treat you. Hit the link, motherfucker. Wicked, hit the link. Let's see how wicked you are.
Is that wicked? I don't think that's wicked.
Yeah, it's wicked.
Oh, okay.
He hides. He's too afraid to say wicked.
I wouldn't agree that it's lack of.
Who gives a fuck whether it's, god damn it, these motherfucking morons. Dude, I'm sorry. The kid battered babies or whatever, it does not reflect on the defendant. Sorry, son, it just doesn't. It might reflect on the parents. Because I am asking, but I'm not going to motherfucking ask why a 17-year-old hired. The 17-year-old probably had nothing to do with it. Nah. Wicked, you need to, I don't know how to get you a brain. You know, the Wizard of Oz, maybe read a bunch of Wizard of Oz. Maybe you'll get a brain. But right now, you're a big-ass straw man.
Hold on.
You know,
okay, so
I also want to point out Sharon, Mr. Bracy. Maybe I'll just call him Mr. Bracy. He's given John the utmost respect. Anyone disagree with that?
No, I think he's a really good host.
Oh, he's an excellent host. I wish I could be like him, but I'm no, seriously. And I had a conversation with someone yesterday morning. His patience, that's what it was Dave I had this conversation with. Dude, I don't like these people's politics even. But I do watch it more like, God damn it. The dude has the patience of Job.
Yeah.
So
and
the
I
difference
just
is
don't.
that one is being raised by the person. Right. So we could say that Carmelo's father raised him, his influence, the way how he acted, move, can influence the way how he acted, move. His DNA, the way how he acts and move, can influence how Carmelo acted, move. So the DNA of Jeff Metcalf can influence the way how they act and move, the way how he raised them can make them act and move, and the way how he's acting, he is showing how he's possibly raised his own children. So we cannot say that because the lawyer that he chose, regardless if the lawyer or the representative, this political activist that he's trying to do, we don't know if they have prior knowledge to this, to all of these priors that this man had.
Right, Sharon, the only way that would make sense is if that guy mentored Carmelo. Did he mentor him? Like, what is, like, I don't get it. We might as well look for his high school. We might as well pull up his high school teacher's background. Like, let's just fuck it. You know what I mean?
Fact. And I ain't gonna lie, I would just like to point out, I found it wild that you say you don't find the kid who's in the situation father's background important, but a spokesperson is. Like, this is the mindset y'all got. Y'all really got to skip actual logic in order to like imply some bullshit. Because to say that a spokesperson is more important than a parent, man, that's crazy as shit. But I mean,
let John get a chance to rebuttal, and then Tiff, you got it right after John.
I mean, in the court of law, none of this is going to come up. The parents in either one of whatever their background is not going to be relevant. And so that's why I think we should just focus on, this incident. It's not going to be relevant. It won't be.
In the court of law, though, they build like character references.
But I think it'll be relevant because they're not adults, so they're gonna look up the upbringing. They're gonna look for the background to build character.
I don't think they're gonna bring the parents into this. The boy's charged as an adult, right?
But it's not uncommon to bring the parents in it. The spokesperson, he only got something to do with the family after the situation. So why would they bring up, like, I don't get it, man.
I think the parents may come up maybe in the sentencing phase, assume he's convicted, but I don't think the parents are going to come up in the trial aspect of it. And that's just my opinion. I don't think the
Are you
parents,
talking about like come up and testify or being brought
Wait,
up?
one question.
All right, hold on. Let Tiff.
So you
it's supposed to be
feel
Tiff. Go ahead, Tiff, and then I got a question for John as well. Go ahead, Tiff.
Because I just want to know, you feel as if the spokesperson, that person is not good for the Anthonys, but you feel as if the father having a convicted SA case in Collin County, the county that I live in, that case is from 2006. Those boys were alive when that happened. So the father said, I want to know what kind of people raised him. And he has questionable character. But see, what y'all have allowed to happen is whiteness believes that they can do anything and they don't have to have good character. And because you're black, you're automatically the thug, a criminal. You're not a good person because y'all tried to make the boy be from a single family household. That wasn't true. Then you try to say he was a thug. That wasn't true. The young man has a job. The young man has a 3.7 GPA. He is a high achiever in education, a high achiever in athletics. So what else can this young man do? Should he have just fell to the ground, let the white boys beat the hell out of him and been like, oh, well.
Raise up a point that don't matter.
Man, they finna get this nigga football numbers arguing like this.
You actually believe that this activist, which we found out that he do have a sketchy background. He got about like 7 different look. So you saying that because of that, and they chose because this guy, he got his whatever that is, that next generation action network that he possibly built, or he did it with other people. He did it through his.
Yo, they finna get this nigga jammed up, man.
Dude, I don't.
And besides, also let's not forget that he is basically a security guard at that too.
Well, motherfucker,
he's a
shut the fuck up.
You're saying
Can
we
you
should
do
be
that?
able to judge family off of this guy's background.
I think none of it is
Just let the
relevant.
taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Yep.
Goddamn.
And here's actually a funny thing. What's his name? Caw boy. Stormcrow used that same little that same little clip to boot me out of his audience. So it gave me a flashback. So analysis. I think they mistreated John until someone just fucking like paid to get him out. And that kind of surprised me because I didn't think he'd said anything that was egregious. But John has not built up goodwill in that audience. And so what?
Stanley, good morning.
Ma'am.
Good
Kimmy,
morning, good morning, Stanley.
Good morning.
I wanted to ask you a question, and I just think it's something that,
Was it on the topic?
well, you mentioned anti-black several times, so yeah.
Oh well, I think the John Gall Urban Landlord channel is an anti-black space. You're just learning this? I've been
No,
saying
I'm
it
not
for
saying
weeks.
that I'm just learning it, but I think two things. I think that shouldn't it be okay to call out bad behavior, but also not be
Yes,
anti-black at the same
nothing to
time?
do with my point about anti-black. Yes.
Okay, because I think a lot of what they're
Okay,
trying to
what's the
do
next question?
is call out the bad behaviors.
What is
Um,
the next question? I've already answered your first.
no, I didn't say I had two questions. I said I had two thoughts about the
Oh, I'm sorry. I
anti-blackness.
thought you said you had two questions. My bad.
No, I had two thoughts. Like, on one hand, I can see what you're saying, but then on the other hand, I think they're just really trying to. It may not be the most effective way, but I do think they're
Let
trying to
me tell
call
you
out the
when
bad
I
behavior.
actually form the opinion that you're anti-black, when you use the N-word 1,000 times in like 5 minutes.
Oh, okay.
That doesn't seem like pro-black. Doesn't seem like even neutral. It seems anti-black. Them blacks, that's how them blacks are. I don't know how many times I've heard that. It's anti-black. Now it's just my opinion. People like Wicked think it's positive for blacks. You need to hear John Galt call you out using the N-word 1,000 times in 5 minutes. Some
Well, here's
people
the
think
thing.
that's positive. I just don't happen to be one of them.
Pointing your finger at people and telling them what they're doing wrong
I point fingers.
doesn't.
Don't,
No, not
ma'am.
you.
Don't,
Not you.
do not give me
You're
the
taking this personal. I'm
moral
not
high
talking
ground
about you.
here.
I'm not talking about you.
Oh, thank
I'm
God.
just saying the behavior of anyone pointing their fingers and calling someone out doesn't really create change. It doesn't make people want to
Okay,
take personal
maybe the goal
accountability or
isn't
anything like
change.
that.
Not everyone's goal is change.
Understood. But if the point of calling behaviors out, like you said, Wicked might be
You are
thinking,
just gonna keep on this moral high ground path you're taking.
well, I'm just responding to what you said. You said that Wicked thinks it's good for people to hear about their bad behavior.
Oh. Well,
Right?
that was kind of a joke. I
Oh,
wasn't
sorry.
serious. I'm sorry. You know what? I'm sorry. I
Complaining
should
about
have
it
said
doesn't
it.
do anything about it, is what I'm trying to say.
The only person. No, that was a total joke.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. I'm.
No, it's fine.
Yeah. Sometimes I don't switch gears that well, do I?
No, it's okay. I get it now. But yeah, I just wanted to make sure that, when people do call out bad behaviors, it's not an anti. People should be allowed to
Of
say this
course,
is not
dude.
acceptable.
Ma'am, I do it. I mean, look, I've said I'm an anti-stupidist. There's a show actually that's coming up, and it was
Anti-stupidest. That's got to be in the
well, I'm
title.
sorry, anti-stupid. I'm a stupidist. But I can't remember. I think it might have been DiCaprio.
That's a future title, Stanley. It's got to be.
Oh, no. Let me show you how much of a future title it is.
Uh-oh.
It's actually no, I wrote it down. I thought I'd already created the show, but no, it's written down. It will be a time. I think it was Jewel has given me one in a comment on a show. Like that's the other thing I need to add to this commercial break. But no. It will be a show title. However, let me also do this quick thing. Y'all make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel, where a liberal can kind of speak his mind and use curse words too, without
too many abrasions. If you're new, make sure you share the channel. Everyone hit the like. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel, Stanley Cross 6000. Every now and again, I might clip parts of this show just to save me some time. And the other thing that I always forget to say, and Jewel actually, bless her heart, if you watch the show after, the live stream, go ahead and respond in the comments. Jewel of Aquarius, who she's a great woman. I love it when y'all kind of respond. If you can't watch it live, I actually respond back. So I'm not against constructive criticism or a show title. As a matter of fact, she was like, well, hey, this comment would be a good show title. So I wrote it down. So you can contribute show titles or, that sort of stuff to the show. I know I'm prickly, but, I don't mind the interaction. So anyway, I don't agree with whoever it was. And I almost hopped up and said, hey, how much to bring him back? But you know what? I've never been on Sean's show. Actually, I have no intention of going because I don't, other than his hosting skills, there aren't many shows I like going on. I like T's show. I used to go on CT shows sometimes, but I here for the T show and Charles's show, my buddy over in Nigeria. By the way, we're going to be doing a show. I think it's going to be on American race and demographics come this Thursday, but it's not confirmed. John is a social butterfly. I don't get off on going because even a show like Sean Bracey, I wouldn't agree with any of their politics. I think they are not good at politics. I don't even know that Sean Bracey's that good.
No,
when I say good, I'm talking about not so much quantity or positions. They don't know enough American history. They don't know enough about the mechanics of politics. At least that's my impression. It's a lot of emotion.
They're trying to give Carmelo football numbers, talking the way they're talking.
I don't give a fuck about Carmelo. I watched them before the Carmelo stuff.
I know. I've been on their panels numerous times. Always over there arguing.
Yeah,
and
I've seen
shit.
You in the chat.
Yeah,
so they
man.
talked about Carmelo Anthony, like the basketball player.
No, they've been talking about this case for like the past ever since it came up.
Kind of like John Gall.
Yeah. But now they're gonna get that nigga locked up if they talking like that. Because what they're saying is that he's so smart, he's so intelligent.
You don't use that word on my panel.
What word?
Well, you know what? You know what I mean.
Nah, you can't say Carmelo is so intelligent and all this stuff, but he doesn't know. But he doesn't know that if he sticks a knife in somebody's chest, they could die. You can't say that.
Okay, you know what? You sound pretty ignorant. Have you ever been 17 and made some emotional?
When I was 17, I knew if I stuck a knife in somebody's chest, they would die.
I don't care about any of that. The yes or no is what I was looking for. Because I know I've done shit that, it was kind of like you got pissed off and did something. And then
you stuck a knife in somebody's chest at 17?
Okay,
you did that?
This is what you far right MAGA folks do.
No, that's what you're doing. I was 17 once. I did some crazy stuff. We're talking about stabbing you in the chest.
Lou, what you're doing is not fucking addressing my question. I said mistake. That's a yes or no question.
Yeah, sticking a knife in somebody's chest is not a mistake.
What you want to do is not answer the question, but be goddamn provocative. It does not work with me.
Use that motherfucking shit on Sean Bracey. He'll be patient with this bullshit. I fucking asked, have you ever made an emotional mistake? Why are you talking about knives?
Because an emotional
And we
mistake is
weren't
not
even
stabbing
talking
somebody in
about
the chest,
me.
bro.
We were talking about you.
I've never stabbed somebody in the chest with a
Well, then
knife.
good for you.
Have you?
Now the question still remains, because obviously you didn't stab somebody. Have you ever made a mistake due to emotion? We know you didn't stab somebody. Now, can you goddamn answer the question?
Yes, I have.
That's all I was looking for. How about you, Dave? Dude, you know what? Answering a question is simple. When you start wanting to be all clever with your rhetoric, I'll shut it down because
Oh
it's
my
not
God.
smart. Motherfucker, we weren't talking about stabbing. We were talking about mistakes. Hopefully you, motherfucker, if you stab somebody, you might not be here talking to me. It's obvious you didn't kill somebody. God damn it. All right, well, now that we have moved on, Dave, have you ever made a mistake when you were 17? Well, apparently his
Yes,
mute
yes,
button
I have,
has.
Stanley. I've made mistakes.
Well, thank God. Now, I'll leave it to Lou
What's
to
your
ask if
point?
you ever. Okay, my point is that this child, this 17-year-old young man, probably made a mistake. This intent, this, well, I didn't bring a knife. I think people are actually saying it was planned. That's what I'm hearing in these snide little comments. And you know what? Save it for the John Galt portion. Save it for the morning roast. They will pat you on the back. I'm just going to stomp your logic. I'm going to stomp. Motherfucker, just stick to the question. If it's a yes, no question, just answer yes or no. Ugh. So I guess we're going to move on to something else. I need to shut down some of these windows, I bet. So we do have news, and this is some stuff that I hope will piss people off more. And y'all hit the link if you want. Let's see. The courts may see Okay, Kimmy, the courts may see premeditation if you go in your bag for something. No, I'm sorry. And I'll just let you say what you're going to say, Kim, because we'll see what the courts say. They may, but they may not. And I, for the life of me, don't understand why there has been so much fascination with this. So anyway, in urgent Supreme Court order, this is a little bit of a stale story, but the one after it kind of makes my point. Apparently the Supreme Court, they're predicting, and I don't necessarily agree, at least the liberal press like the Washington Post is saying that, hey, the tide may be turning. I don't think it is. As far as the Supreme Court's relationship with Donald Trump's budding autocracy. This is saying there are sculptures of tortoises scattered around the Supreme Court grounds. They symbolize, the court website says, the slow and steady pace of justice. But the court can move fast when it wants to, busting through protocols and conventions.
It did so around 1 a.m. on Saturday, blocking the Trump administration from deporting a group of Venezuelan migrants accused of being gang members under a rarely invoked 18th century wartime law. And that's the Alien Enemies Act, 1798 or something like that. The court's unsigned one-paragraph order was extraordinary in many ways. Perhaps most important, it indicated a deep skepticism about whether the administration could be trusted to live up to the key part of an earlier ruling after the government had deported a different group of migrants to a prison in El Salvador. And I'm not going to read more, but basically, Trump is kind of, I think I saw an executive order or something where he's like, hey, we need to follow the Supreme Court's rulings. And there are a couple problems with that, or things I kind of gleaned from that terse order. Number one, he doesn't want to fight with the Supreme Court because that will affect him and, you know, his movement. And number two, the reason the Supreme Court was like, oh, shit, we better get ahead of this is because my impression is that unless it's the Supreme Court telling the president to do something, he wants like a dialogue between equals. And apparently someone has impressed upon President Trump that the lowly little district and appellate court judges are not your equal. You are the executive. The top needs to talk to the top. And apparently this motherfucker does not understand the country. I think there's some arguments to be made that are valid for limiting district court judges, maybe even circuit court judges, but I'm not sure about that. But Trump is basically considering himself above the law, and he's going to probably lose 2028 because of this. He's going to destroy the MAGA movement, and he won't be here to take the blame for it. And, you know, his MAGA sycophants are probably just going to go, well, it wasn't Trump's fault. It was Mike Pence's fault. It was some bullshit like that. Oh, I want him to go full motherfucker. I'm waiting for the Trail of Tears there, Herman. No. It's not just going to be the judges that are doing Trail of Tears. I'm sorry, that are going to be marching a Trail of Tears. So, but that is, I like that. Good for you, Herman. That made me laugh. Might have to be a show title too. So, Dave, you still there? You at work? You bored?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm doing some training with a MIG welder.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Letting the coworker have it.
No, you know, problem is these. I might have to give up this show, man, because people just do not understand. Well, it's not your fault.
No, but I could tell when you're capping. Don't do no shit like that,
dude.
You need to be more what you are.
Dude, I get more sleep.
What, without it than with it, or what are you saying? You get more sleep with it?
No,
this has got to be like good for you to clear your mind before you go to sleep.
Well, except the time of the morning, and the whole reason I even took the show. And to be honest, this is going to sound like I'm a saint or something, but I'm like, you know what? It's better just to stick me and my political views overnight. You know, you'll lose fewer viewers.
Yeah, you know what? I just like how you were saying how you don't. There's certain panels that you like going on. You might need to take the show on the road sometime. Outside of your comfort. I don't know. Go to like a Roger report.
Well, you know what? Tell me about it.
They would accept you with open arms, man. Really, that's a good crowd of people.
But see, that's a well. You know what? I don't want easy arguments. That's
there
the
will
other
be
thing people don't understand. I don't want necessarily people to like, oh shit, that's a good idea. You know what? I like a challenge.
they'll give you some pushback, and they won't let you over talk. But see, this is the other skill that I was telling you that
Well,
if
see,
you had
that's
it, you can
kind
make
of
that
why
uppercut more powerful.
I'm trying. But see, when people just fucking piss me off, it's like, what does, if I ask you, have you ever made a youthful mistake? And your response is, well, I never plunged. Uh, I didn't ask you if you killed somebody. I asked you if you ever made a mistake. The only time that would be kind of like, oh, by the way, I killed a man in my youthful. What the fuck? What you're trying to do is take it from you and take it back to the point I'm trying to get away from. Okay. And I don't think people actually believe me when I actually don't think this is an important case. It is, any loss of life, any tragedy like this, you got to feel for the parents, both sides, because, one side lost a boy, the other side, who seemed like a promising young man, the other side has lost a young man. The only difference is his life is ruined and he has to live with it. And as a parent, and you're a parent too, motherfucker, I can't imagine, like, those parents are asking themselves, where did we go wrong? And that's fucking torture.
Maybe, but a lot of people
Kids,
lack foresight.
children, don't motherfucking tell me maybe. You're a
Because
parent.
you
And
never
you
know
don't
what kind
have
of parents they are.
okay, you know what? You want to talk about the quality of parents, and you have no clue what their quality is.
I
You,
know
like
it.
John Galt, are judging the parents by the spokesman they hired. And you know what? They're in the middle of a fucking like hurricane, and they made a bad decision. But and you know what? Maybe they shouldn't be making decisions. Maybe they should be letting their lawyer make all the decisions. Because
What
that's
was
what I
that?
would do.
What was the press conference all about? She complained that she was
You
getting
know what? I saw a
criticism
mother
and
crying,
speculation.
and you know what? You know my biggest takeaway? That
What's
the
that?
mother doesn't speak good English, neither does the spokesman, and the father of the victim got escorted out. That's really all I took away from it. It was a nothing burger, quite frankly.
I think it went towards the character of the people. What was like? Would you
And I
consider
don't
the
agree
purpose?
that it did. I don't agree that it did.
What was the
Now,
point, though? What was their point?
okay, well, they took bad advice. Because I can remember John Galt and other people going, well, why haven't they said anything? Well, apparently enough John Galts got under their skin that they felt they had to say something. That I think was the purpose.
All right, you gotta give me a second. I gotta show them something real quick.
Okay. And the other thing, I remember John, like that first or second week, who knows? He's talked about it so much. Basically saying, "Oh, there's gonna be a plea deal. They're gonna plead out. He done said he did it, so they're gonna plead out." Well, I literally heard John Galt last night say, "Well, more than likely they're gonna go to trial." Motherfucker, you've gotten that part wrong. Um, how about just go it's a tragedy and maybe follow some things, but to plan like 2 solid weeks of shows and get it all wrong. I just, at least I got bored and did some dumbass statistics. Would you have said something if you were the father instead of, no, I wouldn't. Oh, Lou, I wouldn't have had a press conference. I wouldn't let the anti-blacks under my skin. I don't have to do shit. And you know what? There's that saying that I say here sometimes. It's better for people to think you are stupid rather than open your mouth and confirm. That's kind of how I feel here. It was a lot of motherfuckers speculating and speculating, and now that press conference just gave more energy to the anti-blacks. So there was no law that says you have to give a press conference. You know, I think the actual goal is you got your boy out of jail to a place where he can kind of just fucking recover. He's got an ankle monitor, but you know, it'll be okay. We'll survive. He's with you, his family. To me, that would be the number one goal. And once that's accomplished, fuck everybody else. Tell me when the trial is. That would be me as a father. You know, you go into bunker mentality, you don't come out and feed the beast, the anti-black beast. Let me just kind of say that just to be provocative. Well, thank God we agree on something, J-Dub. So anyway, let's see, what time is it? 8:44. Morning roast, if I recall, starts at is it 10:30? Somewhere around there. So you will get total rebuttal to this show. Everything I gave will come back to me. So y'all stay tuned. They will get me. They will get me. And I'm here. You know what? Let's see. I have more news stories, and now I'm totally distracted. I had news stories, but I'm going to have to just go to the emergency supply of entertainment, which will be YouTube videos. And I'm not doing Pop the Goddamn Balloon because I haven't done it in a while. Somebody's going to have to beg my ass for it. And no one has yet. Let's see. Morning roast is at 11 a.m. this morning. Oh, wait, hold it. No. Morning roast is tomorrow morning. Let me go back and look. I thought there was a morning roast this morning. Well, anyway, somebody will hop on who knows when morning roast is. I thought it was this morning. So, hold on. Watch that. Oh, you know what? We're going to play this because I want everyone to know this. This is why Georgia is important. This is a counter Texas protest. Georgia is more important than fucking Texas. And we're going to prove it right now. Kelvin, I'm sorry. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow. The Pop the Balloon. But hey, they just say I'm black and have no content. I'm one of those pro-blacks who just wants to watch nothing but pop the balloon and not do anything that proves that black people can do stuff. So therefore, you will have to suffer and take cold showers. So here is why Georgia is important.
Georgia, a deep South state with a unique geographic position and varied history. As the last of the 13 colonies, Georgia chartered a unique course through the colonial and early national periods, a relative backwater which would become central to the Southern plantation economy, a hotbed of resistance against the post-Civil War Reconstruction program. It would maintain its defiance of federal authority with restrictions on black rights over the coming century, in turn becoming an incubator for the later civil rights movement. Reeling from the effects of deindustrialization, a late 20th century pivot towards services and tech brought economic transformation into the 21st century as Georgia continues its fascinating journey, remaining an influential U.S. state. The area of Georgia has been inhabited for likely 12,000 years or more, with early settlement occurring by around the end of the last ice age. The territory was a magnet for different native peoples due to its unique geography, with Appalachian mountain access in the northwest down to the lowcountry and fertile southwestern Atlantic coastline. Truly a rich and varied landscape. The early Paleo-Indian cultures would give way to the Archaic period around 8000 BC, out of which emerged the later woodland cultures. These prospered from around 1000 BC to 800 AD throughout the forested region, which stretched right up to the northern border with Canada, encompassing groups as diverse as the later Shawnee of Ohio and Iroquois of New York State. The forest cultures were increasingly sedentary and also became the first mound builders in Georgia. Examples, such as at Kolomoki in Early County, remain to this day, with the surrounding community supporting one of the largest settled populations outside Central America. It's a period which sees the emergence of distinct pottery, varying across regions too, signifying cultural divergence and formation of the early tribal groups, which would endure into modern times. The woodland people's increased organization and embrace of agriculture laid the way for the Mississippian cultures. These would spread throughout the entire region, right up to Illinois in the north, between around 800 and 1500 AD. Their settlements were larger in scale, often resembling small towns, with the population supported by surrounding agriculture centered on maize. This allowed for enough surplus resources to carry out things such as large-scale cultural building projects. Early European contact through the 16th century was largely in the form of Spanish expeditions. Operating from their more substantial bases in the Florida area, the Spanish made many forays inland. This included De Soto's famed expeditions in search of both gold and a route to China, a nod to just how far off their geography still was nearly 50 years after Columbus first made landfall in search of India. De Soto made some of the most detailed records of pre-contact native cultures he encountered, which included the organized Mississippi-related groups which were soon to collapse. These Spanish expeditions likely marked some of the first transmission of diseases such as smallpox, which would go on to ravage the native communities of the region who had no natural immunity. It dramatically reshaped the tribal landscape and power balance through the demographic shock. In its wake, many tribal groups coalesced from the ashes of the Mississippian civilization, creating the more modern native nations we know of today, such as the Creek and Cherokee. This is the tribal landscape Europeans would experience into the 17th century and first period of sustained contact. Due to its location relatively far south from the main areas of early colonist activity in territories to the north, it received little initial attention. British settlers started to arrive in greater numbers, though, into the mid and later 1600s, mounting expeditions from the more populated South Carolina. Their primary motivation was capturing Indians for slaves, of which abducted Creek and Cherokee made up a significant portion of the market. This early trading, including for valuable deerskins, led to more settlement, and in 1732, Georgia was established as the 13th and last colony. This was over 120 years since the founding of Virginia, and its late incorporation created unique conditions in Georgia, Interestingly, it was the only colony founded and ruled by a board of trustees, and for the first 20 years remained without a governor in state. Ruled from London by bureaucrats, it was the only colony to outlaw slavery at the outset, as well as Catholics, rum, and lawyers. The state was the brainchild of English Lord Oglethorpe and named in the honor of reigning British monarch George II.
Just so you know,
While
there's an
Oglethorpe
Oglethorpe
initially
Mall in
envisaged it
Savannah.
as a dumping ground for inmates filling up English debtor prisons, the government
that's
saw it
essentially
more as a useful
how it
military
wound up.
buffer zone between Spanish Florida to the south and their valuable colony in South Carolina. The British fortified areas of the coast and had skirmishes with the Spanish on occasion, most notably at the Battle of Bloody Marsh in 1742, which resulted in a British victory. Due to Georgia being a relative backwater to the colony scene at the time, it saw limited fighting on its territory during the War of Independence as compared to colonies further north. However, one of the few major encounters was the Siege of Savannah, in which a combined contingent of American and French forces attempted to besiege the city and force the occupying British out. It ultimately ended in failure when the French commander, unwilling to stay the course of a prolonged siege, saw his direct assault easily put down by British defenders. Despite the early intentions of trustees in London, slavery had been legalized in Georgia in 1751, beginning a deep and enduring relationship between the state and practice. Between 1751 and 1775 alone, eager planters are estimated to have imported around 17,500 slaves to the colony to grow both cotton and rice in the southeast. These were predominantly first-generation enslaved Africans who brought with them their rich cultural traditions. This inadvertently contributed to the development of a dynamic new culture along Georgia's Atlantic coastal areas especially, leading to the emergence of Gullah culture and dialects which live on in certain African American communities of Georgia to this day. By the late
It
18th
is
century,
much more
cotton was a
South
boom
Carolina Sea
industry,
Islands, by
and the
the way.
slavery-based plantation system flourished in the state. The influx
And I
of
know
wealthy
this 'cause my
plantation
mother's
owners
side
from
of the
South
family's
Carolina
from,
helped deepen the
around
practice,
Beaufort.
not to mention the invention of the cotton gin in
No,
1793,
not
in
Ebonics.
fact on a Georgia slave estate which revolutionized the
Technically,
processing
Gullah is
of
a
the crop.
Creole.
This added profit to operations, incentivized business expansion, and essentially underpinned much of the growing slave belt across southern states. This belt included South Carolina,
Really, Calvin?
Georgia,
Who
Alabama,
is
and
we?
Mississippi. While the majority of whites in Georgia at this time were poor, small-scale farmers and without slaveholdings, slavery nevertheless reshaped the economy and Southern society more generally, as testified to the opulent estates which dot Georgia's old plantation sites to this day. The port at Savannah would also play an important role in the direct importation of West Africans until the ban on the transatlantic slave trade in 1798
no.
by the state legislature.
Actually, no. Georgia
Due to
was
it
founded
joining the
before
British
Vermont
colonies later,
banned
Georgia's
slavery, I
native
think.
population had remained in
Way
greater
before,
numbers
actually.
than in other
But
states to the
double
north.
check me on that.
The Cherokee
Daniel.
and Creek particularly were still present in their ancestral homelands,
I
and
know
this
Vermont
presented
was
problems for settlers
probably
eyeing the remaining areas of land for
Vermont.
development.
Was it
While periods
Massachusetts
of
or
conflict
Vermont
had
that was
occurred
first? I can't
through
remember
earlier
now.
eras, particularly the Creek War of 1813 to 1814, there had been no concerted government attempt at mass native removal. While periods of conflict had occurred throughout earlier eras, particularly the Creek War of 1813 to 1814, there had been no concerted government attempt at mass native removal. Into the 1830s, however, this would change. Andrew Jackson's Indian removal policy targeted the remaining native populations of the southeastern
Speaking of
USA
Andrew
for
Jackson,
extraction west to the plains. This infamous episode culminated in the Trial of Tears between 1838 to 1839, which saw tribes across the region, including the remaining Georgian Cherokee and Creek, forced on long and deadly marches west. The Cherokees, for example, were made
Is this
to
the AI reader? Because he said trial of tears.
1,200-mile journey
I'm sorry,
escorted
what?
by U.S. cavalry with around 6,000.
Is this an AI reader? I mean, like, is this video done with AI? Because he said trial of tears. It's trail of tears.
Probably is if they pronounced it like that.
Thousands of them dying through starvation, exhaustion, and disease during the march. The number of
Let
dead
me
rose to
stop
around
this because I can't
15,000
tell if
when
this is Linwood or not. Somebody up here that I don't necessarily recognize. And quite frankly, I could, I could
Give them a
live
fair
without.
shake.
You know what? Dude, I'm 60. That's the other thing people don't understand. I ought to fucking give you a fair shake. I'm a crotchety old man. I love being 60. I am officially crotchety and I can get away with being cranky.
I see.
Oh, dude, my mother used to tell me, Stanley, you're an old soul. And now I can go. Now I actually am.
So 60 is young, actually.
It is, but let me pretend. Linwood, is that you?
This is.
Oh, cool. Good to hear from you. I can only imagine what you have to say about Georgia history.
It's interesting to find out that the usual suspects did move these people, the original peoples off their land.
Oh,
and
wait,
then
hold it. No. You haven't heard the rest of the history. Indians in Georgia. Oh my Lord, it was almost. To be honest, the way Indians, the Cherokee, and the Creek. And speaking of Creek, that's an Andrew Jackson thing. But no. Oh, they were brutal in Georgia. In my opinion, probably at least the equal of everywhere else. Virginia is what I'm thinking about. No, they were brutal.
How well do you speak Gullah, Linwood?
I don't know how to speak that.
You're not gonna. I don't know how you learn Gullah. Because Gullah again. Hold on. You're gonna have to learn a Creole. Gullah is a Creole. Why is this motherfucker talking?
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? Let me hold on one sec. You know who's talking? It's Be Brave. He's just getting
when including all the native.
Let me switch over because Be Brave is whining.
I discovered her through Stanley's channel, and I went and looked her up. And
Lady Brule?
Yeah.
And hold on, before I get,
She's
I gotta
pro-black,
because I'm going to get in
and
trouble.
she's
Looks like
also
that 2-minute
older
YouTube
than
over
Be
there.
Brave, which I find
That's not a
despicable.
good thing.
This motherfucker has no respect for elders. You would think a 70-year-old would have been raised right.
It's Stanley. Stacey Abrams. No. You going or no?
I don't want the YouTube,
probably not, but who
options to
knows?
be showing. They
Hey,
might
I'm 60.
ding me or
I
something.
take
But
them as
anyway,
I
so
get
here's
them.
Lady Boulay, and she's a pro-black woman. I discovered her on Stanley's
And
channel.
who is pro-black? Who's the pro-black woman?
She's gonna prove two things again
Lady
yet today,
Boulay.
because all you got to do is let pro-blacks.
Yeah,
run their
I listen to
mouth,
Lady
and
Boulay.
they make
I
the
listen to
case
her.
for the
Yeah, well,
for the people
I
that
don't.
are trying to
I
point
mean,
out the
she's
fact
not
that
It's like
black
I
people
listen
are
to
goddamn mind. They make the case
Defiant
for it.
lawyers.
I mean, it's not hard. Just let her
Right,
pro-black
but
talk.
I want to
Listen
hear.
to what they say. Listen to how
Be
they
Brave.
justify things.
Be
It's
Brave
not
is problematic, and
Stanley's the best there is at it. Intelligent man. Go over there. He makes a fool out of himself, talking about trying to ignore
He
what's
doesn't
going on
make
in the
a
black
fool out of
community.
himself. He makes a fool out
It
of
was amazing this morning.
himself.
He was trying
You
to
fucking
bring up some
illiterate
stats.
bitch.
And
Hey, that was
he
a
went to the one
compliment,
stat
man.
where it said there were more white murderers than black murderers in America. And I'm going, yeah, I know. I've only discussed that stat 500 fucking times.
Motherfucker, I don't
Yes,
listen.
there are
Oh,
more white
this
murderers than
motherfucker.
black
I don't
murderers.
fucking
Point
watch
is,
your show.
where's the murders being done?
See, this is
you
where
can't
it
get
is.
that to sink
See,
in.
this
Everybody
is
runs
where
from
I
that reality
fucking
because that's the
stomp
crux
this
of the
dumb
matter
son of a
of what
bitch.
I'm saying. If you got people killing
See,
their
let
loved ones
me
in their
stop it right
homes
here.
and in their
Or
backyard,
mute it.
that's not doing the same.
This motherfucker thinks where the murders are being done is more important than the fucking murders. It's disgusting. That immoral. I don't know how to. So a murder is more important depending on where it happens. What kind of, Be Brave is a moron.
Well, Stanley, you have to understand something here too. And I mean, you've been on the planet longer than I have to see that the white supremacists themselves have no logic.
Well, no.
They think
I
they think
understand
that
that.
geography
No.
commits
You
crime.
must be talking to the audience. I'm actually, dude, I know who Be Brave is. Okay, he wants to come, but see, the thing, I think Be Brave is not so much of a problem as his audience is. There are motherfuckers in his audience who can't parse. Okay, there are people who believe that, hey, if a murder happens in the hood, why aren't 70% of the black people fucking getting pissed off about it? Well, my answer is they don't live there. They may not even know what happened. And then this motherfucker, when I say white people commit more murders, and that's a very tenuous argument because it's just numbers, not per capita. But then his response is, well, it's more important where the fucking murders happen. And that's idiocy. And to be honest, I sometimes wonder whether I even want to be associated with motherfuckers like that. The dude is a waste of white skin. Okay, he wants to glorify how great white culture is. He's contributed nothing to it.
Well, he doesn't have to. He doesn't have
Well,
to.
no. It's better than that. And I want to say, well, he's just like us black folks. If you want to frame it like that, you've gotten welfare from the fucking white culture as well as us. They fucking gave you a job and tolerated your dumb ass. How is he any better than the people he's criticizing?
Just being white. That's all it is.
Well, that's his only claim to fame. We've covered this, Linwood. Don't cover old ground. You need to listen to the show more. He's a stolen valor white. Okay, there are great white people who have created culture.
White power.
All he's doing is just fucking like, hey, I'm white too. I'm like you. That's pretty much his claim to fame.
Well, that's Donald Trump's claim to fame. Like, what's interesting about that is I was listening to Produce Justice Radio when Mr. Fuller was living. Him and Mr. Bobby was talking. And he told a story on a job one day where these two black dudes were
psychology professor?
No. Brother Bobby was a radio host. And Mr. Fuller was the person that was doing the show. And Mr. Fuller told a story one day about these two brothers on an elevator. I mean, bagging on this white shorty for just dressing flat out outlandish. Like they were just cracking up.
Okay, I'm lost here.
Hold on, wait a minute. Let me explain. Let me explain.
It's a white shorty on an elevator. How does this relate to?
Hold on.
Talking about?
Let me rephrase that. It was a white woman dressing outlandish, and these two black males were laughing at her. And She caught them laughing at me.
Okay, again.
And then wait a minute, hold
How
on,
does
Sam.
this
Let me finish
relate?
it. Let me finish it right quick, play.
Be quick.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. And she turns around when the elevator stopped, and then the elevator door opened. She looked at him and said, "I'm white," and walked off. I can dress any outlandish way I want to. I can walk around here with my breath stinking, like one or two teeth magnets in my mouth, but I'm still white. I'm still better than you on your best day.
Oh, well, yeah. Okay, I get you. So let's go back to the stolen valor. I bet he wears a straw farmer's hat sometimes.
Proves my point. And again, let me state here, let me take 30 seconds to, I always got to say this because Stanley keeps implying that there's people saying that the community needs to be a community. I ain't saying that.
Motherfucker.
What I do say is stay the fuck away from whites and create your own goddamn neighborhoods that are safe. That's not me saying be the community. I'm not expecting blacks to side and partnership with people that are out of their goddamn mind.
Can I say something here? That this motherfucker expects blacks to do anything? Who is he? The king of the blacks? What kind of fucking moron was he raised to be?
He was raised to be a white one, to be able to tell the truth.
What I'm saying is this motherfucker actually said he expects. Fuck you.
That's not a tall ask, what he's saying, though.
I'm sorry, what?
That's not a tall ask. What he is saying is not a tall ask. It should be basically raising kids in an environment where you respect each other.
This is okay. You don't quite get my point now, do you?
I took the tone out of it and I listened to the.
Okay, no. You think my problem is the tone?
I'm not saying you, but I'm going to say most of the time people don't listen to things.
I'm the one who
tone.
said it, so address me.
Yeah, I think his tone does bother you.
Okay, dude, I literally highlighted the word expect. Okay, let's concentrate on the word expect. This motherfucker expects. Now, try and guess my problem with that word coming out of his mouth in relation to what black people should do. Can you guess? Any ideas?
Oh, I'm sorry. I got jabronis around me now.
Okay, well, you probably need to go back to work, and we can talk later. I don't want to take you away from your very important work.
I appreciate it. It turned into a festival.
Oh, no.
Idiocracy over here.
Your boss will appreciate it. Your boss will appreciate your full attention on your training people to do something that can be dangerous. Wow.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop down, man. I appreciate it. Y'all have a good one. John, what's going on, man?
You too. He's waiting to strike. Who is this motherfucker to expect anything out of black people? He didn't expect anything out of himself. He's a happy bottom feeder. I have a huge problem with his framing. I actually have a huge problem with him even talking about the black community, one that he has zero idea of. The last time this motherfucker had a black friend other than John Galt was in like the 60s. And maybe there's a reason he doesn't live there now. He's afraid of being shot, but I guess it won't be in a robbery. It's probably because he want to talk this bullshit on somebody's porch.
You gotta look at it too. Most of white people's view of black people is through television. So he's just bringing up the same
I
old
disagree
tropes.
with that. I don't.
The same
Who
old
watches
tropes.
television these days?
I mean,
Do people
but
still watch
well,
television?
I mean, yeah, people still watch television now, more streaming, but
Okay, I'm
his
gonna
but the
have to dispute that. You might want to go back and watch the beginning of the show where I was going through some of the changes in black demographics and the differences within the black community. Um, Black people and
those are
white people are
definitely.
don't interrupt. Black people and white people are increasingly getting together. So I'm actually thinking that black people and white people are learning about each other not from TV, unless
I
it's
agree
like.
with that statement. I agree with that
So
statement,
then,
John.
what are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is some of the old, tired stereotypes of the '70s and '80s and '90s.
Okay,
They
well,
still
my
get
point is
sort
be
of like what
brave.
I call
Be
a
brave.
rerun.
See, this is also where you're missing it. Be Brave is making up new stereotypes. Okay, that's 70% versus 3%. And the motherfucker hasn't figured out that 30% and 70% and 3% does not equal 100%. I've yet to remind him of that. So, I didn't want to like force him for
Well, yeah,
into numeracy.
I think Stan. I think Stan, you're seeing us from a different perspective, and that's cool.
No,
But
I know that I am. So, and quite frankly, my perspective is right. It's a little bit more seasoned. The dude
but
is making up new stereotypes.
well, yes, of course. But they have to come from somewhere, and the white
They come from
supremacists.
a lack of breeding. He was
Well,
raised
his
to be a
reality
racist,
is
therefore he is a racist.
yes. And once I mean, you can kind of tell the guy is a bit of a loner. So you don't really
Oh, I
see his
don't care.
eyes.
See, no, 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 no. I don't care about any of that. I don't care about his personal life. See, this isn't personal. I care about his influence and people actually thinking he is factual. I don't care about who he lives with or what he eats for dinner or any of that stuff. So anything to add now that you know I don't give a fuck about him personally?
Well, I'll add this. I'll add this. Um, you can't teach an old dog new tricks, and he's just stuck in his.
Well,
As
apparently
I was
you
saying,
can if he's on YouTube teaching young dogs. I don't care to teach him a new trick. I care that he's teaching the young dogs old tricks. Or I'm
but
sorry, he's teaching. Well, maybe it's new tricks. He's making shit up.
I mean, that comes down to another thing too, where these white supremacists are not only going to white people, they're also going to some of these young and unimpressionable black youths who also have a lot of black self disrespect for themselves, and will be on the sideline with the white supremacists down in Texas, fussing with the sheriff over the Metcalf boy that got murdered. Um,
Yeah, I don't care about
if
the
you saw that,
Metcalf boy. I don't care about
but
any.
what I'm
No, I
saying, but I'm
didn't. If
saying
I
in
saw it, it
general,
was on this channel.
but what I'm saying in general, Stanley, is that the white people understand that yes, being a global minority on the planet, they're gonna have to get some non-white people to support their system, even though they're
Whoa, whoa,
victims of it.
whoa, whoa! Is this a new thing, dude? Have you ever heard
Oh,
of
this is
colonialism?
yeah, same thing.
They've been
No
doing
different.
that for centuries. I don't know that you're bringing anything to the table that anyone who reads an American history book didn't know. Having allies amongst the enslaved, that's colonialism 101. One point you did make about I don't mind, I don't think the white racists, people like Be Brave, I have a problem with Be Brave, in that a lot of people kind of just hop into his audience and repeat his shit. John just hopped in there. John, can you hear us?
Apparently, John's girlfriend is now a fan of Be Brave. But my point is that John Galt and the anti-blacks, they are worse
Well,
for
either
they
John
are
Galt's
worse. Hold on, now I got two of you.
John
Go ahead,
Galt's
John.
girlfriend has to be a white person who also has racist views.
No. See, I'm not sure you're any better than Be Brave. You're jumping to conclusions. What I was about to say is that I think that John Galt and the anti-blacks are worse for the black community.
Yes,
and
they are.
when I say black community, I mean a concept, in an old-fashioned concept at that. I don't think there is a larger black community like back in the Martin Luther King days. You're not going to get. Remember the Million Man March?
I'm familiar.
There weren't a million men there. Black people are so diverse these days that we will not and should not pull in the same direction.
Yes,
Maybe
that's true.
we should, but probably not. I think that anti-blacks are worse to the conceptual black community than white racists are. Okay, white racists like Be Brave, we know they're racist. And you can go, well, everybody's racist, or, oh, Be Brave, we agree with your numbers. It's when black people who have influence inside of the black community, they're raising children, they're having influence over young people. We are our own worst enemy. And the worst enemies in with that conceptual black community are people who are anti-black. And John, you're here. You're certainly welcome to respond. And we went back, by the way, and watched that Sean Bracey thing.
Oh yeah. Yeah. What'd you think, Sean Bracey? Oh, you were there, so you saw it.
I thought they gave you deference. I don't think they should have kicked you off. I don't know who did that. And ultimately, it's Sean who makes that decision. But I don't think you were there to attract listeners. And by the way, I happened to be there. Excuse me, 1 minute. They were talking about the that big debate that I streamed from by my water bottle. They were there talking. The show started with him critiquing that debate that was on Snowman's channel, and I think Snowman was even streaming it from somewhere else, where Angry Man was just, I don't know what he thought he was doing. So most of the part I watched was Sean.
Angry Man's a thug and a criminal and a convict.
Sean was actually there. I keep calling him Sean. Sharon was there just kind of critiquing it. And then it did drift into, other stuff. So when you hopped up, and I didn't agree with your point, quite frankly, but I did join it because when you came up, or at least when I noticed after you came up, they dropped, or they basically made it member only in the chat. And the only way I was ever going to type anything was, become a member. So I think Sean's a good host. It's not a show I have an urge to go on because I don't agree with a lot of their politics. So,
I think, if I can be fair, like, what they did, in terms of dropping me, like they, and that's his rule. So, far be it for me to tell him how to play, play his rules. But a lot of these people don't want to face any challenging thought. They want to.
Well, I don't think you presented much to challenge, to be fair. Now, maybe some of them, I don't think they were challenged as much as just offended.
Well, if you're going to, I don't know how either one of the parents is relevant to the case. That's my thoughts, right? The boy's parents.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I don't see the relevance of the parents' background in the case. I just don't. That's just me. I can't see.
Well, no. When they say background, they mean how he was raised. Okay, they're not talking about like the grandparents. They're talking about.
Well, they brought up a sexual assault allegation, and so
well, that was on Austin's father, right?
Right. And so what I said was,
it's part of how he might have been raised.
But he's dead.
Bad parents sometimes raise bad children. Then there's a divorce. That woman, whoever she was, on Sharon's panel brought it up, which I thought was irrelevant. However, what they're talking about is the quality of the parents. Most times, quality parents raise quality children. They were just saying, hey, look, the dude might have, there's a reason they're divorced. And it was all speculation. So I do think the quality of the bad parents have a higher chance of raising bad children.
Sure.
So now you see the relevance.
Well, actually, I don't, because again, that man is not on trial.
You know what? You cannot say that parents don't influence.
But I don't think it's relevant to the
quality of their kids.
But I'm agreeing with
it.
It
absolutely has something to do with
I'm not
it.
disagreeing.
Not
I'm saying
in the actual trial. Where it might come up would be the sentencing.
Well, but Austin Metcalf is not being sentenced. He's not the one on trial.
John, are you actually this obtuse?
What I'm saying is that.
Do you think they were talking about Austin? Do you think they were talking about a trial when they were talking about Austin's father?
Well, what are they talking about?
What they're talking, and indirectly they are talking about the trial. They're basically saying bad parents, bad kid. They're casting aspersions on the quality of the kid that Austin was, which could lead to a factor in the trial. I'm surprised you can't walk yourself through this.
I've been on trial before.
Okay, I don't give a shit about your personal experience, and neither did they. Okay, your personal trial, were you on trial for murder?
No, but
then how is your trial experience relevant?
Because no one brought up my parents' background.
Okay,
Hell, my dad been in prison twice.
It was not a murder case.
Okay, so that makes a difference.
Do you not understand that not all trials are equal?
Okay, all right, fair. Look, I'm not gonna argue with you. If you say so, then
you shouldn't argue because you don't have a point.
Last night it was brought up that.
Okay, I don't care about last night. I didn't watch the show last night.
I know. I saw you in the chat though, but it was brought up that apparently Carmelo Anthony's father has a record. Carmelo Anthony's father apparently has a record too. So his record.
Yes, that will have a bearing in the trial too.
Yeah, I don't
Did
think so,
Carmelo Anthony's father, and what kind of record does he have? I didn't know this.
Somebody said armed robbery. Somebody said armed robbery.
And he's a lawyer?
I don't think he's ever was a lawyer. I think that was a lie they made up. I think that was a big ass lie that niggas made up. You know what I mean?
Okay, well then niggas, you know what? Why we get this deep into it at all?
I guess what I'm saying.
All it's doing is creating content. And none of it, apparently, none of it is actually substantive.
If you look at it,
Mike, hold on. Mike, if you want to bring your dumb ass up here so I can crush your ass too, hit the link. It's up at the top. Wicked, you can wait for John's show unless you want to come up and not be racist. And I know that'll be a hard one for you. Sorry.
It's just a disagreement, and we'll see. But I think you're definitely wrong on both of the parents. I don't think their background will matter.
I will have to say this. If I'm wrong, I'm okay with it because I really don't care that much about the trial. It is a tragedy, but I don't have any skin in the game. And frankly, here's where I think you're wrong. Black America as a concept has no skin in this game either. It is a local issue. It is a tragedy for a young man and his parents who it does not matter whether he's even found innocent or not guilty. His life is ruined. Okay, it is a tragedy for the child who is deceased, probably needlessly, and his parents. Other than the local tragedy and the tragedy for the families, it has no significance nationally. It is made up, it is artificial, and the people who think that this is the level of George Floyd or some bullshit like that, I simply disagree with them. And I think you asking people, do you know who Carmelo Anthony is? And everyone thought it was a basketball player. I'm going to use that as anecdotal evidence.
Well, no one ever said that, blacks are very, up to speed on the news. It's typically not who they are. But I think, the thing is, what I think is important, or what's interesting, I should say, is that it's the mindset, like how from Cornell X to T's panel to wherever you go.
I don't give a dude. Do you think I worry about other people's mindsets? Why do you?
Well, you don't let me finish my point. So, if you're not gonna let me finish my point, I can just sit here and listen to you. No problem. I got a little time.
Well, that'll work. I think my fascination is, why do you care so much about other people's mindsets, especially ones who don't have an effect on your life?
Or you ask me a question, you want me to respond, or you just talking?
Oh, no. You know what? You take it as you want. You can sit there and be silent and not answer the obvious question. I can move on. I don't understand why people get so wrapped up in what other people are doing.
Well, as I told you, well, I'm gonna take it as a question and say, if you look at how people on Sharon Brace's panel, they want to talk bad about the father, and he's lost his son. And I think
which father? You're not even specific about which father.
Well, the only one they're talking bad about, the Metcalf father, and there's so many, blacks who've lost family members who may have a criminal background in their record. And I think it would be sad to bring up your father's background if you got killed or vice versa. It shouldn't matter. If my dad's been in prison and every time I've been in jail, they never brought up what my father's record was. They judged me on my own merit. But here the blacks are saying,
okay, let's stop right there. How old were you when you got in trouble?
15, 16, shit.
Oh, I got you. Okay, right? You know what? I was thinking you were in your 30s or something.
Shit, I was.
Gotcha.
I was in my 30s too, right? But again, what my father did, they didn't blame that, use that against me. And I think what they're trying to do here is use Metcalf's father's transgression against him. And you know what's interesting about this?
Well, thank God they're not going to be on the jury.
Well,
so their opinion does not matter.
Well, you never know. One lady said she lived in Collins County. And the thing is, the man did the crime apparently 19 years ago. The children weren't even born. Maybe he changed after that. I don't know. He's never gotten in any trouble after that. Apparently, he's never even been convicted. It was just an accusation, I guess. I'm not sure. But whatever the case may be, do you want to judge his son off the father?
John, I'm gonna be honest with you.
No, Linwood. Didn't you just judge Carmelo's father?
No, I did not.
Did you do it?
I did not.
Did you do it because those people judged the other boy's father?
No, what I'm saying was Carmelo's father, whatever he did, should not be judged against Carmelo in the court of law. It's irrelevant. Unless his
And
father told him to go do it.
actually, it won't. Austin's father won't come up either.
And that's what I'm saying. So why are they bringing it up? Like,
Well,
you know,
because look, the same criticism I make of you, I will make of them. They have no clue what's going on. It does not affect their lives. I do understand you have a show to make. You need the content. But
like, I would have that content without them because they're
not
plenty.
you. I'm talking everyone. Okay. I, for the life of me, don't even understand why there's been 2 weeks of talking about it. And I'm not being disingenuous here. There is nothing these shows can do.
If that's the case, you probably didn't understand why there was so much content on Trayvon Martin. Like, you can act like you don't know.
I didn't. However, the circumstances were different. It was an adult male who was told by the police, etc. And I don't want to relitigate the past because I don't think there are parallels.
But you notice how you don't tell the truth, but you say I don't want to relitigate.
That motherfucker, you don't tell the truth. Neither of us know what the truth is. See, this is the weird thing. This is the weird thing. Neither of us know what the truth is in this case.
But we know what the truth is about George Zimmerman, right?
We do not know. No, we don't know what the truth is.
We know the police did not tell him to do anything.
Well, I don't know what the police did because I didn't get that. Okay, motherfucker, you're going to overtalk me when I'm trying to tell you I didn't look deeply. I did not look deep into the Trayvon Martin case.
Okay, so you didn't look
because
deeply.
I didn't care that much about it.
Okay.
Other than the politics of it. Okay, listen to what I'm saying, John, because you seem to not be able to digest this. I didn't look deep. If you know the truth, I don't care about the truth. It was a tragedy, is all I need to know.
It's a tragedy for Obama to speak out.
Talk about Trayvon, or as a matter of fact, I've never talked to my son about the Trayvon Martin case. I've never said don't be a Trayvon.
Yeah,
because it does not impact my life.
That's interesting. Okay, hey man, nobody's saying shit.
Call me obtuse, but so far, Trayvon. Hey, what can I say? It does not affect my life.
Hey, well, you seem to have a strong opinion about this.
Okay, you can have an opinion about something and it not.
We got a strong one. Typically, things that don't affect my life, I don't have a strong opinion. I care less one way or the other. I'm probably more interested in the black mindset, as you saw on Sharon Brace's.
Okay, well, I'm not in. Oh, I get you. I'm not interested in the black mindset either because I don't think there is a black mindset. I think it's
a group that ain't much of a
mindset by racists. Yep. Chuckle all you want. There is no black mindset, and folks who believe that are literally racists.
Yeah.
What do you say to that?
There ain't no black mindset. I do agree with you, man.
Nope. There is no, John. You need to. And if there is, you are the master of that secret, and all your disciples will just win. I don't think there's a black mindset. I think there are individual blacks who have their own minds, but I don't think some weird collective Borg bullshit where blacks are all in a collective going around, destroying starships. I save that science fiction for folks like you.
But yeah, the Sharon panel, like one of the things I've never really liked about is putting people down for money. I'm sorry. I
think Sharon should have not done it.
Well, I think that's part of the grift in that
it is a grift. I agree with that.
You're appealing to people who really don't want to hear anything that challenges their point of view. And I like to say, I
disagree with that.
And I like to say I go up there and make them a lot of money sometimes because the niggas are always calling me a coon and donating money. But I don't think they can debate just off their ideas. And so they end up paying to put people down. I can't imagine paying to put a nigga down. I just change the channel. Or I just pay him no mind or ridicule him. But, when the
Well,
facts
I
like
mean, there's a certain bread and circus aspect. Damn it. I can hear you. Let me go get some water. I can hear you, though.
yeah, I just think, and you see it all the time. I showed you a clip on Anton Daniels where the woman was wrong and she just shut the conversation down. She said, I don't want to participate in this conversation anymore. And, I just think that it's just not very conducive to problem solving, not very conducive to having a conversation. And I think the downside is if you're wrong, then,
Yeah, but John, I'm when you talk about problem solving, whose problems are you solving?
well, what I'm saying is, if you look at that Anton Daniels clip the other day, the guy spoke a blatant falsehood. I think Anton Daniels corrected, no one else would. They were willing to let the lie live. Then when the black woman jumps in, she's talking this and that, Kyle Rittenhouse. When she's corrected, she just immediately shut down. Well, I'm out of this conversation, start rolling her neck. She was not willing to take correction. She just shut down. And that is a common reaction in today's day. I don't know how it was 20, 30, 40 years ago. I can't remember. But they just shut down, or they'll put you off the panel. They'll whatever you got to do to not hear the alternative point of view.
Can I offer my theory? And as usual, people think it's crazy. It's because people either either people don't believe their point strongly, or they're incapable of arguing, and it's the same difference, really.
Well, I think when you're so emotionally attached to something, that's when it becomes hard to make the argument. Like people used to do this shit to me.
I don't know about that. It depends on how. Look, again, I have a theory on that. This particular point, I think if you're good with words and you're good at knowing how arguments work, a little emotion could hurt you, but it could help you. Okay, emotion will decrease your effectiveness, but people who know how to argue, like classically argue, they're going to be able to control their anger or emotion, harness it to help the argument. Not always successfully, of course.
Don't disagree with you. You know what I'm saying? If you can harness that passion and energy, I think a lot of times that passion
might be a better word, by the way.
Right.
I think you're right.
I think
Not so much emotion, but passion.
I think it boils over a lot of times in the wrong times. You know what I'm saying? You carrying some energy on your back,
right?
And then you get in a situation. I talked about decision fatigue here, and it'd be decision fatigue. You make a bad decision. Maybe your feelings played more of a role than your thinking did. And
hold on. You mean in the Carmelo Anthony? Of course.
No, I'm just saying in general. I'm saying in general. If you carrying around, monkey on your back, and all these things, can lead to bad decisions. You may overreact if you
in a YouTube argument.
No, I'm saying in public, in the streets. Yesterday we showed a man, his car was fucking bumped by a woman. He gets out and shoots at people. Deep down, there probably was, but what I'm saying, deep down, there was something that drove him to overreact like that. That's my opinion.
Well, let me ask you a question, because it's obviously he overreacted.
obviously something was wrong with him, but why do you care so much?
Well, I think, and, I don't know if the word is here. It may be more interesting.
Okay, well, I mean, maybe it's a morbid fascination. Maybe you're like,
well, it
see,
even
I kind of get what you're saying, actually.
even
Some
if you didn't
people are so interested in other people, they become psychologists or whatever. I was telling, who was I telling? I don't think it was Universal. I literally avoided taking Psychology 101 as an elective in college because I believe that there is a discipline of psychology, but I think, people take it too far. I literally avoided Psychology 101 because I don't find it interesting. Okay. And I think if you know how to lead people, you will know enough psychology or will learn enough psychology, and you really don't need to know more. And I'm probably more inward focused. I'm much more concerned about my family and my parents and all that stuff. Of course I don't want to see people hurt or stabbed or anything like that. But dude, if I can't fix the problem, I'm not going to worry about it.
Well,
I might make comments, I may make jokes about it, but I'm not going to lose sleep over it.
Well, I think there are groups of people that don't want other people to talk about it either. It's just like they don't want you to notice it. And
and those people in my mind are pathetic.
But there's so many people, man, I can't tell you how many people say, man, why you talk about that? Why you talk about that? Why don't you talk about something else? And I always say, hey man, if you want to hear something that I'm not talking about, you can talk about it yourself. Right? Get up here on YouTube and talk about the joys and the wonders of blacks and whatever you want to talk about.
Well, I'm not saying you shouldn't or can't talk about it. Don't get me wrong there. It's just, look, I'm not that interested. So, I talked about now what I am interested in is, you make points and Be Brave makes horrible, cringy points. Black people aren't all the same. So, my show tonight, at least the beginning of it, was pointing out that it's almost impossible post Jim Crow America to expect Black people to all have the same goals. Back in the 30s, it was like to not be killed, to be from under the thumb of the man. We have a little bit more leeway now. And having a Black community is like herding cats. And it should be that way.
I think, I showed T that picture of that little boy working in the bodega last night. And she said,
that picture, that was a Asian kid, right?
Yemeni. I think he's Yemeni.
Okay. And I thought it was disgusting. Why on earth would you have an 8-year-old kid work? Now, maybe it was the middle of the summer. What time of year was it?
No, how old did you say he was?
Didn't you say he's 8 or something?
12. He's 12.
It wasn't the first time you showed it.
Yeah, he's 12 years old, yeah. And again, like
a 12-year-old kid in the family store, and it's like July, and he's not in school. No, problem with it, as long as there is a parent there. But a convenience, I can't remember. Was he behind plexiglass or something?
No plexiglass. No plexiglass. No mask either.
Because it can be a dangerous environment.
Damn right, it's dangerous, nigga. That corner right there is beautiful.
Right. Dangerous. And my point is that I don't think that's admirable. I question the parenting.
I'm not saying it's one way or the other. What I am saying, though, it is the real world. It is what it is.
Oh, absolutely, it is.
Right, and he's in your corner, in your neighborhood, on your corner, moving $30,000 a month. Like, that's real money. These blacks up here talking about businesses that they could start all this high-minded shit. They can't even control their corners. And so that is why I'm saying, like, it doesn't really make
Okay, well,
sense.
John, let me. I hate to cut you short, but I'm not interested in blacks starting businesses because some 12-year-old is being child abused.
Okay, well, like I said, some may see it as child abuse, some may see it he's
Right.
learning the business, some may see it they making ends meet. But
Well, no,
nevertheless,
Dolomite
whatever
here says 12-year-old learning business. As long as it's the summer and he doesn't have to wake up for school and someone's there with a gun, or maybe it's a safe neighborhood. Nope, nothing wrong with it at all. However, I don't see it as an example for blacks. And again, I just professed that I don't think that there is the kind of black community that racists want to pretend there is. Not every black person wants to be a store owner or a business owner. I was one of them. When I got out of school, my goal was not to open a corner store. And by the way, I knew people like shit. The neighbors who lived behind us, he had a corner store. It was a family store. He probably had 2 or 3 of them. I knew someone who was my mother's best friend growing up. Her husband was into commercial real estate. He did very well for himself. We used to go over and play with his kids, and they were literally family friends. But I still didn't want to be a business owner. I had other things I wanted to do.
And again, I'm not saying that everyone should be, but they on DJ Hemp's channel, they were talking about business.
Okay, I don't give a fuck about. I'm not listening to someone named DJ Hemp.
Okay, well,
whatever.
in many of these cases, regardless of whatever, okay, take away hemp. You look all over
Okay,
America.
well, he might be someone you admire. I
I
never
don't
heard of
even
him.
know him. I don't fucking know him. I've never seen him before on
You
YouTube.
listen to his show, and you just brought him up.
I gotta listen to it. I
I
probably listen
wouldn't
to
know who he was if you never brought him up.
Right, yeah, okay, well, fair enough. I probably didn't listen to more than an hour or two of his in total. But they were talking about business, so I said, let me take a listen, see what they're talking about. And it's, one of these things I've seen, throughout my career is they start.
Now, see, this is the real, and I hate to use the word, and I'm taking panelist privilege here. This is the real nigga mentality. Now, Beef and Brock, and I'm gonna pick on him just because I can. I haven't shown a Pop the Balloon episode in at least 2 weeks. Today, at the beginning of the show, I literally went into 4 or 5 Pew Research reports where we're talking about trends within the black community. We looked at, we introduced the FBI CBE site and the Bureau of Federal Prisons and Statista. And this motherfucker, and I'm sure they're yanking my chain. So, these Negroes can't get over the idea that I ever showed Pop the Balloon. And I will be showing it more. I just have more stuff I've been wanting to do. And part of it is being teased like I am now. So that is my big problem. Okay. My biggest problem is Negroes not being able to think, being able to reason. You'll be good in business. And by the way, business is not the same thing as economic. They're 2 different disciplines. However, I hope Beef and Brock will hear what I'm saying and be a little bit more careful. Or better yet, if you're going to make a joke, at least make me laugh. It might show up as a show title. Do better, sir. Hey, Dave.
The brony. I got him out of here.
Why are you calling him? Whatever. I interrupted you, John. My bad.
Now, for the people that have no interest in business, and more power to you, just go work a job. right? You know, you're wrong.
Right, and that's exactly what I did because
Right,
you know what?
shit,
I'd
most
rather
people,
work a job 20 years
yeah,
and then retire and go fishing
yeah,
every day.
and yeah, shit, you know, hey, shit, you know,
Businesses take
there's no right or wrong answer. You know, it's whatever you choose to do that best suits your personality and whatever you need. But for the ones that are looking, you know, to get into business, in my opinion, that they're going about it so ass backwards that all they're doing is creating frustration for themselves. That's just my opinion.
How are they? What are they doing that's ass backwards?
Well, I'll give you a very good example, a high level example is you hear black people all the time or often talk about, like, you know, getting SBA loans. I've worked with people who've had SBA loans, you know, from a software perspective. Every one of them has said to me, like, this SBA loan is like, you know, basically, you know, a noose around my neck because it made their business so rigid that they couldn't respond in the marketplace the way that they would normally respond. The government had rules and regulations in terms of your equipment and shit like that. They had to buy brand new shit, expensive shit.
Okay, so you're going to take this and just basically say no black people should be doing SBA loans?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that
that's why I'm asking you because I don't know what you're saying.
Right. So most people start off with friends and family. If they scale up,
most black people,
most people just in general. If you start off with business,
this is where I'm kind of like wonder: are black people starting a business? Most people.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So it's black people, any people. If you start a business, more than likely, you're starting out with your own money, maybe some friends and family. It's typically, I guess, how it works.
And I disagree with that. Maybe it's typical. It may be, you know, there's a portion of black people who can. I think you might want to be a little bit more nuanced with that sort of statement. Most white people can. Most Asian people, maybe. There are people, I have a friend of mine whose son went to Northwestern, you know, got hooked into a startup. Okay, but as an employee, he didn't, you know, he wasn't one of the stakeholders. I think what SBA loans tend to be for mom and pop type businesses, right?
I think they probably are better suited for more established businesses.
SBA loans?
Yeah, because let me give you an example of what I mean. I knew a dude who had owned like a restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
He'd go buy all brand new hoods, fryers, everything got to be brand new. If he had his own money, he could have bought this shit for pennies on the dollar. Restaurants go out of business every day. Pennies on the dollar.
Well, why didn't he have his own money, John?
Well, because he borrowed money, right? You know, he
Okay,
wanted to go.
Why didn't he have his own money? Was my question.
Well, maybe he couldn't get it. You know, he had friends and
Maybe
family alone.
he didn't come from a background or a family that had extra money laying around. That's what I'm trying to get.
What I'm saying is, if he had just a fraction of the money, that
John.
You cut me off.
He didn't have a fraction of the money, oddly enough. And if he did, maybe he should have talked to you first. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I wouldn't have known. I didn't know this at the time, right? That the SBA loans were so onerous. Then I worked for another lady out in PG County. And she owned a day spa or some shit like that. And she was looking to buy some equipment. I said, why don't you just buy some used chairs? And she said, I can't do that. You know, my loan won't allow me to do that. Gotta be all brand new shit. You know, in case your business go belly up, the chairs and shit would be, you know, fairly new. And those kind of rigid terms on a fairly young business, it's enough to put you out of business. You'll be catching a strap.
So was it a black lady out in PG County?
Yeah, black lady. Yeah. Not that it
Okay,
matters,
so
because it doesn't
I'm
matter.
gonna have to take you all the way back to where I began. And luckily that lady knew you. Did she follow your advice?
Well, no, she was already in it then,
Gotcha.
and
So
and
where
again,
I'm
I
gonna
didn't know
go,
that until I asked her the question, why don't you just buy used chairs? And that's when she told me you can't. I said, oh, okay, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
and if she
And
had a spa, it might be even be like a health issue. Do you really want to buy old stuff? It could, and I don't know this, I'm just guessing.
I think it's it's the way like you was it capitalization of assets and stuff like that. You know, you buy something brand new, you can depreciate it, blah blah blah. And if the person that loans you the money to buy the shit, they know what you bought, so on and so forth. They, them certified vendors, that type of thing, as opposed to just buying it off Facebook Marketplace. So that's what kind of hit me. Like, damn, this shit is kind of very onerous if you're just starting out, you got to abide by these rigid terms. Now, maybe if you're on your feet, you have a little bit more capital to satisfy
Okay,
those.
well, we're kind of drifting away from your original point.
Yeah, so
And
basically,
where I wanted to go with this is that I don't think if you want to go and I know this is going to bristle your hairs, but Black people don't have the generational wealth that other demographic groups do.
and what my suggestion was or is, if you're going to get any wealth, that's what they were talking about, some 2015 report, 2053 report, saying that Black wealth will be effectively zero.
Okay, who made the 2053 report?
I'm not sure. I never heard of it before. But
but you read it?
No, they were talking about it. I never heard of it up until
Who was
yesterday.
talking about it?
That was on DJ Hemp show. DJ Hemp talking about the 2053 report. Like I said, I never heard of it before, but yesterday. And so they were talking about business. Man, like ultimately, I'm not gonna have to put their child in a corner store. They got to quit their job and work that motherfucker themselves. And if no one's willing to do that, then shit, you're gonna end up where you are. But that is the solution. And like,
okay, I don't agree that it's the solution. You mean to that business or to the Black community?
Well, here's the point that I keep making is like, that's $30,000 a month being pulled right out of your community. You need to touch of that. You got the nail salons and all the other stores snatching money about your community. You don't get a touch of that. That will lead you to zero wealth. Everybody coming in your community taking from you, or providing products that you could provide yourself, and you don't do it. And they more or less just extract wealth out of your neighborhood, whatever little wealth you have. When those is the simple things that you could do for yourself, you may not be able to build rockets and shit, but you can at least sell candy and cigarettes to each other, liquor and beer, bread, Pampers. You got to be able to do that. You got to be able to do that.
Okay, and you know what? For people who want to do that corner store candy stuff, great. Sounds like a solution for a certain segment of the Black community.
Yeah.
Now, for the rest of us, we need to figure it out for ourselves.
Did you hear me give the food stamp example last night?
I didn't watch the show. I had to get sleep.
Last night I gave the food stamp example.
Is there a morning roast this morning?
No, I don't think so. I think it's tomorrow.
Okay, because I see Universal here. I don't give a shit about the 2053 report. I'll leave it to you and John to do.
I don't know anything about it.
But he did drop the link for you, John.
Oh yeah. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I never read it before. Never even heard of it.
Well, Universal is. I'm sure he's a business owner, so he may be the one to give us some enlightenment. But the bottom line, and I'm just going to say it just in summation, and I'm not about to go yet, but I'm probably within an hour. I think the biggest problem in the Black community is people who are so negative. I call them the anti-black blacks, and they know who they are. They're worse than the Jason Kesslers and the Be Brave and all them folks, because it's an internal problem then. And you could probably say it's racism, but if your racism is correct, brown people tend to trust brown people. So, in my thinking, that's a vulnerability. And everyone has kind of a thing or their own way in life. It is a mistake to think that all black people, especially in 2025, are even similar, unless they live within your local community, like your next door neighbor. And I know this just from my YouTube experience. Blacks in LA are not like blacks in my little town. Okay, different mores, different values, and of course there are cultural similarities, but not many. And then there's age, for instance. There are all kinds of things that separate. And black people are not in the pressure cooker they were 70 years ago, and we should stop pretending. And this isn't actually me talking to you, John. I think HB. We looked at a Pew report. We're like up in the 70s of the black community, just 4,000, almost 5,000 people they interviewed. They do not trust American institutions. And I'm thinking maybe, you need to test the waters a little bit more. And my other point was that, well, you're one of that 70%. And this isn't a Be Brave number. This is an actual, trusted source. It sounds like you don't trust, things like financial institutions, loans, SBA loans. And that's fine. But my biggest gripe is that expecting that people think there is a community is part of the problem. Even if you want to mock it, it's a problem.
I think you're probably right. And the reason why I say you're probably right, why it's really a problem.
Well, I don't doubt that I'm right.
And that's what they were discussing yesterday on DJ Hemp in the 2053 report. And I think there does need to be some clarity here. On one hand, you say people, you have.
Well, dude, why were you expecting clarity from Sean Bracey's show?
I wasn't expecting that. That was a different topic.
That's another question I had.
That was a different topic. I just came on. But one topic at a
Are you
time.
lonely, John?
I think you were there. Were you lonely?
Well, yeah, I was literally there, working on something or another. I was in a chair watching it. It was kind of background noise until you popped on, and I'm like, oh shit.
I bring him to the yard. I bring the boys to the yard. But
you made me doing.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, I might have to get in there. John might get into a firefight. I'm gonna have to get in there and help him.
I knew they were going to be talking Carmelo Anthony. And again, sometimes I probably
they
just
were
do it.
talking about the debate, and then they drifted.
But when I got there, they were talking about Carmelo Anthony. I don't know what they were talking about before. I didn't see any of that. I think Carmelo Anthony was in the title.
That dude's a problem.
Yeah, he likes to talk loud. I think I've never really watched the show.
He's borderline offensive and bad at debate.
No. They had Carmelo in the title, so I figured I'd go up. I didn't even know they were doing a debate or what they were talking about, but
well, they shouldn't have dropped you. They should have. And I don't know what you did to them.
Well, bro, they knew what was coming, and they had to back the foot. They had to either face the truth or cover their eyes.
What is the truth?
Ears. And, they're not used. What I'm saying to you, Stanley, again, you probably haven't been around. It's been a while, maybe, I don't know. But they're just not willing and able to accept alternative points of view. They're just not willing to do it. I've been dealing with these people all, most of my life professionally, dealing with them, they cannot fucking accept it if it does, when they're so heavily invested in something. And it's a problem. It's a real serious problem because, I can disconnect myself from it. Like, hey, okay, yeah, Carmelo's black. I'm black. Okay. He fucked somebody up. Okay. Right. What the fuck they got to do with me? I ain't trying to defend him or put him in prison. That's somebody else's job. But they want to defend him. And it's not him. They don't give a fuck about him. The black person that killed him, they wouldn't give a damn. They wouldn't be coming up with all these excuses. But there's something inside of them that makes them want to defend them and killing a
Okay,
white
well,
person.
it's called loyalty. Have you not have you not heard of the word?
And that
I've
is what I'm,
experienced it a couple times in the Navy.
and
People
that is what I'm
sometimes
saying.
are
And that is what,
loyal to
I
someone they see
understand.
as their leader.
Or their color. I understand all that. But like, there's so many contradictions or conflicts within that. On one hand, on one hand, there is no black community, as you say. On the other hand, they got black-owned businesses up in the windows, and there is a benefit to having it in some cases.
Okay, well, are you saying I can't rectify the two? Because I can.
No, I ain't saying that. I'm just saying, on one hand, they want to move away from it, and on the other hand, they want to embrace it, and they're being torn apart. They need to choose a side. Either I'm going to embrace this
Right?
blackness.
No, you know what? That part I agree with you.
You know what I mean? Like, and embracing it. I think embracing it will require them to do a lot of things that they're not willing to do. That's why.
Let me ask you a question.
It's a half hug.
Kid I don't begrudge someone taking an SBA loan if they don't have other means. Now, it may not be the best, but if you have nothing, you may have to grasp at a straw. I don't get your point. And I know you're not actually doing this. Maybe I'm being hyperbolic, but if some kid needs an SBA loan with a good idea, now there are all kinds of ways I could go with this. Okay. My solution would be, motherfuckers, get your kids to a level where they can go somewhere and maybe join a startup, or there are things you can do, but each according to his abilities. Now, I've known people who could sell, rocks to an established quarry. They're so good at selling. You know what? If someone who is that good at a craft that can't be replicated or learned, because I don't think good selling can be learned. A natural salesman is born. They need senior people like you to advise them. Okay, if I wanted to get an SBA loan, I'd be talking to you because I don't know that shit, and I'm older than you.
And what I would say to people, honestly, is like, you probably need to start with your own money first. Start small. Start very small, right? If you want to get a car wash, start washing cars. Maybe work your way up to a mobile car wash. I've seen people, honestly, here in DC, they wash cars in the Trader Joe parking lot. Fucking set up a business.
Okay, but not everybody wants to do that, and if they don't,
I understand. I understand. But for the people that want to wash cars, they have a couple options: wash in the backyard of their house, and maybe they wash in the parking lot of Trader Joe's, rent some space from Trader Joe's, or they can open up a car wash like what I showed you on the stream yesterday. But honestly, you open up a car wash, it's hundreds of thousands of dollars. But there are things you can do to work your way up to that car wash that I
John,
don't think.
I have a friend, and I haven't seen him in probably 40 years. He was working at a shoe store, just doing stuff. His goal was to own a coin-op car wash. That was, you know what? You ask him, what are you working towards? And I know good and damn well he got it, because that motherfucker was serious, and he was a good guy. And, sometimes the good guys win. He was doing everything right, but he had a goal.
If
you go
you
listen to the
want something like a car wash and that is your mission, dude, you're gonna get customers washing cars in that Trader Joe's. Those people are going to remember how hard you work and they're going to want to give you patronage.
but if you start
However,
off full
however, that is not it's only a template for people who want to do that. It is not
right,
a general template for the whole
right,
Black community.
I
That's
understand,
really
and
my only point. We all
and
don't think like
I understand it, but I'm speaking
so when
generically.
you go, well,
I'm
them
only talking about
blacks think like that.
hold on.
No,
Listen,
I'm
you're
not on
annoying
board.
here. Look, I'm only talking about the people who they were talking about starting businesses. If you want to go work, that's fine. A lot of people work. Some of these people you work for them.
Hey, you're not getting my point.
I get your point. Everybody don't want to start a business. That's cool.
No,
But
you're not getting my point.
okay, what's your point?
My larger point over who's starting businesses or working is that all Black people do not think alike.
Oh, yeah, all right, man.
Even at a higher level culture level. Okay, we don't all think alike. And that should be obvious, just me and you talking.
Yeah. I mean, I think, there are minor disagreements, but I think by and large, the bulk of Blacks think pretty much like there's a lot of overlap.
But see, I don't. And I don't care if they do. And I don't even, I would never use a term like the bulk of Blacks.
Okay. Fair enough.
No, it's just not I know so many Black people and have met so many different types of Black people over my 60 years that I would never group them together other than, maybe there's a trend, like most of the Black people I like kind of like, Motown, things like that. Or most of the people when I was living in Savannah would go to, the Oglethorpe Mall on a Saturday. But bulk of Black people, I don't know the bulk of Black people. Sid, are you teasing me? Stop beating me up, woman. So anyway, I didn't mean to derail the conversation. You and I don't know why we just don't. We see the Black community in two different ways, and you know what? That is proving my point. We just have different ways of being Black.
Well, I think they impress upon each other, certain expectations. They do impress upon certain what's expected, how you behave, how you dress.
Thank you for that. I will always forget.
And so there are some things that they enforce on the masses or try to enforce, and so I think, as I say, like they need to pick one or the other. Say, hey, we're individuals.
Why do you think they have to pick one or the other? I mean, at some point you have to make a choice, but it depends on where you are.
I think it confuses people.
What people? Who care? Dude, the only people you have to satisfy are your family and maybe close neighbors or people in your local community. Who cares if you're confusing people?
Right.
Maybe Black people should just be less sensitive and more callous. We need a more I don't give a fuck what people think attitude. And people think Black people do now, but looking at the numbers or the trends in those Pew reports, in a way, people like Jason Riley or Thomas Sowell, in a way, they are bold. They are rebels because they broke away and they are thinking what they want to think. That part of actual Black conservatives, I appreciate. they basically at some point said, fuck you. I'm going to do what I want to do, even if it's going against a quote cultural grain. I have no problem with that. I don't disagree with your politics, but I agree with your style.
Yeah, I think, again, like what Hampton guys were arguing about was what a guy, they were debating the guy Wallow who was complaining about black businesses. And, it's like, just let it go and just support the best business. But then there are benefits for being a black business. So blacks want to have black businesses. It would far be better just take that off your title, your title and say, look, I'm just going to compete. But I think that just their free market of competition, they don't feel like they can compete without some kind of handicap being a black business. And then that leads them to be, maybe not as serious about their business. So it's like, you embrace the black thing that's going to give you black customers, but you don't treat the black customers like you would if you weren't giving this favoritism. And, it's probably just better to either let it go or demand the highest of each other and embrace the black. One of the two. But it's not working trading off being black, like we're all black, and then I get sloppy service.
Well, you know what? That currency, that currency is slowly slipping away. You better be smart and black.
Yeah, so it's very interesting. And so when I hear these young men complaining and things like that, I think honestly, like, and one of the guys said it fantastic. He said, like, I can't loan money to brothers in the hood, and he probably can't borrow money from brothers in the hood.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't know anybody else to really loan money to, and I'm just saying him in general. Most people don't know people outside of their groups like that. And so, what do you do? What would he do? And I'm saying him as an example. Your network ends up being kind of closed because you don't want to do business with your friends and your family. Yeah, so it's very interesting.
Well, I mean, you know what? I don't like taking, ground level local problems and universalizing them. I criticize people like Thomas Sowell for doing that all the time. So again, and I don't even classify myself as a rugged individualist. I just maybe I have the kind of brain that is able of realizing that no two situations are exactly alike. There are trends, but they're, when they say history rhymes, it doesn't repeat itself. I'm all for that. There are trends. Things can be similar, but never exactly alike. And Sin, it's funny. I used to be a little bit, even, oddly enough, I was probably a little bit more collectivist before I joined this outfit. I'm a lot less collectivist now. And oddly enough, it's because of people agreeing with each other too much. When Wicked comes up here and Be Brave comes up here, it's basically collectivism. Okay, no one is thinking outside. They're, yucking it up. Be Brave thinks it's funny, therefore I'm going to say it, and it kind of reinforces, the rightness of my opinion. And it's funny that I have to come up here to a more or less MAGA space to become less collectivist.
But doesn't CKJ3 kind of do the same thing he kind of agrees with everything you say? Yeah, Stanley, yeah, boss.
He doesn't agree with everything. I think he and I kind of agree on culture and politics.
Mm-hmm.
On business, I wouldn't even talk to CKJ3 about, because I don't know enough. And I think CKJ is not as hard on black people, but he's not easy either.
But he's a big defender, and I think that's the thing. Like man, for 2 days straight. And this is what was interesting to me about CKJ3.
Been kind of adamant about the Carmelo Anthony thing.
Well, but no, see, and that is the thing. Like, I don't think he was adamant about it. I don't think he gave a fuck. Honestly, he don't know Carmelo Anthony from a man in the moon.
Well, I don't. I
don't either. But here's the thing. For 2 days, CKJ3 kept telling me, you need to cover the Butler killing. And immediately off the break,
well, I know where he's getting at that.
Right. I know what you just about to say. He just what he's doing is whataboutism. And a lot of blacks.
No,
yes,
but
he is.
I mean, you could make that argument.
He's done it multiple times.
I'm not going to say you're wrong.
If he came up here, I tell him this way. In both of these cases, he don't care about these people. He has no dog in the hunt in either case.
Okay, well, John, you're kind of moving off into stratosphere.
So my question to you,
KJ brought it up is okay. Look, I know why he brought it up.
I know too.
Because something fairly similar happened, and he feels you're being anti-black, and I agree with him.
Okay, fair enough. He can feel that, right?
He's like, well, hey, something similar happened did not involve a black kid, and you seem to have not noticed it. That's
he can come up here and discuss that. But he has to go do whataboutism, and then he finds kind of an imperfect case to contrast it with. That case that he brought up here was not a good comparison. It wasn't a good parallel. It's just like him bringing up George Zimmerman. It's not a good parallel. The Kyle Richardson Rittenhouse. To compare that to that's not
a good comparison.
To compare Carmelo with Kyle Rittenhouse, they're not good comparisons. The people that Kyle Rittenhouse killed had guns. They were chasing.
Well, I don't even care. I don't care enough.
I understand whenever you get to a point you don't care.
I think Kyle Rittenhouse got away.
I don't want to talk about Kyle Rittenhouse. But what I'm saying, I think they're two different cases. But they're two different cases. That's why I brought it up.
Right. And I'm with you. If you're going to bring a case, it better be, it's almost better not to make a comparison and just talk about the case in and of itself.
Because they're not.
Dude, not everybody's good at this sort of stuff.
But what I'm saying is, it's not a fact of being good or bad. It's a fact that he wanted to be right. There was something.
Okay. I'm sorry. Please go ahead. I want to address this comment at some point when you're done.
Yeah. It was desirous of him to say, but white people do it too. Stop looking at white people, man. Stop focusing. Whatever they do, let them do what they do. You just try to live the best and create the best among your black people. If you're going to be focused on whites as a group, well, focus on your blacks as a group. Let them do what they do. If they're killing people and taking drugs, go ahead, so be it. Focus on you. But he wants to explain away Carmelo's bad behavior by saying, so white boy did it too. That's not holding yourself to high standards. That's
I'm gonna base it. Well, he went in too deep. The first thing, probably the only thing that this case even kind of, something that I would even discuss is because my son is a little bit older. A couple years. He's a year older, but probably be 2 years older soon. So, young men, height of their, high school career, should be going off to college. It does strike home when one makes a mistake that basically he's going to have to pay for quite some time, if not the rest of his life. As a matter of fact, he will. Just maybe he can mitigate at some point. I think he's found not guilty, etc. So that's it's really the only reason I've even engaged with it. And I just think that we are too down. We are too willing to take every bad example of black people's behavior, and universalize it. I think this channel in particular, and that includes everyone, Okay, and I'm not going to name names. Y'all are horrible at it. Okay, it's like, God damn it, if some black person jaywalks, it might wind up being a show for a week. And I'm just like,
you're being
oh,
facetious.
it's a little hyperbolic sometimes.
Mhm. Man, I think you know, I think I don't think we've covered any topic more so than anyone else. We covered immigration more than probably this Carmelo Anthony case. We did stream after stream on immigration, calling people in Charleroi, Springfield, Ohio.
Okay,
And shit.
and I didn't agree with any of that either. Actually, I thought it was it was funny, it was entertaining, but
I didn't think it was that funny. I thought it was interesting.
Because we didn't know anymore. Dude, the people you were calling in Charlottesville and all these other places, they were Be Brave level looking at the immigration issue. Okay, you had a chance to talk to politicians, correct? People like council members?
I don't think we talked to anybody.
Well, no, I said you had a chance to, if I recall. Maybe I don't recall as
I
well.
don't think we had an opportunity. I don't think so.
I would have loved to have talked to a different perspective besides po-trash whites complaining about their cats being eaten.
Well, we talked to blacks too. Do you call them
you know what?
black?
I'm not going to discriminate. I'm going to,
we talked to the black man who ran the barbershop.
Would have been a little bit more diversity in it, and I'm actually not going to even fuss, dude. That you took the chances and you did the interviews you did. It was a masterstroke.
I mean,
I'm not
saying.
I'm just saying maybe a little bit more diversity would have added to the success.
Didn't we call the African business owner of the grocery store? I think we called her.
Well, yeah, after you talked about, like, dude,
we did a lot of content. So some came before, some came after. We talked to black barbers,
but you did everything but call her a cannibal.
I didn't say anything about that. I don't think I commented much about the cat shit, because I know Haitian people.
No, you don't remember looking at her shop? Because I think it was a website or something.
Yeah, I didn't find anything particularly interesting about the shop, because I've been to grocery stores. Hell, I've been to African markets where the food is outside. So I remember seeing it, and it's not like your typical American grocery store, because I think she had.
Well, no, it was not. It was not Trader Joe's.
Yeah, like
as a matter of fact, didn't they have flies in the store or something like that?
I don't remember flies, but I do remember. They had the meat
marketing.
Yeah, because like, I don't know if you noticed, but like a lot of Africans, not a lot, the parts I've been, let's say if they're having a celebration, you can't just bring a pack of chicken over there. You know what I mean? Like, they don't want this shit. Like, they want a fresh chicken. And so oftentimes they sell their food that way. Like, it's like chopped up, like, different than the way we may get it. So, I've seen it before, so I didn't take any exception to it.
Michael, hit the link. Do you think I give a fuck where you're from? Nothing you've said is going to change my mind. You need to get a grip, son. So, but do feel free to hit the link. And if you think you know Black culture living in San Diego, okay. I don't. To be honest with you, I think there is a 0% population of Black people in California. They're all white. If we must get racial. But feel free to hit the link.
Oh.
I'm doing a John on Sean Bracey. I'm just gonna piss people off.
But yeah, they shit around Bracey there, yeah.
Well, look, like I said, I'm probably not going to be, because I think the people he is the best. He's just an excellent host. I got to learn his patience, because I'll go after people and He seems to be able to tolerate, the angry mans of the world, or angry men of the world, whatever. And I'm just not going to do that. I'm not going to sit there and take that kind of like low fidelity abuse. I'm going to fight back.
Well, I
And
think
not
Angry
only am I
Man.
going to fight back, I expect to crush you.
Well, I
So
think Angry Man is. I think Angry Man is. I'm not very familiar with him.
look at this
But
motherfucker. This dude, obviously he's a troll. Dude, I'm 60 from the South. Fuck you.
I think
You don't know black people. Even if you're from New York City and you live in San Diego, you're not black. Let me just start there. You're pretend black. You kind of have a skin tone that might just kind of let you pass as black. You're white.
Angry Man, is he he's the kind of the top dog in that space. So it maybe just be some deference to him. Because he has a
Oh
big
well,
arm.
I think he was the one actually, like the main streamer.
Yeah, that's
But I've
'cause
seen him. I
he's
talked to him on CT show.
I mean, CT is a big channel too. But again, Angry Man in that sector is going to be like the bigger streamer probably of all of them. So
I have no doubt.
so they have to give a little deference. I would imagine they have to give a little deference to him.
Oh, you know
to
what?
not come back to the audience.
I would have gone I'd have gone after him. I'm like, dude, I don't know what they put in your beard oil, but whatever it is, it's just like turns you into an ogre.
I didn't hear what he had to say, but
It was to be honest, yeah. I don't know what to say. It really was just, I just don't understand how people act like the people they are describing. It was, and I have to use the word, I apologize. It was niggerish. It was a nigger mess. And this dude is calling everyone all the names, implying that all these people, and he's acting just like the people he's purportedly criticizing. It was embarrassing, to be honest.
yeah, he's a bit of a loud talker to get his point across. So it seems. I haven't watched much bitch content, so
But it was a bit.
never
I mean,
seen
you
kind of a
might
loud
not have
talker.
seen that debate,
I
dude.
didn't see.
I was literally sitting here again, just kind of oddly watching it because I'd never seen anything from Snowman's channel. And I'm like, well, damn, I plan on doing a show at 3 a.m, but this is so good. I'm gonna have to stream early. It was literally for a while there, the best YouTube debate as far as how it was ordered and everyone just kind of talking, not over talking. One of the best debates I've ever seen.
Really?
No, I mean, that's what, dude, it was. Now, there were parts where it just kind of got out of hand, but no, it was, and the lady who was moderating it was kind of had her side. She was more, on that, Carmelo's a gangster or something, but she did a good job moderating.
But she was on the side of Angry Man. I think Angry Man's on this side, right?
Well, Angry Man was on like kill all the nigger side. I honestly feel if Angry Man had his way, it would just be him, Imperious, and CT, and you. y'all would be the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse.
I didn't know he was that extreme. I thought I didn't know he was that extreme.
Well, maybe he's performing.
Yeah, he's a little too loud for me.
Loud. He was belligerent.
Ooh, good point, Freezon. I would love to see Angry Man versus Stanley. That would be good. Stanley, you don't know the power you got, man. Like when they say you can go up against Angry Man, that would be entertaining.
You know what? I'm not.
You need to get your ass out there.
I'm not your slab of meat.
No, you need to collect the cash apps. That's what we're talking about.
I don't need them that bad. If I have to debase myself, that's
I don't want to debase myself.
You're not. Bud Light ain't cheap no more.
Okay, Lindy Lou. See, this is the bullshit. If a restaurant throws a plate of sloppy food on the table, it can still taste good, but the motherfucker, if I'm paying a restaurant for the experience, I don't know where you go to. It's actually why I don't go to restaurants much, because that art of service has been kind of lost. I understand your perspective, but I'm not fucking paying money for bad service or even sloppy food presentation. If I want that, I will go to McDonald's or a diner. Okay, your standards are not mine, Lindy Lou. And I think that's what gets lost in this mix. Okay, Be Brave standards are not my standards. And y'all need to fucking understand that. That's
what are you
part
talking about?
of my
What are you talking about, Sonny? What are you talking about?
she'll know.
No.
Yeah, when I think of Lindy Lou, I think of what could have been.
Just because y'all
Between Stanley.
have like and I'm gonna be blunt, I'm not white trash. Period. I wasn't raised to be a bottom feeder. I would not be proud to be a bottom feeder, and I sure as shit wouldn't brag about it if I was. The standards are different. Yep, I'm sure it's solid now, but motherfucker, I'm better than that. I'll say it bluntly. And I was raised to know this, to think it, or at least fake it. Stanley can't handle a big stage, too much fragile ego at stake. Could be right.
Take on the criticism here.
You know what? Dave the other day criticized me, and what did I do, Dave? Did I yell? I don't
No,
have
you didn't yell. I was expecting you to. I was trying to work on my strategy though.
Well, the bottom line is that my patience level, I've struggled with it all my life. And you know what? If you come at me half cocked, I'm going to tell you it's half cocked. Some people can't deal with that.
When you take the show on the road, Stanley, you do have to change the strategy a little bit. Not much, just a little bit. Tweak a few things. That's all. The way you handle yourself in that brave debate, I don't see what's wrong with that version of Stanley coming out and then.
See, the problem is that's more as natural Stanley than this is. I mean, you put me in a chair in a room and we talk ideas. Absolutely, I'm comfortable.
Yeah, I think.
And like I told HB and Be Brave, I've been mocking Be Brave about it. I basically said, hey, I'm not debating this bullshit. Okay. I'm not gonna debate something vehemently that does not exist except between Be Brave's ears. We don't need to have the debate if I have to if my opinion versus Be Brave's opinion is how we're going to do it over the 70%, then we don't need to do the debate. So if I'm going to do it, we're not talking fictitious white supremacy bullshit. I won the debate before we even had a debate because I took what was going to piss me off the table.
Well, I think, honestly, my lovely lady Lisa called in last night. She said, well, I think it's 30%.
And you know what? God, she didn't say it to me.
But she's nowhere near Be Brave, and she's just coming up, pulling a number out of her head.
Dude, that doesn't mean she's right.
It don't mean she's right.
I don't think it's 30%. I don't think it's any percent.
And
That's
you
all
know, her opinion, while valid, is not verifiable. I don't have to believe someone's opinion. As a matter of fact, I don't think anyone makes it. I think it's 0%. How about that?
You're entitled to that, right? Like Brave says 70, she says 30.
Well,
Some people say
Brave
it's
is a
none.
little less qualified than Lisa or me.
Well, I mean, I don't know who. Man,
If
you
we're
got
going to live in a
you got
racial America,
he's
some
got
so
40
white
years.
trash white man is not going to tell me about a community I grew up in and get away with it. I'm going to fucking flame his fucking wrinkled white ass.
Well, you know, so he says 70. Some people say
I
0.
don't
You
give a
say 0.
fuck. What part of why even bring it up?
Well, I guess the reason why, you know, I think it keeps constantly being brought up is that it is a number between 0 and 70, right?
No,
You say
it's
0
not a
first.
number at all.
Okay, well, I think
It's
people
literally
don't really
not
the
a
number.
provable number. If
Well,
you
that
can't
doesn't mean
prove the
that doesn't mean
number,
the
then
number
there is
that
no
doesn't mean
number.
the number doesn't exist. It
It's
just means you
all
can't prove it.
opinion.
It doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just means you can't prove it.
No. If you can't prove it, it does not exist. You
If
might
you
have
don't
a
hear something,
theory, you might have a notion, the number does not exist.
if a
Okay,
tree
and
falls in the wood and I don't
giving
hear it, did
B
it
Brave
still
that
fall?
much
Yeah,
credit,
still, right? I ain't
I'm
see it
going
or
to
hear
be
it.
blunt. Giving
They
B
tell me
Brave
you're
that
an
much
atheist
credit
without
is
telling me
frankly
directly you're an atheist.
offensive. It is offensive.
You know, again, it could be offensive. I'm not disagreeing with any of those things.
No. I didn't say it very well could be. I told you it is, at least to me.
Okay.
Now
It's
that it
offensive.
doesn't offend you, that's your business.
Well, someone's opinion typically doesn't offend me, but because you know
Well,
you're
I
entitled
have
to. I
to
can't make.
admit, it takes a lot to offend you. And maybe I need to try and be more like John Galt, but you know what? A motherfucking dude who professes to be a bottom feeder telling me about my own heritage is fucking offensive.
Well, you know, I think that that is kind of where, you know, the meat of what I think is interesting is that like you know, from your generation, my generation, and all generations probably following me, there is this love-hate type relationship. You even see it with the anthem.
Okay, I see you want to fucking just basically like make excuses.
Make excuses for what?
Okay, I maybe you're just trying to rationalize this in your brain. Again, if I had a chance, I would flame this dumb fuck. I think Be Brave is one of the dumbest. He's dumb for even talking on the topic he doesn't know about.
Oh, well,
And
you know,
what's more problematic is people. He's like a what was the I'll think of the name in a bit. He was like a radio priest. He was actually Catholic, bishop something or another. That black people buy that bullshit. That's the tragedy. Be Brave is a charlatan. The people who are buying what the charlatan's saying, those are the biggest issue. Again, the black people who are anti-blacks in the quote conceptual black community are way more dangerous than Be Brave is.
You know, yesterday
it's the flock of the bottom feeder Jesus that's the problem.
You know, yesterday I was listening to I was, you know, Brave on for a bit, and Sir pulled up in his panel. I don't know if Sir. I don't think
seen
Sir
him in a while. He's still alive.
Yeah, I don't think Sir and Brave, you know, see eye to eye or whatever. Maybe they had their little back and forth. But you know, I think there is a you know, a certain level of respect by the fact that he is poor white and he ain't down on the bottom homeless and he speaks fairly well He has some good talking points. And I think for a lot of the young black men, I remember talking to Sir one time.
Okay, where are you drifting off to? Because I'm already.
I'll explain to you. That Sir and Brady don't see eye to eye. But Sir was over in Brady. But Sir was over in Brave's audience. And I think that there, and as hard as it may, maybe, and I think that there is something like Sir. I don't think Sir particularly cares for me. Now he don't come over here and want to listen to me, right?
Well, after that, after his performance, I don't think it's you that's it was just hope. Now, I would like to think it was sheer embarrassment from that kind of. Oh, dude, that dude showed out.
Well, I didn't see it. I'm not.
I saw the whole thing. It was a tour de force.
But I think that
in a good way.
I think that Brave and I could probably say the same thing, and it hits a little differently if I say it to Sir versus if Sir say it to Sir. I mean, if Brave says it to Sir. I don't know why that is. And I'm just using him as an example. But a lot of blacks can take it from a Brave before they can take it from me. And that's why I think that's why his audience, he brings out people that don't see eye to eye with him. The king should value, right?
Okay, well, I get what you say about seeing eye to eye, but what do they see when they look into each other's eyes? Truth?
Well, it's at least mutual combatants from the standpoint of like Brave gonna let you get it out, and he feel like he gonna be able to combat your thoughts with his logical.
Okay, well, let me tell you how a white man like B Brave thinks. He thinks, hey, let it out, brother. I don't expect any better.
Well, I think he does with whites and blacks. I don't think it's racial with him.
Okay, you're not getting my point. I think he does it especially with people like Sir. He doesn't expect better.
Well,
and you're a holy man. Well, what he didn't call you, I'm probably because he doesn't know the term, you're his magical Negro.
Well, I think again, all these things may be funny, but blacks can seemingly take that rough truth from a Brave. I don't think they blacks can take it from each other like that.
Man. Like blacks who have any sense of pride in American history, they're not taking. They're taking B Brave as the bottom feeding charlatan he claims to be. Okay, it's the blacks who are just willing to hear something funny and chuckle.
But I don't think Brave is a comedian. He's not just funny.
Well, I understand you don't think he is. I'm not asking you what you think. I'm telling you what I think. So I don't care what you think. It's obvious what you think. I'm not asking your opinion.
Yeah, well, I think it's very interesting that you see the type, you see young blacks like Antoine. You wouldn't expect him to be Brave, listening Brave, but he'll go up on the panel because Brave is striking at the core of what a lot of these young people, maybe some older people, like you see Mike Brown in the audience.
You know what? I'll worry when I see my son in B Brave's chat. Until then, until then, I don't really give a fuck.
Look at Antoine. Antoine's a nice young man. He's not radical.
Antoine is probably over 35.
Right. Okay. Right.
Okay, so bottom line is 35 is not that young. Like I said, you're describing, and maybe at my advanced age, Antoine is young. Like I said, I will worry when I see my son in Be Brave's chat. Otherwise, they're all like good and grown ass men. They can do what they want to do.
Hey, look at what Kimmy Cake says here.
Okay, am I supposed to be what? I think Kimmy Cakes is wrong. I think Be Brave is the worst of critics of a black community, and that Brooklyn Watson agrees doesn't impress me. Anything else, John?
Yeah, I think
while I love Kimmy Cakes, this is one of these things that, she's farther to the right than I'd like her to be. So be it. I just have to overlook it.
You see what she says? She says it's hard to hear it from him because he's white and speaking up,
Oh, no. You know what? And the funny thing is I kind of joke about the white. I think it's more a class issue. The motherfucker, dude, I don't listen to bottom feeders.
Very well,
especially about things he doesn't know.
Is Stanley still there?
Yeah, he's there.
Where else would I be there?
I just wanted to address what my comment was about Brave. I don't think he's dumb. I'll say that. There's nothing about him. You might not agree with him, but dumb, I don't.
No. He's an absolute moron.
Okay, I'm not going to take that away from you.
He talks good. He's smart enough to have the gift of gab. So I mean, he's not like just totally out and dysfunctional. But you know what? I have said it's white skin wasted, a good brain wasted. And hey, that's life. He's done what he wanted to do. However, I'm not one that's going to mistake someone who can go to a dictionary and learn a big word for actual knowing shit. Okay, he knows. My father used to say a little knowledge is a dangerous thing, and Be Brave is a patron saint of that.
I want to be honest, because usually when Brave comes on, I'm quiet and I'm just listening. But I'm not going to lie. A lot of his observations are not wrong. They're very accurate.
Okay, Kim.
And
just because you have
Can I finish my sentence?
I'm assuming you're just telling us your opinion because you're certainly not going to change my mind. I think he's an idiot.
I'm not trying to change anyone's. I'm not controlling.
Well, good. Then why belabor the point?
So what I'm saying is
we know what you think of him now.
No, you don't. I don't.
Well, you just said you don't think he's dumb. Do you really need to elaborate?
I don't think he's dumb. I think some of his observations are accurate, but I do think that it's hard to hear it from him because he's white. I think some people.
Okay,
I've heard black people say similar things.
Because I admire you and respect you so much. I'm just going to say I respectfully disagree, and that's that.
But Stanley, I've heard black people say
there's
the
literally
same things
nothing
that Brave have
that
said.
you have said that is even close to changing my mind.
I don't want to change your mind. I want to respect how you feel. I'm just saying that I've heard black people
I don't
and
feel
Hispanic
this
people
way.
say the same thing.
I know he's dumb. Okay, this isn't a feeling.
All right, I don't want to take away what you believe.
If he and I sat on a panel and talked about anything other than race and American culture, we would just crack each other up. I don't dislike him as a person. I do not think he is anywhere near valuable. His opinion is on American culture and race in particular. I don't value his opinion. I think it's more detrimental. The only people more detrimental to a Be Brave type of racist are anti-black blacks who are like enemy from within.
Stanley, I've heard the same complaints come from the black community, and I think it's only hard to hear it from.
I don't give a shit what you've heard from the black community. I'm talking about
we have some of the same complaints.
Okay, you know what? Look, what am I going to say, Kim? You think he's smart. So as far as I'm concerned, you're part of the black community.
I don't want to measure his intellect, but when he's on here, I'm not looking at a dumb person. I would never say,
Hey,
oh, that's
you're
a
part of the
dumb.
black community, and I commend you for it. Thank you for your service. I don't happen to share the black community's opinion of Be Brave.
I think we've all had similar complaints. I don't think the things he's saying
No,
sound. It's like not the
you know
first time
what?
we're hearing it.
Let me
It's not
put
the
it to you
first time
this
we're
way.
hearing it.
Let's just call it happy coincidence that we have some of the same complaints. But it's coincidence. It's not collaboration.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't call that collaboration either. But yeah. And I think, if there's anything, I do admire the fact that he's not afraid to openly speak his mind.
Well, what does a
Most white people wouldn't do
70-year-old man
that. They'll
on
be too
YouTube
afraid.
have to fear?
I
He's
think most
not
people would be too
courageous.
afraid to
He
do
wouldn't,
something
he
like
wouldn't
what
go
Brave
out
did.
into the middle of the
Well, I
ghetto
will
and
say
say
this.
that.
Well, I will say this, like, it is interesting though that Brave is one of the few people out here talking. You've had black people get killed.
Have you ever asked why he's one of the few?
Well,
There
I
are
wonder
few
why there.
people that are stupid.
I wonder why there's only a handful of
Okay,
blacks.
John,
talking.
I know you want to, because he called you a holy man, he's one of your acolytes and you want to protect your mentee. There's a reason he's
I
one
be
of the
almost
few,
doing that.
because it's rare to be that weird and racist. It's 2025. We don't get Be Brave quality racists anymore.
People say I'm a racist.
Oh, well, I'm one of them.
And so a new generation is born. They keep being born here.
But you at least you know shit.
Well, but at least, like, I remember talking to Sir one time, and this is why I brought Sir up. And I was telling Sir about housing values and how black people can destroy housing values by playing loud music and having parties. And I swear to you, to a man, he did not know that could decrease your property values. I swear to you, to a man, that nigga said to me, oh, I see what you're saying now. Yeah, if I throw a party, my neighbor throws a party in the neighborhood, people could not want to live there.
Mm-hmm.
We had this conversation on the stream. And it was like a light bulb came on for the nigga.
Hey, pardon me, John. I'll leave King Shenard up to you. I'm not bringing
He never talks about anything. But Brave can talk to him. Brave can talk to him just the same.
I'm not dealing with that asshole today.
Yeah. Brave can talk to a Sir in a way where Sir was resistant to hear it from me. He kept saying, but John, yeah, but it's just a party, John. But then when Brave said, nigga, you throw a party in my neighborhood, I'm getting the fuck away from your black ass.
Can I give you a theory why that might be?
Hold on. And that rough, rugged, straight truth that he would resist from me, he could take it from Brave. And I think that, that is Brave's appeal, in that he's not some rich white man talking down to you. He may be talking up to their ass and raise your standards.
Sorry to interrupt you. King Shenard wants to know if you let him come up.
He don't talk about shit. He's proved himself. I don't
You
talk
know
to
what? Can I just King Shenard, if you say tap dancer once, you're gone. I'm not up for that bullshit today. And maybe what you'll want to do before you come up, I need you in the chat to define what a tap dancer is, and then maybe I'll let you up. Let's do that.
And so I'm gonna come in.
Now I've just given you homework.
Who's this lap person?
Oh, that's Linwood.
Oh, okay.
So someone says John idolized
a
occasion.
couple times today.
He holds a special 6th grade dropout like Be Brave and said, it's not true.
I'm out of work because I had a foot injury, so I'm out of work.
But again,
you're big as shit, Linwood. Of course you got a foot injury.
I'm not like what I'm saying is, and I've told you about the white guy that worked for me.
Nah, bro, this shit hurts terrible.
And Brave has talked about it many times. There is a place for a poor white man in the ecosystem of the white people. You'll get up and go work at a factory, machine
What
shop,
the
or
hell?
whatever.
Whoa. There is a place for the white man. When did you realize this?
I say
Back
a
during
poor
the
white man.
Andy Griffith
Place for a
days?
poor white man.
What the hell are you talking about? Dude, stop stating the obvious like it's some new wisdom.
Yeah, man. Well, but I think
there has
on the
always
flip side,
been a place for where do you think the term pull yourself up by your bootstraps came from?
But for the poor black man, there just isn't. There's not much of an eco for him.
Seriously,
All
if
right,
you
man.
want
I
to
ain't gonna argue
start
with you. You go ahead and make it
about this obvious stuff, we can do that. Okay, don't tell us something that we already know.
Well,
my point is that of the white men, it offends me. An American millennial actually hit the nail on the head here. Okay, it offends me, and I'm a black man, when someone like Be Brave wants to claim how great the white culture is. He's just fucking like he's in their wake. Okay, white people have invented great things, but Be Brave hasn't. Okay, he is literally warming himself in the afterglow, and he expects white people to fucking respect him simply because he's white. And I'm not one
John,
of those
that's how
black
it always
people.
goes.
Motherfucker, don't interrupt me. Okay, I'm fucking it offends me that black people will listen to this unaccomplished motherfucker talk about how great white culture is, and he has not contributed anything. Well, what has he contributed other than fucking talking bullshit to blacks?
But that's his problem.
And
Stanley.
he's the one who makes it racial.
You know, Stanley, you know, and you're not going to get it.
Okay, motherfucker, you don't
You ain't gonna
get
let me
it.
finish my point.
Okay, no. Don't tell me, John, I get about twice as much as you do.
Sure you
Okay,
do.
don't you dare sit here telling me what I don't get when you got a motherfucking self-proclaimed bottom feeder calling you his magical Negro.
And you got to ask yourself day in and day out. Day in
No,
and day out.
motherfucker, don't tell me anything.
Day in and day
I
out,
already
people get up
know.
and listen to Brave.
I
Day in and day out.
already know everything I need to know, motherfucker. I'm 60. I'm retired. I am not fucking living in a shack somewhere in white country. Okay, dude, don't you dare pretend that you know something I don't. And if I don't know it, I don't need to know it at this point.
I would imagine.
You need to, motherfucker, don't tell me what you imagine. You need to address what I just said.
Yeah, well, if you give me a chance, I'll go point by point.
Okay, I don't give, no, motherfucker, don't go point by point. There is nothing. What point did I give you other than I don't care what you imagine?
Well,
deal with that point. Deal with that point. I don't give a fuck.
I want to ask you a question, Stanley, when you get a chance.
You may hold on. John, that you start off a sentence that way that's Be Brave level ignorant. I literally don't need to know what you know, and if I do, I'll ask you. That's presumptuous. And dude, I'm not 15. I'm your senior. Now address that point.
You said a lot. What you want me to address?
Well, at this point, nothing. I've said all I have to say, and obviously you have no response. So, Linwood,
I know you have a monologue. You should make yourself
no.
Don't
monologue. You think I didn't say anything I didn't mean, dude?
Well, I ain't say you
are mighty. You are mighty disrespectful.
What I would suggest to you is when you give monologues, you should
the
be
only
big screen.
seniors you respect are white and named Be Brave. Apparently,
You should go
you
big screen when you
dare
give your
tell
monologue.
me, motherfucker. Again, if I know what I need to know, I don't need to know what you know. And if I do, I'll ask.
Why do you think Brave is able to
I
all
don't
these
give a
people
fuck
going
about
to-
Brave. I've said
I mean,
everything
we've been
that
talking
I
about
care to
it.
say
Why do you
about Be
think people don't
Brave.
listen to Brave? Just out of
Okay,
curiosity, why do you
are
think people
just gonna
don't listen to
force
Brave
this
if he's so
issue,
dumb?
and I'll end the motherfucking show, and you can do black roast.
Yeah, you got to end it. You could always make a black crash out. If you just push
Linwood, what were you gonna say?
I end this motherfucker. I end it.
Yeah, because yeah,
Kamikaze.
motherfucker, I'll end it because you're not
Go
gonna
ahead. Like,
get
ain't nobody.
what
You
you
don't
want
have
to
to
say.
end it. There's a big red button up in the right corner.
Okay,
All you gotta do is hit the
motherfucker,
button.
you can play
All you
it
gotta do
off.
is hit the
Back
motherfucking
in the
button.
day, we used
You don't have
to
to.
call what
You
you're
don't have
doing
to tell
playing
me.
it off.
You've ended
I
100
said
shows.
what I
You
motherfucking
call me and
said.
tell me you just end it. It's a red button right there. Just hit
Dude,
it.
you need to get it through your bald head. There is nothing in there that I need.
If you need to end this stream, you don't have to ask me.
Oh,
Just hit the
motherfucker,
button.
if I wanted to end it, I would.
Okay,
What
well, you don't have
you
to
need
tell me.
to
Why do you keep
understand
telling me?
is don't you ever presume that I need to know anything you know. If I need to, I will ask you.
Well, I'm asking you, how do you reconcile people go listen to Brave every day and you think he's so stupid?
Okay, motherfucker, I don't care. I go
I
over
understand.
and listen to Be Brave
Why
sometimes
would you go
when
listen to
I'm
somebody?
bored, but motherfucker, I don't
would you listen to somebody you think
reconcile
is
it.
stupid? But why would you listen to
You
somebody
are
you think is stupid?
literally going to sit there when I give you an answer and natter on.
But that doesn't make sense
I
to me.
don't
That's my
reconcile
opinion.
it because I don't care.
'Cause even Brave was
When
like, why would
people
you
go
come in
over
like
to
that?
Be
And you call
Brave,
me
just
in?
kind of confirms what I'm thinking.
Like, I don't think Brave comes over here listening to you. I don't think he wants to hear what you have to
Oh,
say other than to
motherfucker,
troll
you
you.
know what? When he stops, hopefully he'll stop using my name and titles. If he see, I don't care if he comes over and listens. He distorts it through that motherfucking cottage cheese brain anyway.
And that's the thing.
Lindy
Honestly,
Lou,
that's why I think
Lindy Lou,
and
you need to stay in your place.
and I
Go
think
and go loop your arm around Be Braves and y'all go live a happy life.
I think this is
I don't care what you think, John.
I know, but this kind of crash out behavior over a low class white
Lindy
man.
Lou, I'm not triggered. You'll know when I'm triggered.
Yeah, but you constantly ridicule and talking about it. Like he has a lot of power over you. You got to be honest. Like,
Oh, whoa.
I don't
Okay,
talk about my
now I'm
woman as much as you talk about
what
Brave.
kind of power does Be Brave have over me?
He's in your head, man. You showing his stream. You talk about him.
Son,
He's in your head,
you
bro.
are so wrong. See, you're thinking like a
doesn't
nigga.
matter to me. Someone is stupid and dumb. Me. I
This
don't talk about it.
motherfucker is not in my head.
He
The
got to be,
only
bro.
time he's in my head is
gotta
when
be in your
people
head, bro.
say, "Oh, hey, Stanley, he's got your name in a show."
He's ridiculing you. He's ridiculing you.
Gets
He's
it all
ridiculing you,
wrong.
and he's
So
calling you
for a
stupid.
little bit, it does annoy me. But
And-
when
and-
I
and-
shut this down and
and
I walk out of this room, nope, I'm afraid Be Brave is
and
not
he's
in my head.
ridiculing you. And people are coming to his audience. Some of the
I
same
don't-
people who come here, right? And they hop up on his panel and they agree with a lot of what he says, and they're black. And some of those people you may call
John,
like, even
what
the
you
nigga
don't
King
seem
Shinar
to
be over there.
get is there more? I keep saying Be Brave isn't the problem. It's the black people who agree with him
There
that
are
are
white people
going
over there.
to
What about the
destroy
white?
any
What about
black
the white?
community we might have.
What
It's
about
the
the white over there?
anti-black blacks that are the problem. Be
But there are
Brave.
white over
Be
there too,
Brave is
right?
not that big of a problem. It's you that are the
Well,
problem.
if Be Brave is not that big of a problem, then you should stop
Motherfucker,
talking
stop
about it.
talking. Be Brave is obviously in your head.
We've been talking about Be
Can't
Brave for
stop
45
talking
minutes.
about
The
it.
show on the screen.
Okay,
Hey guys, I have
where his
I have a
bully
question for
man
you, Stanley.
apparently has gone to your head.
Well, Stanley, this is
Again,
my question for you, if I can.
summarize, hold on, Lap. To summarize, Be Brave is not a problem. It's the anti-black blacks who agree with him. And as you say, go up to his panel, they are the biggest problem to the so-called black community. Be Brave is just some old fucking failed old man.
And what I'm saying to you, Stanley, is that those blacks that agree with him, those are the ones that have probably have seen or felt what he's talking about. And you don't want to talk about it.
I don't give a fuck.
You want to talk about black excellence, but these people.
Okay, motherfucker, I don't consider them black excellence. So
well, but they're not
there's
seeing
no
it either,
problem
right?
with that.
Right. So
I'm not going to make the mistake
they go back to their mediocre neighborhood. They go back to their mediocre neighborhood. They don't see much black.
I don't even think they live in mediocre neighborhoods. I think they live next door to Be Brave.
Okay. Well, you know what's interesting about
live in a
you know what's interesting about that? I bet Be Brave's county isn't much whiter than the county
I don't
that you
give a
live in.
fuck about Be Brave.
Y'all both live in pretty white counties.
Why are you bringing up Be Brave's county? Have you been there?
Be Brave, Stanley. I know exactly where you live.
Are you disappointed, John, at black people's behavior? Are you disappointed in that?
You didn't end up there by happenstance.
Well, it's not so much black people's
your
behavior
neighborhood,
that we're talking about. What John is trying to say is Be
your
Brave.
demographic.
His acolyte is worth me considering smart.
So why is Be Brave? Okay, this is the John Gall. Okay, here's my question, brother. Why do you feel that a white person who is a part of the reason why black people are in a dysfunctional position is qualified to dissect the dysfunctionality in which he himself as a white person participates in?
Oh, that's funny, Tim.
You just answered your own question.
Say that again. What did you say? I don't know what the fuck you said.
He said nothing that I understood. Something about black people.
Let me answer it again. Let me ask it again. I'm sorry. What makes Be Brave qualified to assess black people and their degeneracy when he is a part of a collection of people that have caused those people to function in that capacity?
You just answered the question, Linwood.
Linwood, you know.
What better to ask the director?
I mean, I can't think of your name, so I apologize. HB, okay.
Yeah. Why not ask the director of the movie how he made the movie?
Well, that would be a great thing, but the director's not here. The person that supports that narrative is here. So I'm asking the victim. Well, it's VGQ. He doesn't see himself as a victim of racism. VGQ. I'm asking the victim of white supremacy racism, how does the victimizer critique how he victimizes individual black people? What do you agree with him on? And why don't you hold that white person or white people accountable for the tacky, trashy, terroristic arrangement that black people not only have with ourselves, but also have with non-black people?
Get to a point, Linwood. You know what? You and John are kind of like similar in that you give a fuck. That holding people accountable, motherfucker. I'm not a cop. And you weren't asking me the question, but what I'm saying is that when you get to a point as to why you should be holding people accountable for that, you know what? Maybe it's a function of being an old man and kind of choosing what his causes are. I don't ever get that deep. That John does is just proving my point. Black are actually all they want to do is go out and police other people's behavior. And it's not their place to do it. They have no authority.
I think that Linwood, you know, a lot of these people, you know, maybe they're looking for answers, bro. They can't find anybody who's talking straight to them on the news. Here comes some old white guy giving it to you like you don't hear anywhere else. And you got a lot of blacks that want to look the other way. Like, I remember I tell you when Antoine came up and he was like, you know, blacks be shooting and shit in his neighborhood, and you got blacks out here telling him, "Don't look at that, look away." And here
Now, do
comes
you think
Brave.
that's the majority of people, or that's just a small fraction of what the press and social media companies exploit for
I'm saying,
profit?
I'm saying the social media companies, if they had their way, they would censor this shit. But along comes to Be Brave, who's able to speak to 40, 50 people in the audience at any given time. Message can get spread far and wide, and he's saying what most people feel but won't say, can't say. They can't go to work and
And
say,
you
damn,
say
black.
most people. Who are those most people?
The majority of the people that try to move the hell away from black people, right? The people
Okay,
that live.
So the
let me
people
just
who are
go
the most
ahead.
responsible for the
I'll
conditions of
just go
black
ahead and
people, are
cut
they
in right
classified as
here.
white?
Again, y'all are getting way deeper than I really want to get on this show into Be Brave. Your act, John. First off, when I say anti-black blacks are the worst, you are literally suggesting that people can't find answers other than YouTube. Okay, if that's the case, the problem is bigger than Be Brave. It's almost irresponsible for Be Brave not to tell them to seek like actual help, and that you are talking up Be Brave as like somewhere people should go, disgruntled black people apparently, to seek help is irresponsible. Tell those motherfuckers to go talk to their congressman, their parents, their preacher, or just go to a psychiatrist, but anywhere other than a bottom feeding leprechaun. The dude is unqualified to render assessments of the black community. And the help he renders is basically saying, y'all are fucked up.
Well, I know that Antoine, if he would have come on your channel and he said,
Motherfucker,
hey,
Antoine's not here.
okay, well, if anybody would have come on your channel, on your show, they say, hey, Stanley, I want to talk about the crime and violence in my neighborhood. You be like, I want to talk about this shit.
Oh, well,
Where do you want to go?
absolutely. No. You know why I would say that?
Right?
Since
You
you're
don't want
talking
the
about
honesty.
me,
This shit, you know?
I don't live there, and I'm
Right.
not ashamed to say I don't know.
I understand. You live in an area similar to Be Brave.
See, a smart motherfucker will just say, I don't live in your neighborhood. Go talk to your mayor or
I don't know
somebody
about that.
who knows what's going on.
Talk to the mayor. Just
An
go talk to
anti-black like yourself will start talking about how bad niggers are. Everywhere. Niggas are bad in your neighborhood, my neighborhood, every neighborhood in America.
Yeah.
I don't
That's
do that.
You got
I
one
don't
option.
talk about shit I don't know.
I know you just moved and you said, fuck it. Like, shit, get the fuck away from him.
I literally say I don't know. And if it gets too far, I'll go, I don't give a fuck. Yes, John, I do not give a fuck. How many times do I have to say it? I'm not ashamed to say if I don't know and cannot help, I do not give a fuck. I'm not a caring Negro like you.
And again, if you
and I'm
don't
certainly not a motherfucking magical Negro.
If you don't give a fuck about all these things, that's cool.
I do not give a fuck.
Cool.
Don't
That's
say
cool.
if.
Right? Now here's the problem, right? Let's say now here's the problem. Right?
Right. I don't have a problem. See, this is again.
Right.
I have a problem. How?
Here's the issue. Right? Here's the issue, right? That,
see, you have gotten to a point in your life where you think you're the smartest Negro on YouTube. Motherfucker, I don't have a problem. And if I did, you couldn't diagnose it because I wouldn't come to you. You are not that smart, John. I don't need your help, John. Fucking know your place.
Like you can act like you.
I
you
do not give a fuck. I don't need to give a fuck, John. So we all have established that Stanley does not give a fuck about Antoine's neighborhood.
You said it so many times. I don't give a fuck.
Okay, motherfucker, you're just gonna keep on. You're just gonna keep. No, I'm not angry. This is hilarious. I am literally telling a motherfucker he doesn't know shit about me. He doesn't know shit about much of anything other than himself. and I'm the one who's angry.
Are we back on Be Brave again? Are we talking about Be Brave again?
Motherfucker, we're talking about you now. You're Be Brave's enabler in any case.
Clearly,
I literally said the anti-black blacks like yourself are the problem, not Be Brave. So essentially, we've been talking about you all the time.
Listen, you have an avenue to preach to the pro-blacks and see what kind of audience
Okay,
you be.
motherfucker, am I pro-black? Let's answer that question first.
Well, preach about the anti-black.
Motherfucker, you said preach to the pro-blacks. My question is, am I pro-black?
I guarantee
am
you.
I pro-black?
Whatever you are, right? You're anti-black,
okay, but
right?
motherfucker, you can't seem to answer it. So explain to me why I would be speaking to the pro-blacks.
So listen.
Okay, you know, you got your little buddy here, your little Gilligan here, fucking helping you out. I asked you the question.
What I'm saying is,
am I pro-black? You don't know apparently. So my next question is, why would I be talking to the pro-blacks?
Well, I say you're anti-black, right? Kick that on the road and see how it works. I guarantee you, nobody wants to hear that shit.
John, if you didn't notice, I spent most of the morning not talking about that shit. See, I know that, therefore I talk about news and stuff.
You got to give it to the nigga. Like honestly, like you can't look away.
I can.
Issue. Well, you can, but the people will tune out to
I
that
do.
shit.
I absolutely do.
You mean tell me they want to talk about Carmelo and who all the niggas?
You know what? Now I have to give the folks who are kind of regulars. No one's come up here to talk to Carmelo to me about Carmelo yet.
Because you're not gonna let them, and they know.
Well, you know what?
They know you can't have a
I have
conversation.
to give them compliments enough to know that I won't, so they don't bother. They go to you.
You can't have a conversation with someone you disagree with. You can't do it.
Again, I don't give a shit about Carmelo.
I know, and then they should come and retort.
I don't give a shit about the case, at least more than I have to.
You said a lot of things you don't give a shit about, right? A lot of things, right?
Dude, the only things I give a shit about are things I can fix.
I think you give a shit about Trump. Be brave, because you talk about them all the time.
I don't. I kind of have to give. Okay, motherfucker, now you're over talking. I don't give a shit about Trump, except he's president, so I kind of have to.
But when you had a chance to do something about it, you
Carmelo become president, I'll give a shit. When you become president, I'll give a shit about you.
But again, like you have your mind on white men, Brave and Trump.
No, I have my mind on Stanley Cross and his business. Literally, I'm telling the truth. I care about Stanley Cross, his family, and living a good life for the rest of my remaining days, which probably aren't many, but it'll be enough. I do not give a shit about white
You're
people.
only 60, man. Cut that shit out.
And you know
what I mean, dude. I've had my days.
And honestly, I think those are the things, like those are the subtle differences that between the Be Brave and you. And between Be Brave and you, those are subtle differences.
Lindy Lou, name calling is what I resort to, and you know what? That's just icing on the cake when fucking morons like you, Be Brave, and others get on my last nerve. Yes, that's what I do. Thank you for telling the audience for me.
Wow. Hit the like button, you guys.
It's going to be difficult now.
But you do have to understand, and maybe you don't because you don't have much dealing with blacks.
What the fuck, dude? Now see, again, you're a motherfucking liar.
Okay.
Dude, I literally grew up in a black neighborhood. Black parents, went 1st through 6th to a black Catholic school. I have as much experience with blacks as you do. Now, the difference is I've never had like experience with ghetto blacks. So why don't you just clarify and say, I'm not used to the hood folks. No, I don't have that experience, but I got plenty of
Okay, fair
experience
enough.
with black people.
You don't have experience with the hood blacks, right?
Nope. Am I to be ashamed of that?
No. I just
Okay, then
wanted to
why?
right.
I'll
So,
wait for you to tell
so
me how that's
right.
relevant.
So you can't talk about
That I
you
may
can't
have
talk,
knowledge and understanding.
you can't talk about something you
Can you
don't know
tell us
anything
the
about.
difference between a so-called
When do
hood
you hear
black
me
and a
talk
black
about
person,
the hood,
and show
John?
us or describe to us one of
No,
How
each?
often do I talk about the hood, John?
That's what I'm saying, right? I'm agreeing with you.
I don't.
Right. You didn't grow up there. You don't know anything about it. You can't talk about it.
And I have had friends from the
Mm-hmm.
hood who say, Stanley, you should really stop about this because you don't know about it. And I listen to them.
Right. Now, Brave seemingly knows something about the hood, black culture. And
my
he knows
Lord.
about
So
and he
Be
knows
Brave,
about
are you going to say Be Brave knows more about the hood than I do? Is that where this is leading?
apparently because you say you know nothing.
Okay, well,
Right?
I don't
You know
think
nothing
it's
about it.
apparent. It's only apparent to people like you. Now, I think what Be Brave might know is more class,
Okay.
like cross class, maybe not so much race. But if I said that to Be Brave, he'd probably look at me confused.
But what I'm
Bottom
saying
line is Be
what I'm
Brave
saying is
does not know about black people. And even if he does know about the hood, he thinks all black people care about the hood.
well, I'll say this. Damn, I lost my screen. I lost my screen. I think that, somehow you and Brave ended up in a neighborhood that's very similar. Maybe you didn't do it because you don't like black people. Maybe you just happenstance ended up there. But your neighborhood and Brave neighborhood is very similar.
No,
Hold on here.
Again, hold on there, Linwood. I see, John, you live in the land of Be Brave where you just make up shit.
No, you live in the land of Be Brave.
You know what? All I'm going to ask you to do, have you come riding through my neighborhood lately?
I've been through your county many times.
Okay,
and I know what
motherfucker,
it looks like.
you haven't been. Have you been through Carrollton?
Yeah, I've been through
Okay,
there.
well, I don't live in Carrollton.
I've been through Carrollton County. Your county voted 70%.
You've been through the county, not my town.
Where you live. Okay, but then your county voted 70% for Trump.
Who gives a fuck? Okay, now see, again, what you're trying to do is trying your little magic, trying to get away from my point. Motherfucker, number one, my last point was that Be Brave. Be Brave thinks everyone, all black people care about the hood. That's what I said. Motherfucker, I'm going to overtalk you until you get back to what we were talking about. What you want to do is distract people into shit that doesn't matter. Be Brave does not live in a similar neighborhood to mine. And what you're going to do is, see, you're bad at numbers. Motherfucker,
what do you think the difference between your neighborhood and Be Brave's? I'm just curious.
Here's my question to both of you. What makes a neighborhood? My question for both of you is what color?
Oh, God damn it, Linwood. Adults are talking. Number one, Be Brave doesn't live in it. That's a difference.
And we're all adults on this panel.
Dude,
but it's a whole bunch of Be Braves live in your neighborhood, though. It's a whole bunch of Be Braves live in your county. It's a whole bunch of people.
Because Stanley, you're not really asking the serious questions.
Dude, but they're not to you.
But he's not giving you serious answers either. He's just giving you the runaround.
Well, that's up to me to deal with, not you.
Linwood, how's your foot?
John, the difference is Be Brave doesn't live in my neighborhood. That's the major difference. And number two, I thought salient point is Be Brave thinks all black people care about what goes on in the hood.
Do you think any Be Braves live in
That's
your
my
neighborhood? Do you
major
think
problem with Be Brave.
Do you think any Be Braves live in your neighborhood, in your county, in that 70% white
I
county?
don't give a motherfuck. It's off
You
the
said
point.
they don't live there.
See,
You just said they don't
this
live
is
there.
literally why
You
you
think
got
there are
your
no Be Braves?
ass kicked from the panel yesterday.
Do
You
you
want
think any Be Braves live
you
in your
want to
county?
talk about everything but what I'm talking about.
You said there are no
Okay,
Be
dude,
Braves that
you
live
can
there.
sit there and you can
Do
do
you
your
think
Uncle Remus shuffle all you want. What I'm talking about is my problem with Be Brave is that he seems to think all Black people care about what goes on in the hood and we should do something about it. And I think that's idiotic.
Says, though, Stanley. That's not what he says.
Okay, HB, you might want to join Linwood in hitting the mute.
Well, Stanley.
Okay, don't fucking well me,
lying.
son. See, this is so annoying. The anti-blacks want to just join like some weird anti-black transformer and fucking just all.
That's not all.
HB, you need to let John speak for himself like the grown man he is. John, John, why do you let this fucking moron talk for you?
Why you gotta lie, Stanley? Why you gotta lie?
This motherfucker saying I'm lying. So this is what the anti-blacks do. They take their wingman to fly interference while they think of something to say. Thank you for being a good wingman.
I would like to ask. I would like to ask a question.
Wangman.
Stanley, why do you have to lie?
Motherfucker, I was talking to John. That's probably why you don't know.
I hear that. But why do you gotta lie about it though?
You know what? I'm not going to even entertain your bullshit. I don't know what you're talking about lying. What you need to do is shut your dumb ass up. Okay, you're looking real dumb right now, wingman. You're looking real dumb, wingman. Let the captain.
Well, wait a minute. I've been hearing you guys yell at each other for a lot of times, but at least want to have a dialogue and ask a few questions here. At least get excited.
Linwood, fuck a dialogue, Linwood. So fuck a dialogue. This motherfucker up here lying, man. You ain't have no dialogue with a goddamn liar. That nigga Be Brave said 70%.
I mean, well, I'm not gonna call anybody a liar. I'm not gonna do that. But the questions I do want to ask.
I was kind of getting close to concern when this moron comes in and starts telling me I'm lying about something.
Okay, well, wait a minute. Okay, well, here's a question. I'm only gonna be. I'm only asking questions. I'm not making statements.
And let me and John talk.
Well, I want to ask HB this question, and I also want to ask you a question.
Here. Don't ask me a question either.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask HB.
You'll get your chance.
Respectfully, shut the fuck up. Respectfully.
All right, let you grown boys have an argument.
Respectfully, because I meant it. I just mean shut the fuck up. I don't care about respect or not respect.
I mean, don't you think it's kind of going a little around the circle a little bit?
Sum it up because apparently there's Mexican jumping beans in his athletic cup, and they're just making him want to talk. My point is that Be Brave thinks all Black people are alike in a very racist manner, and he just doesn't get it. And the Black people who think he's right, more power to them. They're not my neighbors, thank God. So that's it.
But Stanley, Stanley, you've been saying this for a minute, but I guess it comes down to the question: are we confused as Black people about? Are we confused about racism, white supremacy, and how white people view? Excuse me. Hold on. Wait a minute, please.
No, it's an easy answer, and it's one that'll be expected. I don't give a fuck whether they are or not. That's their problem. Black people need to figure it out. Is my answer.
Because it seems to me
whether they are or not. I suspect they are, but in any case, I don't care.
Because you talk a great deal about anti-Black racism amongst Black people, in which I strongly agree with you. I strongly agree with you. I'm
Well, that
actually
is
on
so
your side
nice
on
of
this
you.
issue. No, I'm
That is
serious.
so
I'm on your side on this issue.
okay.
But
That's
at the same
great.
time,
That's great.
but at the same time, by sitting back, analyzing it all, and listening to you two go back and forth and just dissecting what you're saying.
Okay, well, hold on. It's not your job to dissect or analyze. You're just here for the ride.
I hope your
Believe
foot's doing
me,
okay.
I've
Well,
spent 60 years.
that's
I've
code.
spent six,
Well,
dude. I've spent
that's
60
my code.
years doing it, and I'm pretty sure of my opinion.
I mean, well, I'm a 42-year-old gentleman, and you're a 60-year-old
Oh,
man.
that
I still have
you're
the
so
same.
old.
I still treat you with the same courtesy as if you was 42 in my shoes. I think it's courtesy should cut
Obviously,
both
you're treating
ways.
me like I'm 42
But
and not 60. Thank you for that.
but what I want to say is this: maybe we are. I
apparently,
think
apparently, apparently, in your black neighborhood and in your black family, they didn't treat you to deal with the cranky old men by just shutting the fuck up.
Well, no, we don't do that. I mean, I was trained. I mean, mostly my mother raised me. You know, I had a father figure there, but he really wasn't really hands on. But you know,
Maybe you
that's the
should
stuff I
have.
never
Maybe
do.
be a nice
I don't go
brother,
after the
Linwood.
older
You
people.
look
But
up
what
to
I would
Bible.
say this: I think as black
put a
people,
hand on you every now and
I think
again.
as black people, we are the most
Nobody has
confused about
Oh my
people
God.
function and their views of black people.
Well,
And
let me sum it up for you right quick. And I know you think you have a point. It is 2025. It is time for black people to stop being confused. We have a bunch of things, a bunch of history. We have 400 years of it. We need to stop being confused.
Stanley, I think when people hear you, right, the people that hear you and you express this anti-black, and that's an interesting way of pointing it.
Okay, well, you need to understand that I
you
don't call blacks niggas. So
Okay,
you know
all right.
what? If I have a valid criticism, like black people need to stop being confused, I don't see that as anti-black. I see it as expecting a lot more than Linwood seems to think black people are doing.
Right,
I expect better, not being
Okay.
anti-black.
I understand, right? And so by the fact that you expect better of blacks, when I think that some of the blacks up here that come up here with frustration, they probably have that same
So they go to a YouTube channel to express their frustration.
No, they probably talk to their friends, their families. They probably try their best to move to certain neighborhoods. They just happen to let it out here. The problem is, honestly, I'm just giving you from my point of view, how a lot of these blacks would look at it is, a lot of these blacks would say, well, fuck it, I'm moving out, getting the fuck out. Fuck these niggas, the neighborhood fucked up. They do the wallow, right? Or the Philippe, fuck these niggas. But then I think with you is that you don't do that. You don't say fuck these niggas. But in a way you have, or you did.
And you would be wrong.
Well,
you're getting the wrong impression.
I'm telling you how an outsider will look at it.
No. Let me stop you right there, and then you can continue. That is a wrong impression, and when you're done, I'll tell you why.
Okay, well, I'm just going to tell you how somebody like me would look at it from the outside. If I were approached by you, I said, okay, damn. You say you don't never lived in the ghetto. I said, okay, never lived around like many blacks. Okay.
Well, no, I've literally told you that I lived in an all-black middle-class neighborhood probably 100 times. I could literally go a whole summer and not see a white person.
And now, how long ago was that?
That's the part you need to remember. I have also told you that
how long ago was
I have seen black success. I know what black people can do. I don't have the dim view of black people because I grew up around black people who tended to be successful.
How long ago was that when you lived in that all-black neighborhood?
During Jim Crow.
50 years ago?
Yeah,
30, 40 years ago?
Motherfucker.
My question is, what makes a neighborhood a color neighborhood, and what makes it a non-color neighborhood?
Linwood, can you hold?
Don't get distracted.
Okay, motherfucker. let me help you out here, John. I'm 60. So that's how long. It has probably been 40 years. So
40
your
years.
point would be what?
Okay, let me finish. So it's been 40 years since you lived around blacks.
Now,
I said, look
motherfucker,
ahead.
you also have to understand that I have black parents who I used to visit. I have a black sister. I have a black brother. They have kids. Dude, you're just off base, and I'm just going to kick your ass like it deserves to be kicked when you come up with that stupid shit.
Are you right?
But I would still like to.
Don't get me wrong.
still-
I'm not angry. I'm enjoying it.
I ain't angry. I just want to establish some facts. You
I
said 40
love
years.
it. I love it when some person brings up something totally irrelevant. Dude, my parents have, well, my father now, we live in the same black neighborhood. What neighborhood do you think I go to when I go visit my parents?
You said 40 years, though, right? 40 years.
Motherfucker, get him off the panel. Don't even want him up here. Now.
Okay. All right. See you, Truism. See ya.
Look, before you come up, read the title of the show.
See ya.
Oh, here's my question: what makes a white neighborhood so different than a black neighborhood, and why is a neighborhood
I
a
don't know
color?
why you're changing the topic.
No, I'm just asking because I've heard a lot of statements here.
If your implication, and I think that's what you're getting at, is I've lost touch with the black community. You could be right. There could be a kernel of truth in that, but I go back to visit my parents.
If I could go a little bit further,
I've been visiting my parents in the same house that we lived in since like 1971.
Gotcha. I got it.
The same neighbors are there.
I got it.
It's still a black neighborhood now.
Right, I got you. So again, I'm just telling you from one man's point of view. You never married a black woman. You don't live around blacks. You haven't lived around blacks in 40 years. To me, that's like deliberate.
Well, John, luckily,
John,
luckily, not too many people are as obtuse as you are.
And again, I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying.
So you think, do you think if you rub a black man's skin, the black comes off?
I'm sorry.
Do you think if you rub a black man's skin, the black comes off?
Here's a joke or something.
Oh, no. It's a serious question.
Most black people are brown.
Damn it. Why does he feel comfortable?
40 years is a long time, bro.
That's a long ass time.
Okay, all I have to say is the anti-black blacks, the anti-black blacks like you and HB are the only ones who think you lose. Apparently, you think you lose your soul if you marry a white woman. Motherfucker, I was born black. I will die black. This is the United States of America, sir. They won't let you forget.
Yeah, I ain't gonna say you forget, but you could kind of lose touch.
You told me your opinion. Now I get to give you mine. I think both y'all sound like lunatics.
Bro. That's a long time. We don't live around blacks.
Okay, you know what? Some things
know these people.
Black don't crack, baby.
You know them.
I don't forget I'm black.
But
now I think I can understand from an anti-black
like,
man's perspective.
You probably are
that
unaware
you might
of
lose yourself like a Philippe or somebody. But no. I remember who I am.
Yeah,
let me add to that. I was raised in a way that you always remember from whence you came. And if your buddy Philippe doesn't know, then hey, you know what? He might have lost his soul had he married that Jewish American princess. But I get to go home and visit my black parents and see my black sister and brother. So every now and again, I know who I am. And it's hard to believe when you were raised right.
You had your chance to further that.
You don't lose the fundamentals.
Bro. You got see this is where HB saying you gotta be honest, bro. You had your chance to further.
HB wouldn't know the truth if he was driving it.
You talk about your black county.
That two anti-black motherfuckers telling me what I forget. I find it laughable.
black
I
neighborhood,
think
and then
if
you got a white
y'all
woman.
are just
Come on now.
one step
Like, you got
above
to be
Be
straight up.
Brave telling Stanley
Like,
Cross who
like
he
you
is or
blowing up
what
your
he has
credibility, bro.
gotten.
Bro, I'm telling you, you
Dude.
blowing your credibility talking this pro-black
Okay,
shit.
all
And everybody know you had a
I'm
white woman.
hearing is blah 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 blah,
There you go.
nigga blah 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 blah.
You
That's
blowing
what
your
I'm
whole
hearing.
credibility, bro. Your
Nigga,
credibility.
forget blah blah
You blowing
blah.
it, bro.
Didn't grow up blah blah blah.
longest
Married a
running
white
joke in
woman
history.
blah blah
Right.
blah. Black people love Be Brave blah blah blah. That's literally what I'm hearing.
Like, Stanley, you blowing your credibility. You be more credible just coming up here talking about I love white women.
Yeah,
Stressed
well,
up, right? At least you get some rage hate black women coming up here, and but you acting like you don't love white women. But every move you've made indicates that you want to be around.
well, you know what? I guess I'm gonna have to let John finish his little mission.
Like, just call it what it is, man. Like, nobody would be offended. Like, it's niggas that do
John,
like white women.
which part of I don't give a fuck confused
That's
you?
what you go to, but clearly you give
Okay,
a fuck.
listen to what I said. I know you gotta finish your anti-black narrative tearing down a black man because that was
I know you're going into the jokes now, but again, you've been very deliberate in your life, Stanley.
get who I am.
Very deliberate,
It's
right?
black,
You've been very
no
deliberate in your life
and
40 years.
you know
right?
what? You can talk. So I'm not shit. I'm blacker than you, John. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say if you combined you and your little buddy here, I'm blacker than the both of you. And
You
not
wouldn't know
only
anything around no
that,
black for 20 years.
I'm so black
know.
that I'm so black that I'm not anti-black
You ain't been around
because
blacks in
I've
40
black
years.
excellence.
How
All
would
I
you
have
know?
to say
You know you ain't
is
been around
when
blacks
you
in 40
become
years.
as black as I am, talk to me.
You ain't been around blacks in 40 years. How the hell you know you black?
You think black is all about
lost-
who you live
lost-
around? What kind of moronic
Know who you
bullshit?
lay down with too.
So
right?
black
Who
is
lay
who
down
you
with.
live around, right?
Stanley, you don't know who you lay down with.
Okay,
Right, who you
all I
live
have
with,
to say
right?
is y'all don't know what black is. I told you I'm blacker than you. You don't even know what it is.
Yeah, black man
I
don't
never
gotta
told
say he's
anybody I'm
black.
blacker than them because I never been in this.
I was gonna call you Be Brave, HP. I know it's 2-on-1, and I know it takes two of y'all.
Black man don't gotta
All
say he's
I
black.
have to say is if you are so shallow,
Who you think you fooling? You ain't fooling us.
if you no, you know what?
Stanley, the last time you were in
Now
the black
I had
neighborhood,
no
the Beatles were on the
idea
charts.
you two were the arbiters. The arbiters of black are on this channel. I had no idea.
Look at
Yeah, you the arbiter. You said you blacker than both of us.
Yeah.
You the arbiter.
Oh yeah,
right?
motherfucker. And you know what? Not nary one of you said no, you're not. So I know I'm telling you.
The real black people don't talk like that. You're like, what the fuck is he talking about? You blacker than me. We all black.
blacker than you. Only politicians say that. Only Joe Biden says shit like that.
Hey, you know what?
Dumbass nigga.
You know what? Of course you're gonna go talk
You ain't
about
black
Joe
if you don't
Biden.
vote for me.
Hey,
You
son,
dumbass nigga.
son.
You sound just like
Do you
Joe
think?
Biden.
Do you think you're talking to Joe Biden? Right? This crazy son
I
of a
think I'm
bitch
talking to
thinks
Joe
he's talking to
Biden.
Joe
You
Biden.
racist old piece of shit.
You ain't talking to Joe Biden, son. You're talking to
Joe Biden.
a man
Nigga, you
who's
ain't black
blacker
if you
than
don't vote
you.
for me.
I am blacker than you, HB. Deal with
Sound
it.
just like Joe Biden. Sound like a white man.
Motherfucker, I sound like you. I sound like a black man.
I get it together, Stanley. Get it together.
Yeah, yeah. Go ahead, HB. Keep trying, HB. HB, you'll hit something that strikes water at some point.
Stanley,
So anyway, the silly little half black motherfuckers up here think that being black is who you sleep with or where you live. Y'all don't know black. All y'all know is that hood level black shit.
Don't go down that road, Stanley.
Y'all know that, motherfucker. I'm there.
Nah.
That
Don't
hood level,
go down the half black
nigga
road,
shit.
Stanley.
Y'all want to take
way more about half black than I do.
that hood rat.
Don't do that,
Chicago.
Stanley. Stay in
I
your
am a
lane, Stanley.
Chicago nigga
Stanley,
shit.
stay in your lane.
Does not
Stay in
work
your
on a
lane.
real black man,
Stay
sir.
in your lane, Stanley.
You're talking to real
You
blackness.
got way more experience
Real
black
blackness.
than me.
Motherfucker, you are in
You
my
got way
lane.
more experience than me.
You are in my lane, sir. You need to
stay in your
get
lane,
out your
Stanley.
map.
Calm
Get
down.
out your map
You're getting
and
over your
figure
skis
out
now,
where
Stanley.
you are, son.
You're getting over your skis
It
now.
is Black Stanley
Don't talk to us about
versus
no half
the
black.
anti-black world.
Don't talk to us about no half
It is
black,
Black
Stanley.
Stanley versus the anti-black world.
Yeah.
Where'd Linwood go?
No, he limped off. He limped off.
He's been gone for a while. Stanley.
But yeah, no, Stanley, I do think that is kind of your Achilles heel with your audience.
You're only 11 p.m. black. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but it sounds.
Yeah, I think honestly, that I think that is your Achilles heel, for right or for wrong. Yeah, you've been around black.
I know what you're doing is probing for an Achilles heel, and you haven't gotten there, son.
Telling you, look at the chat. You go, the people, are going to say.
Dude, do you honestly think that the chat determines if I'm black? You're sillier than
I know if you're black, but I'm just saying.
What am I looking
you
in the
lose
chat?
a lot of credibility talking about black issues, particularly when
motherfucker, I'm so credible. I don't need you to recognize it.
I'm telling you, I don't think the audience
I
knows you're
honestly
credible.
don't. See, once again, apparently my mantra on this channel needs to be, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if you know I'm black, think I'm black. Your opinion of my blackness literally means nothing.
But I think it makes
I
you.
have a father, John. If my father came to me and said, you ain't black, then I might worry. You're not my daddy. I don't give a fuck about your opinion of my blackness. I know you're getting a little annoyed, John. But the bottom line,
if you're black,
your opinion,
people are going to say, but
your opinion is worthless to a real black man such as myself. So what you need to do is move on. Tell us about your love of
because on one hand you embrace
black man.
And I don't know what it's like. I've never been with a white woman. And
okay, well, motherfucker, you missed out then. You gotta try it. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
I agree with that.
A lot of black men have been with white women. Did you know that?
Right. And what I'm saying is, that seemingly you got you one, and you never look back. There's nothing wrong with that. Right?
Well, I hope not.
Talk about that. You should talk about it.
Why?
40 years that you disconnected.
What am I going to do? Tell them how great it feels?
Very interesting.
Well, one of these days, I will do that, John. I'll take that under advisement.
You should embrace your life, right? You've had.
Whoa. I should embrace my life.
Well, embrace.
What do you think I've been doing for 60 years?
Don't be hung up on it. In terms of, talk about your white wife. Talk about your family. Talk about living around whites. Stop trying to be the black.
I'm gonna talk about life.
You don't have credibility trying to defend blacks. You've been going away from them for 40 years.
Hold it. I need credibility to a YouTube chat. What kind of bullshit are you preaching?
People that you're speaking to, they don't
about my credibility to a bunch of people I've never met.
I'm just giving you some advice. Take it.
I'm a real black man, John. I don't need credibility or credentials to be black. Is it like, hey, the more people in my chat, the blacker I get? Is that how it works?
You sound like Pinocchio.
Motherfucker, between my
is
channel
right
and
now?
yours, we're up to 60 viewers. I'm getting blacker. I'll be even blacker if we get to 70.
I'm a real black.
Hit the like button and make me blacker.
I'm just saying, like, you're limiting what you can talk about.
Folks, I need
and you're trying to talk about something where you lose all credibility.
Motherfucker. Wait. Before we talk about credibility, can you tell me who's doing the credentialing? Whose credibility do I need, John? Whose credibility do I need, John?
When I hear you talk niggas,
Okay, motherfucker, you just gonna skip over that question, aren't you? You know the answer. I don't need.
I don't understand why you try to do. When people talk black shit,
I'm a certified black man because John Galt says I'm a black man.
I haven't been around blacks in 40 years. My wife was black. My children had black.
Motherfucker, see, you just hear through. Apparently, black people like yourself don't clean their ears. I didn't say I haven't been around black people in 40 years. I literally just told you that I visit home. My parents are black. If I just went and visited my parents, I'm around black people.
Yeah, but all your life,
what you need to do is take another sip, gather your thoughts, and present them in a cogent manner.
Right?
You're just not cutting the mustard here. Okay, you literally told me what I said. You did a fucking be brave.
And you get all the benefits of living around be brave like people, right? That's where you live around.
I don't live around be brave like people. Be brave is more likely to live in your hood than he is next door to me.
Your county
board is not that kind of white man who could live in my neighborhood.
Yeah, I bet he could. I bet he does. I bet there'll be brave living in your neighborhood. But again, I guess you live around better white men than brave.
Look at this non-black motherfucker.
You live around the good white men.
Now, see, this is wicked level. Yo, chat, who's more black, Linwood or Stanley? Number one, you didn't spell Linwood correctly. And number two, why is a Latino fucking doing a black contest?
Hey, you said that there are no be braves in your neighborhood.
This is the brave level.
70% white, so
John, I stopped listening to your
or maybe the white men in your neighborhood are better than
maybe you lost your steam a while ago. I've already lost respect for your line of questioning. Can we move on?
That the white men you live
to put a scratch in my blackness. You haven't found my Achilles heel. Let HB try. You need a fresh horse, John. Give HB a minute to try.
What makes the whites you live around better than braves?
You're a little low. I can't hear you that well.
I said, what makes the whites you live around better than braves whites? I'm curious.
Motherfucker, I could go to Walmart and the checkout would be better than Be Brave. And she'd probably be like 16. She would probably be like 16.
No, he said he has a better quality of whites. He's saying he has a better quality of whites than in his neighborhood.
No. Did I say that? I said something.
Yeah. You did. You said he couldn't even live.
Brave would never live to me. Well, I mean, I was speaking to his quality.
Yeah.
You got better quality whites in your neighborhood.
He couldn't afford to live around you, Stanley. Not those whites.
Probably not.
Yeah. So your whites are better whites than brave whites.
Well, motherfucker, I'm gonna go out to the garden and pick a couple whites and bring them in and show them to you. Whites aren't produce. They're not. Whites are not livestock.
Answer the question. Answer the question, Stanley. Are your whites in your neighborhood better than Be Brave's whites?
You know what? I don't know how to answer that kind of a racist question. Let me whip out my anti-black racist.
We're talking about white people. We ain't talking about blacks. We're talking about white people. I want to know the quality of whites that you live around.
You know what? And you are going to want to know for the rest of this session.
Yeah, what
whites are human beings, HB. They're not livestock. We don't look at their teeth like they're African slaves.
I thought they were cave demons. Okay.
Well, next you're gonna be calling them bucks.
But you basically what you're saying is they're good enough. They're good whites. You can live around them. Right?
Well, you know what is a good white?
Give
Not
me
to be
the
brave
definition.
whites. They're not be brave
I
whites.
said better whites. I said better whites, not
They're
good
better than
whites.
be brave.
So
They're
if
better
you
than be
use
brave.
the term good whites, what's a
Okay,
good
no,
white?
okay, so let's go with
What's a good
let's go
white?
with better white.
Well,
These
no,
whites
let's
are better
not.
than be brave.
Let's take
I don't know.
what you
I just
said
used the
and
wrong word. I
concentrate
used
on
the wrong
that.
word. But I just want to clarify these to something. The whites in your neighborhood
Motherfucker,
are better.
clarify yourself first.
The whites in your
Don't
neighborhood are
be
better than
better than you're
brave
giving.
whites. Are there any brave whites in your neighborhood?
Oh no,
Be
no.
brave.
A be brave white is a fucking bottom feeder. That's what a be
And
brave
none of
white
them,
is. So
and none
a
of them are
better
in your
white
neighborhood.
is a non-bottom feeder.
Okay, so and there are no bottom feeders
Okay,
in your
no.
neighborhood.
You need to acknowledge the definition.
Gotcha. I
Okay, a
acknowledge.
be brave white is a bottom feeder, and that's what he calls himself. I'm
And
going
none
to
of those
say
are in your
a
neighborhood.
better white would be someone who's not a bottom feeder.
And that's not in your neighborhood, correct?
Not
There are
that I
no be
know
braves
of.
in your neighborhood, right?
Well, you know what? No, I'm willing to say there are no be braves.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Now, does that apply to black people too, or is that just a white thing?
See, you're never good. The answer is never good enough for you. You know what? Sure, why not? They're bottom
Oh, okay.
feeding
All right.
black people, I'm sure.
Okay. Now we're getting somewhere, Stanley. Now
Are
we're
we
getting
really?
somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere. Now, how would you define the bottom feeder blacks compared to the good blacks?
Well, let's start with the ones who call themselves bottom feeders.
Okay.
Because see, that's always low hanging fruit. When the motherfuckers call themselves bottom feeders, I believe what they say. So, do
They
you know
technically
any
don't.
blacks who call themselves bottom feeders, HB?
They don't. They think that they're just as important as the higher class blacks.
Well,
There's
I mean,
no.
there's something to be said for be brave self-deprecation and self-realization.
Yeah, I've never heard a black person. Even
Okay,
a
well,
black person on
like I
food
said,
stamps living in Section 8 won't call themselves a bottom feeder.
I will start with the low-hanging fruit. If a black person says I'm a bottom feeder, I am inclined to believe them.
They won't ever do
And
that.
Solid Snake, I'll go out and get some beer in a minute. I don't have your powers yet.
Well, Solid Snake is fueled by crack cocaine, so yeah, you don't want those powers. you don't want those powers. Crack smoke in there, everybody. Solid Snake. Man.
Well, anything else? Because it is getting about beer o'clock. I guess it would be nice. Looks like it's gonna rain too.
Yeah. So
No more questions?
to be clear, just to be clear, the last time you lived in an all-black neighborhood, they still had black and white TVs, right?
Close. But
Yeah,
no, we had color TVs. We even had HBO.
A long time ago, huh?
That's funny. Good one there, Buck. Now I have been to like a biker bar that I wouldn't go into. That's about the closest.
But yeah, that's my thoughts, though, Stanley. I think
Hey, Fart Knock or whatever the hell your name is. I've been up since 3, so it's like quitting time for me. If you ever worked like a real work type job, it had to do shift work, you would know this. You
Tapping out, Stanley.
You must be
Tapping
one
out?
of them high class blacks.
You're tapping out.
Oh no. Y'all can keep it running. Be gone for about 20 minutes, but I can stay here a few more minutes.
Yeah. Go get your.
The questions had
Stanley.
slowed down, so I figured I'd answered everything y'all needed to know.
I think you should. I think that would be interesting, Stanley. Like, a black man that grew up around blacks, who spent the last better part of his adult life not really around blacks, and
Well, I mean, if you mean like in the hood, nope, never lived in the hood. So
I
why
mean,
would I want to go live in a hood?
I'm saying, like, I don't think things are.
And the one thing that's actually changed since I was a kid, I've told you that where I live is about 50-50. There aren't a whole lot of all white, like middle class type neighborhoods. There aren't a whole lot of all white or all black, at least in the South. So I'm not sure there exists anything that you're trying to describe. I mean, I wouldn't live around all blacks because I want to live somewhere with trees. And if it was all black with trees, great. If it's all white with trees, great. But neighborhoods tend to be integrated these days. You didn't know this, John? Maybe you ought to get out of the hood more.
I see that clearly they're integrating, but what I think you'll find, at least from what my experience.
Okay, have you lived? Well, you have lived in Georgia, right? You have lived in Georgia, right?
I live where?
Georgia.
No, never lived in Georgia, Alabama.
Gotcha.
And what I found, honestly, is people tend to live where they can afford, and typically as much as they can afford with the least amount of black as possible. They may not tell you that, but typically that's really.
I'm sorry, you're mumbling now. I didn't understand
I think people tend to live where they can afford, relative to the fewest number of black, or you can
Okay, no, I don't agree with that.
Okay, well, I think you may not.
I think
many
people
people do.
live where they can afford. Period.
Right, but if there are two places that are equally priced, and one has a bunch of Latinos and the other one has a bunch of blacks, they're probably going to live around the Latinos. That's why Latino property values are
Well,
higher.
I don't agree with that. So
Well, how do you account for Latino property
skewing
values
it,
being higher?
and I'll just keep telling you, I think people will live wherever it is they can afford to live. I would think school systems tend to be a little bit more a determinant of where they can afford to live.
And
Now see, you being the anti-black racist type, you might, race might determine. All I need is a good school. All I need is, kind of a nice looking neighborhood, and I'm good. I don't ask too much about color. It needs to look like, hey, they're not shooting up the place, and I'm good.
Right. And
so if it's Latino, if it's white, if it's black, I don't care. Good schools, what I'm looking for.
But I guarantee you, Stanley, a lot of blacks today, they looking at how many blacks are around, and they making decisions. A lot of blacks today, when they're trying to find somewhere to live, if they're kind of upwardly mobile, they're looking to see how many blacks are not around. I guarantee
And
you.
you know what? Maybe they're more anti-black blacks than
I don't think
I
they
was.
are.
But let me
think
tell
they're
you
anti-black,
something.
though,
I've been
honestly.
in this house for roughly maybe going on 8 years, 7 or 8 years. I think it's 8 years. When I moved here, I really didn't ask about the racial composition. I liked the house and I liked the neighborhood. I literally, and the school was important. I literally didn't ask. And believe it or not, because I'm kind of a recluse anyway. If you had asked me 5 years ago what the composition of the neighborhood is, I probably would have said mostly white. However, in the last 5 years, I've gotten out more. My son has friends in the neighborhood. It is truly 50-50. And the blacks who live in this neighborhood, many of them have nicer houses than the whites. It is literally, because it's kind of semi-rural. I can walk 15 minutes and be in a cow pasture. It's a nice neighborhood. It's roughly 50-50 by my estimate. I personally didn't ask about the racial composition. So, I don't doubt what you're saying, but I'm not just any black or most blacks.
And so most blacks, I think that.
Well, I need you to acknowledge what I said. Did you hear me?
Sure. I can't
Okay,
challenge
so I literally said that I'm
but
not
we
most
can be
black.
sure.
So you want to go and talk most blacks, like I would be interested.
Well, you say you're not, but I'm saying many people don't have your existence. Most black people
Well, they
haven't
might
had.
not have my attitude either.
Well, no, what I'm saying is most blacks have not had the opportunity to just more or less cut ties, not live around blacks.
Wait, hold it. I've cut ties.
Well, you know, bro, you got a white, you had a white wife,
before you
bro.
get too far down this wild goose chase. What makes you think I've cut ties?
Well, you said you haven't lived around blacks in 40 years.
Okay,
That's
I
a long time,
literally
and I think those
motherfucking
choices are
said
deliberate.
I
You
live
like
in a mixed neighborhood. I
Yeah,
literally
earlier you said you haven't lived
told
around.
you
Yeah,
I go visit my parents in the
right, right,
neighborhood I grew up in.
right.
What did I say about I've cut ties or don't? What the heck? This is
It just
all
kinda happened
running
naturally.
through that
It just kinda
anti-black
happened
culture
naturally,
in the
right?
middle of your head.
And you chose to live there, right? And it's 70%
Okay,
more.
motherfucker,
I
I
know those
literally just told you. Oh, were you listening when I
I know
told
what you
you
said.
why
I
I
heard
chose
you.
to live there? Or you
You
just
didn't
gonna keep yapping while I
Nah,
swat
you know,
down your
give me
bullshit?
I know what it
I
looks
love
like. You know,
I love swatting down the bullshit. You must motherfucking think I'm Sharon Bracey. Dude, I'm not gonna let your dumb ass push me around.
Push
I
you around.
will tell you
Push you
what
around.
I said. No. I know
Oh, yeah.
what you're doing. You tried to do it on Sharon's panel
Sharon,
yesterday.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
John.
roll
I know what you're doing, John.
I
I know what you're
know
doing.
who I am. I know how black I am, and you don't get to tell me experiences that you don't even know me that well. I told you. I told
But
you the last time I lived in an all-black neighborhood was 40 years ago.
40
I said
years.
nothing about cutting ties and not being around black people. What the
But you
fuck
haven't
are you
had the
talking about?
you haven't
You're
had the
making
experience.
this shit up, and I'm
You
gonna
haven't had,
stop you every time you do it.
but you haven't had the
That's
experience
my
in
job.
stealing cars,
Don't
right?
no, motherfucker. See, this is where
Stealing
the
cars. You haven't had that experience,
see,
right?
you are
Around black
telling me what I've done instead of asking me.
or black stealing
Do you
cars or committing
motherfucking
crime where you live.
understand how to have a conversation?
Okay, let me. No, yeah, because you don't,
Fuck
right? So
Universal. If he
going with
wants
you.
that question answered, tell him to bring his dumb ass up here. I need
Anyway,
another nigga to stomp.
anyway, as I said, man, like it's just my opinion. You take it how you like.
Okay, you would do much
you know,
better. You would do much better with a black man like me by asking me my experiences, not telling me what they are.
well, I'm just telling you. Listen, from
Okay,
my
no. I literally just told you not to just tell me. If you want to know about my experiences, ask me, don't tell me.
All right. Well, I'm gonna tell you my experience of listening to you. When I listen to you,
Yeah, nice. Do not imply my experience either. Okay, because
when I listen to
it's
you,
obvious you don't know how to listen and you like putting words into people's mouths. Don't
when I
do
listen
that,
to you,
or I'm just going to
okay,
slap it
I'm
down.
gonna. These are my own words. When I listen to you, I see like a black man is kind of confused. This is my own take. You don't like white people. You seem to not like white people. This is my take.
Nope, that's not true.
I see it's my take.
Nope, I like white. Oh, I like
Fair
white
enough, this is
people
my
this
take.
time.
Well,
Okay,
you see,
motherfucker, I will stop you
I'm
when
just
you
giving you
make
my
a
take.
mistake.
I'm just giving you my take, right?
I like
Let me
what
give you-
I don't.
Okay,
Dude,
okay, you like white
I
people. I
guess
stand
I've
corrected.
given you the wrong impression
Okay.
that I give a fuck
Okay,
about your
right.
take.
So this is my take,
I like
right?
white people just fine. What I
Good.
don't like are stupid white people like
Right.
B.
Don't like
Grade.
stupid white people, right? Right. And
I don't
so
like
again,
stupid black people either, and you're right on the edge.
right. So what I see is a man who seemingly, like many black people, want to be, like the white life has been good to them.
The white life.
Right, literally 40 years you haven't lived around
What
blacks.
the fuck are you talking about? The white life.
Up on words,
I'm
and I know
not
what
white,
I'm saying.
motherfucker.
I know the experience. Being
You
with a white woman,
mean the black
being
life,
with a white
the
woman,
Stanley life?
it may make you feel a certain way.
has
You could
any
feel a certain way.
see
Like,
nobody ever called you out for the stupid shit you say.
honestly, I don't think enough people call
Apparently,
you out, bro.
everybody's too afraid to tell the great John
You
Galt
up here
that
basically,
he's full of shit and
bro.
needs to wipe his ass.
Bro, I'm
Dude,
surprised more
no,
people.
I'm not your bro.
More
Stop
people
calling
call
me bro.
you out. Bro. Like
Okay,
honestly,
dude,
I'm just
you are
I'm
doing
surprised more
nothing of the
people don't call you
kind.
out.
What you're doing is a fishing expedition. I've seen it done by
I'm
people that
saying,
were
like,
smarter than
honestly,
you.
I'm really surprised people don't
Motherfucker,
call you
I
out.
don't care if you're honest. What you're gonna do
Yeah.
is, if you want to know my experience,
I
ask
don't want
me.
to know. You've
If
told
you're
us enough
telling me
about your
what you
experience.
hear and repeating what you
You told
hear,
us enough
you're
about your
making shit
experience,
up.
right?
You're
And
just being a disingenuous Negro. Stop
like
that.
T says, like black people can't live the good life. Yeah, they can live the good life when they go live in white neighborhoods like Carmelo Anthony. By and
You
large,
can, dude,
they
I
find that good
literally
life in
just
their own
told you
neighborhood.
I lived a good life in an all-black neighborhood.
40
This
years
motherfucker
ago as a
cannot
child.
listen. Your
40 years ago as a
talent
child.
is
When you
not
had the opportunity to
actually
spend your own money,
listening
you
or
don't want to live around the people.
comprehending what people
You want
say.
to live around the people.
John,
Everything I
I
take
feel
phone calls,
sorry
I
for
want to live
you.
around the people.
Is your
Every day,
hear?
every
You
day
know,
I
maybe
take
you
phone
need
calls.
to get your hearing checked. Are those Are those headphones working?
See, this is what I'm
Those
saying, like,
headphones aren't
bro,
working.
you lack
Here,
credibility, bro.
let me turn on my camera so you can read my lips.
This is why I feel
Maybe
like,
you can lip read better than
be
you can
brave.
hear.
At least can cut it straight. He live it how he talk it. You talk one way, then you live
Now,
another,
this
bro.
is the
Like
other thing that's so funny.
you like
A
Umar and all them
motherfucker
niggas
who
with white
calls
women
himself
hidden
Art
in the
Not
background.
Life
Talking all this
is
black
going to
defender.
call me
And
a
let these niggas
paragon of
talk on
psychological
their own.
control.
What you got to
That
defend me
is
for?
hilarious.
Right? What do you
Art
like?
Not.
Every time we get to talking about, I
I'm
remember
projecting psychologically.
yesterday I'm talking about
I'm
niggas,
sorry,
and I'm
John.
like,
I was over talking you. Can
yeah,
you
you
repeat
were.
yourself?
Yesterday I'm sitting here talking about niggas on my show, and then you jump up.
Motherfucker, I didn't watch your show.
You jumped up. You got up there.
I did. Okay, my bad. I forgot
Like,
all about that.
yeah, like you jumped
Yeah,
up
I
to interrupt me.
jumped up
You
and
jumped
I
up to
just,
interrupt me
you know
talking about
what?
niggas. You couldn't
Let
control
me
yourself.
tell you what I heard yesterday on your show.
I don't get up here and jump up here and tell you what not to fucking talk about.
No, you shouldn't do that, John.
Right. But when you got up on
Yes,
mine, you heard me talking
Universal,
about
I'm the
niggas.
great
You heard me
contradiction,
talking about
and there's
niggas.
not a motherfucking thing
You
you
heard
can
me
do
talk
about
about
it.
you can't listen
Enjoy the
to reason.
ride, Universal.
But you heard me talking about the niggas, and you couldn't take it.
No, I think
That's
what
why
I heard
you
you
had to jump up
talking
here and
about
act like a
was
nigga, right?
your
You jump
experience
like a
on the
nigga.
Sharon Bracey
Like,
show. When I came up,
you
it was a
defend the
blatant
niggas.
lie.
Right? You had to
It
defend the
was a
niggas.
blatant lie. Those people did not
Whatever it was.
mistreat you.
I
They
didn't say they
treated you
mistreated
with
me, nigga. I don't give a
deference,
fuck.
and
Nigga, I
you
don't even
came
know
up
what
with
they
some whack-a-mole
and you
bullshit.
had to come up and defend them
Came up
niggas.
with some
You
whack-a-mole
came up.
bullshit, and they flushed your ass. That's the reality.
I bet
That's
you if I
what
was
I
up there
came
talking
up
about be
to the
brave, you wouldn't have come
panel
up there and
to
interrupt me.
tell
I bet
you.
you more.
I
I'm gonna be
told
brave. All
you
kind of
to
white
use
trash. You would not come up
HB's
there and
word.
interrupt.
Stop
Yo.
lying. You lied on Sharon Bracey.
What did I say about Sharon Bracey? I ain't say anything.
Motherfucker, they treated you with deference for starters. Did
I
they
said
not?
they didn't.
Did
I
they
said
not treat you with respect, John?
I said they didn't.
Well, motherfucker, how about say they did? That was my question.
That's not what it
I
was
didn't
about.
ask you what you didn't
I
say.
didn't come up there and say
I'm
they did. I didn't.
asking you, did they?
Okay, sure. If you ask me, sure. They
Slimy
treated me with
motherfuckers
respect.
like
You've
you,
already,
you're
you've already
slithery. Slithery.
there's a
Dude,
reason
you
why
and
I'm
Universal
not
Jones have a lot in common.
because
You
you
don't
heard me
answer direct
like
questions.
niggas. You heard me talking about niggas and it
Actually,
hurt your
Universal,
feelings.
I'm kidding about
You
that.
heard me
You're pretty
talking about
good at
niggas,
answering
it
direct
hurt your
questions.
feelings. And this is what, like, I really would love for you to
Dude,
do.
they
Is
treated you like motherfucking royalty. They
yeah,
let
that's
you
great.
up at all, and
Let me tell you
you
what you're repeating
being
this. How many times
disrespectful.
you keep repeating this,
You know,
right?
I've often heard Be Brave talk about how blacks should be grateful to be in America. You should have been grateful to be up on Sharon's panel.
Niggas love the joke.
You should have thanked them.
Yeah, you know what? I wish.
No, I don't know what.
I wish you'd have shown me the respect that he showed me yesterday when we jumped up on my
You
show.
know
and
what?
interrupted me,
You know what?
right?
All I
wish
have to say.
I wish you had done that, right? But
Done
you
what?
acted
What did you
like a
want me to
nigger
do,
yesterday,
John?
man, right?
What did you
Like,
want
bro,
me to
you
do,
acted
John?
like a straight up fucking nigger yesterday, right?
What did you
Just
want me to do, John? Motherfucker,
you know,
you know
I would
what?
want-
I'm glad you said I acted like a fucking
You did,
nigger.
right?
Now you know I'm black. black, right? I confirmed my blackness. Thank you for the confirmation, Mr. John.
And so, you know what I'm saying? You heard me talking about niggers. When B. Brady talks about niggas, you can't just go about your way.
Yes, I can do whatever the fuck I want. See, I'm a free Negro. When you get free,
right?
you'll be able to do whatever you want to.
Just be honest. You feel a need to defend
Motherfucker, I am honest. You were treated very well on that panel. I'm being honest, John. I keep being honest and telling you they treated you.
When I go on a rant about niggas, why do you have to come up there and interrupt me? You know,
because I hate people being dishonest on other people. That's why.
On other people? What do you mean?
Well, you went up and acting like Sharon did not treat you with deference.
Okay, so by the fact that
motherfucking jumping boy, participating in that lie along with me, Brave. It was more than I could take, John. It was more than I could take.
Okay. So you couldn't take it.
I had to come up and tell the truth.
You had to come up and just interrupt my show.
I had to be a truthful Negro.
You had to do. Right. I see what you're saying.
What did I do, John? I dropped back down to the audience.
Yeah, after interrupting my show.
That's what I did.
And I asked you several times to do that, right? And again, see, this is the behavior that blacks don't want to live around. This is the behavior.
All I have to say is that's why you live amongst other blacks, because they will tolerate this behavior.
I asked you to leave where you belong. You say, lies. It's like Carmelo, right? You could have went and started your own.
Who cares about him? That's his parents' responsibility. Stop boring me with that Carmelo bullshit.
And reacting to what I did.
Carmelo bullshit is not something that I have. All you can do is go back to that Carmelo Anthony.
No, I go back to the nigga behavior that Carmelo
you got nothing else.
Not about Carmelo.
You
got
nothing
nigga
else.
behavior that Carmelo
dude, my behavior is
I came up on your
ignorance. Anywhere I saw it, not stab it. I don't stab ignorance. That's why I'm not Carmelo. I didn't stab it. I just out talked.
Now you just stayed somewhere that no one wanted your ass around, right?
You getting all in your feelings, aren't you?
You're getting Carmelo.
Hey,
nobody wanted you up on the panel.
Right, buddy.
And here you
I'm Stanley, and I say so. Motherfucker, you get it so right. Thank you for noticing, sir.
Typical black behavior, right? And this is
the typical black behavior is to the John Galt of the world be anti-black and give you a high five. Right. Motherfucker, I fight stupidity. I don't accept it. So I'm not a typical black like yourself.
But the thing is, you could have went and done a react.
I'm black. Motherfucker, why would I waste my time reacting to bullshit?
Right? So you have to come
reacting to the bullshit with you on the panel. I'm reacting right now, John. I'm reacting.
Yeah, you could have had a conversation, but you couldn't do that. You just came up and interrupted. Nobody wanted you around.
Pussy.
You could have went and done something.
Universal Jones.
Right.
What you need to do. Hey, what you need to do is spell Tom Gully right first, and then come back and talk to him.
Get it right, Universal.
But more to the point,
this motherfucker can't even get his insults spelled right.
Tom Gully being a respectful white man would never interrupt your show. That's the big difference. That white man would never do.
How many times has my show been interrupted? See, there's another lie.
Has that white man ever done that?
There's another lie.
Ever interrupted your show?
There's another lie. Lord, do these
white man name right? Spell that white man name right, Universal.
Has Tom
you gonna spell the white man's name? Act like a white man. Spell it right.
Stanley's show. Has he ever interrupted Stanley's show? Tom Gully, he's very respectful of Stanley.
You know what? Dave, tell me what happened the last time Tom was on this show. Would you please?
I'm sorry. But whenever he was here, and even the people in the audience,
before you get
like
Dave, are you there, Dave?
But Stanley, people in Universal calls it straight. So you would never.
The bullshit. The last time Tom Gully was on this show, I had to boot him off the panel.
Well, that was
motherfucker. You can shut your gap.
I was surprised, right?
And Universal Jones envious because I treat white men like I treat black men.
Well, I
It
bet you.
all comes out in the end.
Well,
So
but the thing
universal
was Tom Gully disrupting your show? What was Tom Gully doing to disrupt your show? Anyway, you know,
Dave might want to tell him because these two people think that I
booty Tom Gully. Booty Tom Gully, because usually people.
No, motherfucker, I didn't bring up Tom Gully. Your dumb ass did. And your little flunky
And the white man said, "Okay, I'm going to be a good white man. I don't need to come back around you.
Yeah,
be brave.
You know what?
Be brave. Just stop coming in his chat. But just like a nigga like Carmelo Anthony, you keep going back in his chat.
You know what? Just like a nigga. See, dude, I don't even like saying the word.
If he done told you,
I swear you are right. The way you say it with such gusto.
You don't come on your show.
You get the taste of mustard every time you say
him.
Like Solid Snake, really?
Carmelo Anthony going where no one wants you around.
You know what? You're wasting your time with that Carmelo Anthony bullshit. I've already seen that. I'm sorry, son. Let me go. You go ahead with that, and I'll be back in a minute. I'm sure the
Stanley,
audience wants to hear it.
Stanley, I wanted to ask you because you said.
Well, wait.
I'll
John needs to finish comparing me to Carmelo Anthony.
Well, I think you already
get back.
You don't belong and then don't want to leave.
Yeah, you said you told what's Grace's dad's name again? What's that motherfucker's name?
Ben.
Ben, yeah, you told Ben you're a better white man than he is.
Ben
Thorpe.
Yeah, you told Ben you're a better white man than he is.
That sounds like something I would say.
Now
I also told him he's not Newport.
Now you said you're a better white man than him.
Okay, I also told him he's not Newport, which is a point about the quality of his whiteness.
What makes you a better white man than him?
You know what? Apparently these niggers don't know a joke when they hear it. You want me to explain it to you? Apparently it wasn't very funny to you.
No, I thought it.
Oh, you thought I was serious, right?
Yeah. I thought
it was a joke, HB.
Yeah, I thought you were being dead ass serious.
Well, no, actually, what I meant, it was kind of a class joke. Basically, he's low class. That's and you know, I guess if I have to explain the joke, it's not that funny. My bad. But it stuck with you all these months, huh? You've been meaning to ask me that question for quite some time, apparently.
Well, you know, I actually.
Or do you have a notebook with questions for Stanley?
No. When I hear bullshit, it's kind of easy to remember. When I hear bullshit.
Yeah, well, you know, it
I have
doesn't
a good
hurt
memory
my
too,
feelings.
Stanley.
It doesn't. Now you know it's
I'm
not
an old
bullshit,
fart
right?
like you. It's
now
easy
you know
for me
it's
to
not
remember.
bullshit, right?
I don't get wasted every day, so it's kind of easy for me to remember the bullshit you say. But
Portia, you could ask me. you can always text me. You got my text number.
I didn't know you kicked Tom Gully. Why'd you kick Tom Gully?
You know what? He like other people. You know, I asked him to stop doing something. He and Lindy Lou were going back and forth with each other, and you know, I asked him a couple times to stop, and he wouldn't. And oh well, I'm not that kind of guy.
I think John needs to do some sensitivity training over here. Because people getting their emotions pretty quick.
Wow. Well, it is the way of the nigga.
Well, you know what? I figured y'all would be thrilled that I was defending Lindy Lou's honor.
Well, I mean, it's natural for you to defend a white woman's honor.
Fuck you, man.
I know you sweet on Lindy.
I'm telling you, Stanley, bro, like
not anymore. Not anymore. She has claimed me.
I'm telling you, Stanley. Even Lisa said it yesterday. You know, like I imagine that there are like some complexity to interracial dating.
There is.
I don't know. maybe you didn't experience any
But
with other
not when
people.
you get old. I mean, like 38. I mean, there was no complexity involved.
It's gonna be a family dynamic. Hell, like
Nope,
their
not at
cookouts gonna be
38.
different than your cookouts. You know,
I think that, well, see, apparently you are using you and your friends or whatever as a model. I live a little bit of a different black man's life there, John.
but I'm saying in
I think
general.
my parents were just glad that, hey, he found somebody. I was 38 when I met her.
Right.
So we're not talking 21, we're talking
But I'm
38.
saying there's some
Dynamics are
family.
not quite the same. Can you
Well, I'm
understand
sure
that?
you went
Can
over.
you
Yeah,
understand that
I
the
got you.
dynamics are different?
Yeah, but the food might be different,
Okay,
right?
can we just motherfucking
I
answer a
got
question?
you. I heard that. Listen,
Okay,
Stanley.
well, dude, you have a funny way of showing you heard. You just kind of nod and go on to the next subject. Can you acknowledge
Stanley,
your brother? Can you acknowledge your
Stanley, I
brother?
went to a white Thanksgiving once, and it was horrible.
Oh,
man.
what?
It
There's
was
a
fucking
white
horrible.
Thanksgiving?
Yeah, I went to a white
Oh,
Thanksgiving
wow.
one time.
What kind of
I
turkey
think
did they have?
It was
Or did they have a
horrible, man.
goose? They have a
Oh,
goose?
I rather starve before I go to a white Thanksgiving, man.
It'd be
I
like,
had no, I
you
had
know what
no
killed me,
idea
bro?
they accepted holidays.
You know what killed me more than anything, bro? Is like you come out lead out. I went to a white Thanksgiving. I
What the
think
fuck?
everybody knows.
Somebody tell me what a dark triad is.
I think everybody knew what you were talking
Oh,
about,
I'm
right?
sorry. What is a dark triad?
I don't know, but everyone knew what you were. You can look it up, Stanley. Everyone
Well,
knows.
no, I'm not. Shit, I'm not
Well,
going to waste
if you're
my
not
time.
interested in looking up, and he didn't give a definition, and nobody else knows how they're gonna figure it out.
Well, that's why I asked, John.
Oh,
I didn't
But if
know.
nobody else knows,
Y'all are all young and black. You might know.
Okay, but if we don't know and you still want to know, then what you gonna do? You gotta figure the fuck out.
Well, ignore it now because I didn't give that much of a fuck. I just thought maybe one of y'all might know. You know, I try and get, sometimes when Universal makes a joke, I try and get it so I can give him the courtesy chuckle.
You said Universal and his double masters couldn't compare to your intellect.
Dude,
And
okay.
He dropped a gem on you, a dark triad. It's
I have no idea what it
narcissistic,
is.
psychopathy, and Machiavellian.
Oh, you know what it is.
Well, usually.
No,
Yeah, but
I'm
no,
sorry.
John,
I didn't take Psych 101 because I avoided the topic because I think psychology is bullshit. So, no, I didn't get the joke.
Well, yeah. I
So, a
wouldn't be
double
surprised you would say
masters, I'm glad for you. I know you're accomplished, but I've known plenty of people with master's degrees.
But anyway, I was gonna say, Stanley. Again,
And
your
I'm
experience.
not, other than like leadership in the Navy or something, that's pretty much all the psychology I ever needed. So, sorry, I'm not smart enough for those types of jokes.
Yeah. Anyway, so I was saying, I think that is where I think you can speak on authority, because you have experience. There are a lot of black men that they're dated outside their race. Maybe they're about to have children. I'm sure there were some dynamics there. They'll combing their hair, all kind of just wild shit.
Because you like beating a dead horse.
I think
don't know when horses are dead because you keep going back to it.
Yeah, I'm trying. I guess I'm trying my best. I'm trying to
My
settle on it.
point, if you can possibly get my point, I didn't lose my blackness because I married a white woman.
I didn't say you did.
You need to get that notion out of your little anti-black head.
Stop assuming.
No, motherfucker. I don't care what you said. I'm trying to shorten this because you keep saying the same thing over and over, and you might be saying it for 2 weeks like that Carmelo Anthony bullshit that you're on.
I was just
when I think it's appropriate to share my experiences, I generally do. I'm not going to force the shit. If it's appropriate and poignant, maybe I will. Otherwise, you're not telling me anything you haven't already said.
Yeah, anyway, something to say.
Next topic.
You come from a position of authority. You've been there, done that.
You know what? I don't really do authority on this channel. I'm looking at the chat, how they're just slapping me around.
Well, you know,
Yo, you're hopeless, Stanley. You're
That
hopeless.
double triad joke almost had me in tears.
You're
yeah, I think
hopeless, Stanley.
it'd be a great
Okay,
approach for you.
Wicked. Before you get
You're
started,
hopeless.
I'll boot your ass just for the fun of it. So stay in line.
You're hopeless.
I just want to know, Stanley.
I
How'd you
might be
survive-
hopeless to a person like you. I'm sure it seems that way.
Stanley, how'd you survive all those years at a white Thanksgiving? How did you do that?
Well, first off, I didn't call it White Thanksgiving.
Stanley,
You know,
stop
I hear if you call it White
all those
Thanksgiving, they're gonna
microaggressions at
remind you why
Thanksgiving
it's
dinner.
called White Thanksgiving. You
All
might
the
be the turkey.
microaggressions.
What is this retard saying?
I said all those microaggressions at Thanksgiving dinner from the white people.
Okay.
They probably told Stanley, I know you like watermelon, and Stanley lost his shit. He went and cried in the bathroom.
Now, see, it's funny because I think if B Brave were on the panel, he'd be rolling on the floor at this.
I mean, Virgo did have that issue.
What
it was
issue?
not, you know. What did she say? Her family members bought her some fried chicken or some shit like that.
Now, somehow or another, I've survived all these years and never knew it was White Thanksgiving. So I guess
it's where you be disingenuous. You know what I'm saying? Like,
see, motherfucker, and this is where you're disingenuous, pretending to know what my life has been like. I've literally never heard it called White Thanksgiving, John. And I'm not a weak-minded man.
You don't know what he was talking about. You didn't know what he was talking about.
Motherfucker,
You didn't understand what
the thought of you telling me I'm disingenuous is hilarious.
Maybe I'm wrong. You didn't intuit.
You are wrong, and there's no maybe.
You didn't understand what HB was talking about when he said White Thanksgiving. You didn't understand that.
No, I absolutely do not, because I've never heard the term, motherfucker. Deal with it.
And see, this may be one of those things. Like I'm saying,
Is it a black thing?
Yeah, you can't talk black shit, Stanley. You just proved it
I
again.
come from
You know,
two black
curse with
parents
it.
from South Georgia, and they
Well,
never
but
called
you've
it
been going
White
40 years,
Thanksgiving.
man.
And I think
You've
they're
been going,
blacker
bro.
than you.
Well, but you've been going
Lindy,
40
I
years,
almost came to your Thanksgiving though, Lindy. I almost came. I was almost there. If I didn't have to leave out, I would.
She invited you to White Thanksgiving?
Yeah, Lindy invited me to.
Have you thought
She
that
invited
maybe
me to
it's a
White
northern
Thanksgiving.
What do they even eat in White Thanksgiving, Stanley? What do you guys eat in White Thanksgiving, Stanley?
I was about to
motherfucking turkey burritos.
Probably dry shit, no seasoning. You know what I mean, John? Yo, do y'all make tamales? Do y'all have
Y'all
tamales during White
underestimating
Thanksgiving?
them white people cooking, man. What's wrong with y'all?
Yo, do y'all eat tamales at White Thanksgiving, Stanley?
You know, you need to stick with just straight racism. Your jokes aren't funny.
Bro, you're the one that is racist here. You're the one that talks about beans and jumping beans.
I'm the
I
one
never
that's
told you nothing like
racist.
that, son, man.
I'm the one that's racist, asking me about White
What have I said that's
Thanksgiving.
racist, Stanley?
Motherfucker, do you even
And what have
have
you
a brain?
said that's racist?
Is that circle above that stick figure where your brain is outside of your body?
Right.
Stanley. So you're telling me that
See,
Thanksgiving
you know,
that
y'all thinking I have to put up with this idiot is really annoying.
Wait, Stanley, come on, man.
Yes.
Your Thanksgiving that you grew up
Can't
with
do
wasn't different than the white Thanksgiving.
I don't know that I've ever had a White Thanksgiving. I always had it with my parents.
How was the macaroni in the White Thanksgiving, Stanley? Was that different?
All right. Maybe this is the thing. Did your wife do the majority of the cooking, or did you do the cooking?
There's a little bit of both.
Okay, all right.
I mean, I was as good. I mean, I was actually probably a better cook than my
Yo,
wife.
it's a pinch of salt, not a punch, Stanley.
Yeah, so
Wicked. I was watching a Hispanic guy this morning, and he was actually making some good points about, America and the relation to race. And my comment was, it's good to hear somebody with a Mexican accent who actually can make intelligent points. And I was wondering, I was trying to figure out how I could hook you two up so maybe you can fucking train you to think.
Wait, who has the next thing? Yo no. Yo no tengo un acento. ¿De qué hablas, mijo?
Oh wow.
Oye, ¿cómo va?
Shit. So you had a mulatto Thanksgiving, Stanley. That's kind of what you're saying.
Yeah, well, I depend on the anti-blacks to put race into every holiday.
Okay. Well, Stanley, I had a full.
Do you have a white
fully
Christmas? Do
Let
you
me
have a
ask you
white
this.
Christmas?
I went to a fully white.
Can I ask you a question?
White Christmas is a song. It's not the official name of Christmas, right?
Stanley, let me ask you a question. And
Like
I'm
the ones
asking
I used to know.
More question.
Like, how would you compare Christmas or Thanksgiving growing up with your mother and father versus celebrating, say, Thanksgiving and Christmas, say, with white people? What was the difference? What were the similarities?
Not much. Not much of a difference.
I don't know. So that's why I'm asking.
I mean, are you asking what black people don't have turkey at Thanksgiving or what?
Come on. What are the differences? Right? What are the differences?
We didn't have chitlins at our Thanksgiving. Is that what makes it not white Christmas?
Did y'all have atole? There's a difference, man.
I'm sorry. Come on, and I'm dead serious. We had turkey and cranberry dressing and stuffing, just like
like you mentioned chitlins, right? Like you're probably not gonna have chitlins in a white.
First time I had chitlins, I was in my 30s.
But did you ever smell like when I was a little boy? I didn't get the fucking smell out of my nose. I didn't smell it.
My mother, that wasn't my mother.
Yeah, never cooked chitlin.
And as a matter of fact, as far as I know, neither did my grandparents. I mean, I'm sure they must have, but they never cooked it for us. Probably because my mother would have a fit. But no, I literally, the first time I ever had chitlins, I had a friend who owned a soul food restaurant, and she made me some special.
I've never had chitlins. There's differences, Stanley. I've never had chitlins.
Motherfucker, are you black? Why are you
you
even
acknowledge
talking
it? You
about
acknowledge the differences.
Okay, dude, you're not my equal in the first place.
So you said,
have you had menudo, motherfucker?
Hey, let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question, Stanley.
I had menudo this morning.
Hold on, Wicked.
And you've had chitlins, right? Or was it tripe?
So the food there's, and I don't think I've eaten in white restaurants clearly.
God damn, this motherfucker cannot take.
But it's the
I've
whole.
never had chitlins outside of that one time when I was in my 30s.
I ain't talking about chitlins anymore. I'm saying is the food.
Okay, you moved on. Good.
Yeah, like people say macaroni and cheese. Is the macaroni and cheese and everything the same? Do they cook it the same?
Yes, as near as I know.
You always hear people talk
now
about.
You're talking about do they season food?
I don't know what they're
pretty good at it. My mother-in-law was a little weird with her seasonings, but no.
I'm just asking.
I think that black people, by and large, know how to season better. I had a Danish girlfriend. One day she cooked me something or another, and it was like, did you even bother to use salt?
A Dane? You had a Dane?
I'm sure she must have.
Pure white. That's it. Pure.
Just like how you don't know if you're broke.
You don't mind me asking, and this is interesting to me. How many white women have you dated and or married?
I don't know. I'd have to stop and count.
Like, would you say it's about even with the black women you've dated? Or,
I would say it's probably even, yeah.
That's interesting.
But then I've dated a couple Hispanic women. It's been it's been a cornucopia.
I think Stanley is a master of all. Well, what did I say? Jack of all trades, a master of none when it comes down to women. But he won't let you criticize the group that he's from.
The what that I've done?
The group you're from. Any criticism, male, female, anything like that. It's just funny that you jump in to defend it and won't even listen to the argument.
Dude,
Again, 90% of the arguments that are presented on this channel aren't really even worth me listening to.
I mean, John,
They
even the energy
tend
is
to be
different
they
demographic
tend to be
events.
repetitive.
The energy is different. The vibes are different. We don't play like the black music and our Christmas
Who is
music.
we, Wicked? You know what?
You know what I'm saying, Stanley. You play dumb, but you're not dumb. You're not that dumb.
Wicked, you are one of the few people that I know that the very sound of your voice pisses me off. And I don't know why that is.
I'm happy to hear it.
Maybe it has something to do with the tone or the
I think you're just racist.
You literally like every
That's
time
what it is. You're just a racist.
Damn. And you know what? I have to admit that I'm a stupid.
In this day and age, John, racism in this day and age.
I never expect
we ain't never free.
I never expect anything smart to come out of your mouth. Maybe that's why.
Wow. See, that one hurt me, Stanley. That one hurt, man.
No. It wasn't meant to hurt. And frankly, I don't give a fuck whether you're hurt or not.
How can I be better, Stanley?
Speaking my truth.
Ignore reality.
My truth.
How can I be better? Ignore reality.
You could be better by just not coming up on the panel.
Oh, I know when I'm not wanted. Deuces.
Nobody's saying please stay.
Wow. All right, I'm out of here. Y'all be safe.
I literally didn't say you don't have to go.
Everyone be safe, especially Stanley.
That motherfucker didn't even notice, did he? Damn.
Anyway,
you know what? You tend to look. It's embarrassing to have to go and like whip out a piece of paper and like list them out. But a rough estimate would be 50-50, roughly. But then I've never dated an Asian woman, but yep, I've had a nice life.
Yeah, that's the same, man. That's an interesting dating life, and again,
But then the other thing, not to cut you off, the other thing is I haven't dated, like I guess they call it body count. I haven't dated a whole lot of women. Maybe 20 over 60 years might be a high number. Probably less than that. Because I wouldn't say I dated intentionally, but I don't waste my time with people that I don't want to be around. I've probably had maybe one or two one night stands. I've just never been that type of guy. And even the one night stand was like wound up being over a weekend. So,
as I say, like a lot of the problems in the community, for whatever you want to call it, black community, people tend to date in their race. Typically, they're always going to be outliers, but majority of blacks going to marry black, so on and so forth. And I think for the black men, who they have options. You get a Swede or Dane or just a regular white woman. And I don't think the black women have those options. And for the ones that, maybe can't get
okay, well, hold on, Mr. Sociologist. You're saying black women don't have the same opportunity, and I care because...
Well, I ain't say you care. I think it'd be interesting.
Why are you even bringing it up? This isn't a sociology class.
I think that's where you can shine. The topic would be interesting. I think you would bring a different demographic that will want to hear you.
I just don't think me telling black women that y'all don't have the chances. I just don't think that's the message that I want them to hear.
I didn't say that from a negative point of view, telling them what you can't do, what
Why even talk about it at all?
Well, I understand that's probably some people's approach to it. But I think,
if I had a daughter, maybe I would.
You can say that about be brave. You can say that about anyone. Why they talk about whatever they talking about? But
the funny thing is I don't have to be on the panel with them. Again, I'm always interested in ideas, but I've heard you say this before. It's not a new idea.
Yeah, I thought it'd be good though. He did.
And you know what? You might have missed that part of the show. HB was here for some of it. I literally went over Black demographics, all these Pew Research reports about the Black community. So I mean, we kind of covered that. The interesting statistic is that Black women tend to prefer Black men. If the numbers mean anything, then Black men just tend to marry outside more than Black women.
Yeah, a little bit more, yeah.
And I didn't. That number means something, I'm sure, but I wasn't interested in the why.
What was the president? What you went over there? 2053 report or something?
No,
Is that what was the president?
Pew Research reports. And my theme was that the Black community isn't really a community because it's so diverse within what we're calling the Black community.
Mm.
So racists like Be Brave and others shouldn't expect such a diverse community to be concerned about 3% committing crimes in a tight geographical location. I think what he's asking is not only racist, it's just basically unreasonable. HB2N, don't act like I did it intentionally. And I don't really think that the statistics backed them up. Not in the way that you think they did.
Man, we should have clipped that shit.
We know that the numbers are the numbers, but whether they're bad or good, I guess, if they're bad, they're bad. But again, the best thing the Black people in America can do is try not to be a statistic. That seems a good course of action to me.
You know what's so funny, man? We've been at this a little bit over a year up to get trained now. And that's I go around on panels and I see the people talking the same, kind of having the same frustration that they, they had them, a year ago when we started. And I'm saying, damn, like,
is it me or are you breaking up, John?
It's probably me, man. My internet's fucked up over here. But I see, and let me know if you can hear me. I see these guys, I see these panels. I'm not picking on anyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
And and like yesterday, the DJ Hemp panel, they're talking about the same things they were talking about a year ago. Someone's breaking up here. My internet.
No, I can hear you just fine.
Oh, okay. But anyway, and I can't help but think like they will mouth the solution. And they're right there up there on the panel with each other. In many cases, the big hat guy, I don't know what his name is, and Hemp, I see them up there all the time. And I'm like, damn, like, why can't they put their heads together and solve some of these problems? Some of these guys up here on a regular basis.
Solve what problems are you talking about? Because there are a lot of them. Apparently.
Well, one of the problems that they talked about was funding. That's what I was listening.
Yeah, you've gone over this. My thoughts are we aren't Asians and we have a different history than the immigrant population.
I don't disagree with anything you're saying. I don't disagree with that. But that is the solution. And it's probably a pretty easy solution versus trying to, come up with some Rube Goldberg-like scheme. And either they can't see it or they just don't see it as realistic. And so they go to, a higher scheme. Well, building at the foundation, it works. I'll just start at the roof. And I just don't think that works. And
John,
what I heard.
How long ago did you watch him? Have you emailed them, contacted them with the solution they should try?
No, I was going to get up there, but I didn't have time. I had to run. But I've told him before, and I've been up there before, and I kind of told him. But it is very interesting to me that on one hand, they will quote a successful group, the Hispanics, but then they won't do what the Hispanics do or mimic them. That's weird to me. If you see what's working, just do that. Don't try to come up with something different. Just do what you see is working. And it's been something that's been elusive for them. Anyway, that was my thoughts. You guys go ahead.
Well, all I can say is you need to be their North Star.
I just think it's really a little guidance there. Like listen to the guy talking about.
Not everybody on the internet is bright.
Yeah.
Readily apparent.
What?
And quite frankly, one of the things that I do agree with HB in that it kind of backs up. It seems Black people do not have trust in institutions, and for obvious historical reasons. But it is 2025. You can get things done. But you're looking at like 70% of people don't trust, say, the justice system, or 70%. The institutions are not trusted in the Black community, so that could be some of it. That's just something I'll throw out there.
It's crazy. Like on one hand, they do trust the institutions, though. Like they call the police more than anybody else. So you'd have to say they trust, some forms of government. And I think, in terms of starting businesses, which is what those guys were talking about, I think that's where they have trust in the government. The SBA, MBE, whatever, all that. Like, I think a lot of times, it sounds better than it really is practical. When you're trying to deal with the government to get something done, it takes longer, it takes time, it costs money. And typically, if you just starting out, you don't have that kind of money, you don't have that kind of time. And if that's where you start in terms of creating your business or whatever, then, that makes it much more difficult. Start small, just start doing something. I think that works out. Yeah.
I think they're pretty trusting of the system. I mean, they're vastly overrepresented as federal employees. I mean, they overwhelmingly work for the government. So I don't, I mean, I could see the mistrust of the legal system. I definitely see that.
Well, all I can say is Pew Research. Apparently, you have better polling data or research data than Pew Research does.
Kimmy K says she has a problem with Wicked. I think Wicked. I think Wicked. He's on Oct a lot, and Oct been going hard at this shit for a long time. You know what I mean? Like night after night after night, and and so he's laser focused on that, and so I think that kind of is where Wicked comes from. And,
well, it's a good thing I reminded him that he wasn't there. He can take his little restored. I don't even remember what those things are. The cars that go up and down. He can take that shit back over to Oct Nation.
Someone saying any more tenant drama? Nah, no tenant drama right now. Everything's kind of cool. Everything's kind of cool. That's why I say it gets boring, man. When everyone's paying rent, it gets kind of boring. These are things they're not paying rent. There's some funny stories or something.
Let's see. Lou. Here we go. Lou, I'm going to put this link in the back chat for you.
What link you talking about?
The Pew Research poll that I went over earlier this morning.
What? Oh, that was this morning, so I missed it. The HB talking about like it was just depressing.
Well, to someone like HB, it might be.
Mm. What a younger man.
Well, maybe or some. I don't know. Sometimes I just think y'all are like the sociologists of the Black community. And I just think, I know it comes off as callous, but I seriously have learned over the years not to fret about what you can't control. And that crime is happening in the hood. I don't want it to happen. I would, if I had the wherewithal to fix it, I would, but I don't. And oddly enough, I think there are adults who live there, and they're just gonna have to figure it out. If I can help, certainly I will, but I'm not going to stop my life to go fix something that I really don't know that well. And that's that. And it's not a matter of giving up. It's not a matter of cutting ties. It's a matter of knowing what you can do. And I honestly think that the best thing Black families can do or Black people can do is make sure you're doing, as well as you can for yourself. And then it all, or a family if you have one, and then it'll all work out. If we're not doing teamwork 60 years after the civil rights movement, it's not going to happen. And every year it gets less and less likely. And the numbers showing how, the number of Africans, Black immigrants coming in, that's increasing. The number of biracial children is increasing. We either need to like huddle up real soon, or we need to just focus on individual excellence.
Well, which one should it be? Because you said there is
Don't know.
Black community.
I honestly think what you need to do is figure it out for yourself, whichever works for you.
Don't. I already got my position figured out. I don't give a fuck.
Well, good. Well, then you're like me.
But when somebody says we and us and stuff like that.
Well, I mean, there is a we. When people talk about America and Americans, they say we. It's kind of like a, way of speaking. When I was overseas, you know what? When they said, hey, what's happening in America, how things in America, I might say, hey, we're doing fine.
I use we and us when I'm talking about like my Cleveland Browns or my Cavaliers. That's about it.
Is that supposed to impress me for some reason or another, or make sense?
No, it's just context. If
you only use we or us in a situation where it's even higher probability that you're not going to be participating.
Yeah.
You are more likely to go into the hood and make a difference than you will.
I'm not going to the hood. You're not going to the hood. I don't even know how you have a position against what he says about the hood when you haven't been to the hood or have never came from the hood.
Okay, wait, hold it. Dave, tell me what my position is on the hood.
You never been there. You didn't grow up in it. You don't give a shit about it. And when he talks about it.
Okay, you got that right. So tell me, I don't, in light of you knowing that, hey, it's not my responsibility, I don't give a shit about it. I don't want people to be hurt. I'd like the crime to stop, but I'm not gonna get wrapped around the axle, and I certainly don't want some bottom feeding white man telling me that I need to be concerned about it. I don't know how that position is like a wrong position to hold.
It's not. It's really not. But you speak from a position sometimes where you're saying like these things I can't control, I don't worry about. But then you also
I don't.
defend
Why would I worry
those who-
about something I can't control? I'm literally not going to lose sleep.
But then you stop those who do talk about it from talking
Yeah,
about it.
because I'm not interested in it.
But it won't even be your show. You'll be here.
Oh, you know what? Next time I do that, Dave, you and I did talk about this. Sometimes I do overstep my bounds. So you're not going to, especially you, Dave, being my normalcy translator. I depend on you to advise me
No, you don't.
on
But
how
I
to
get
be
it.
normal. I will
But,
not fuss if
clearly
you go,
do
well,
care.
Stanley, come on now.
But clearly, there's something that invokes a reaction in you that you have to come up and do that when the talk is
Yeah,
about
I don't like stupidity.
right about blacks.
Especially about blacks.
Right.
I think I expect more from blacks of your caliber, John.
Right. But if I don't think you would have jumped up there if I were talking about white people.
Well, then you think wrong, John.
Okay,
You never
well,
talk about white people other than to praise them. So I would
well,
have no reason to
you
come up.
you don't jump up there and defend. You don't jump up there.
Try criticizing white people one day. And let's test your theory.
And again, like it is something that you can't.
Okay, I know you don't. I know you want to gloss over the point I'm making. You never criticize white people. Now
you can't. No,
you know
but
what? I
listen what I'm
came
saying.
up and talked to Jason Kessler when I thought he was being an idiot.
What I'm saying is you can't not listen when you hear blacks being criticized.
Dude, I'm sorry if I piss you off, but the bottom line is that
I think you really made it.
90%.
I think everybody saw that you are very passionate about people, and you come to the defense of
being
blacks. There's nothing
stupid.
wrong
Yes,
with that.
I don't like them to be stupid.
Right. Or you don't like them to be talked about. Right. You don't like them to be talked.
See, you want
in a
to go
negative
to
way.
an or, and
I
you're
mean, that's the
simply
reason
not.
why you were up there,
Okay,
Stanley.
you are simply incorrect on that count, sir.
Why do
I
you go to
don't
be
like
brave? Because you
people
don't
to.
like. But you go to be brave. You go to these places to basically.
Well, I go to be brave just to fuck
you
with
go
Be
there to
Brave.
disrupt the argument of people talking
Oh yeah,
about black.
now I like disrupting Be Brave because I know his. See, I know his argument is stupid, and I have fun breaking it up. If you'll notice, most of the times I go over there, I'm literally calling him stupid.
Right. And again,
so now you know why I go over there. Sometimes I
there are a
just
lot of other
feel
real
the urge
stupid,
to disrupt a stupid
like
conversation.
one could go to Cuba's challenge. Say they stupid as hell too. They thinking they
I've never been on Cuba. I have no.
But there's a lot of stupidity over there. You can go find it.
You know what?
All that black stupidity.
Next time you're on Q-Butter, send me the link.
But I mean, you find Brave.
No.
When
Next time, Q-Butter, I don't get alerts when Q-Butter shows start. Next time you're over there, or there's I'm taking you at your word. Send me the link, and I'll go over and shit in his stream too.
But again, you haven't found
I've
it.
done it in Sharon's. I've done it in T's. I have no problems. I have no problems telling people that sounds stupid in their chat.
But I think that pro-black thing.
As a matter of fact, I got thrown out of CAW boy. CAW means our sweet songbird is here. Excuse the guano.
Well, he's anti-black.
Right, but I've been in shit.
Well, it would make sense you get thrown out of anti-black audience. Because I think instinctively you feel the need to defend them.
Birdie boy got sensitive. Yeah. That's why he threw me.
But do you have a need to defend them like black people, like instinctively? When CT's talking about them, do you like, oh man?
Well, if they're actually making sense, sure.
Yeah. Anyway, that's interesting.
I have no problems if somebody's making a good argument and somebody's pouncing on them. Sure, I'll help them out. As a matter of fact, I've done it here. You remember Hood Conservative and Virgo?
Yeah.
Okay, I tried at least to put my foot up his rhetorical ass because he was being an ass. Because what he was doing to Virgo was wrong. So yes.
Yeah, I ain't seen Hood in a minute around here.
Yeah, I must have missed that one.
As a matter of fact, I'm sorry, Tom's my buddy, but you know what? What I wanted him to do was just keep his powder dry while I deal with Lindy Lou, and he just would not stop. And I'm like, dude, I asked you to stop. So I mean, now it may be a little bit of a hero complex. I think you could probably fault me with that, but sure, I'll defend people if I think they're right.
Yeah, Tom Will kind of snipe, or he used to.
Yes,
snipe.
Fartnock is right. What? Stanley only goes on small channels with people he knows he can pick on. Yep, absolutely right. Why would I go on strangers if they? Why would I show up in somebody's channel and they don't know who the hell I am and troll them? Yes, that is what I do. So thank you for noticing, Fartnock.
Oh, Fartnock.
He must be somebody that knows you or somebody.
Man, picked you up. Picked it up from you. It's Michael Brown. I want to take the Michael Brown from Ferguson.
Okay, Michael Brown. No, I cannot take the L. Who likes to lose? So thank you for that. Bit of obviousness. Nobody likes to lose, Michael.
You got to give Stanley his props, man. Stanley's good at this. He actually runs a show where you could come up and give him a piece of your mind if you can get it off. You got to give him kudos for that.
Well, even if they get it, what is he saying? This is pretty funny. Even if they get it, Stanley still comes to the defensive. Well, I don't know that that's a good thing or not. Even if they ghetto as hell, Stanley still comes to the defense. That's kind of the opposite of what John was saying. You'll have to remind me of that one, Latino.
Well, you coming to the defense of Carmelo. I think people see you as coming to the defense of him.
No, I'm not coming to the defense of Carmelo. I don't know the kid. The only thing I'm saying is that, I'm not going to get that concerned. It's a local matter. Okay. Once again, I'm not pro-black. I'm not anti-black. Okay. I'm not pro-Carmelo. Neither am I anti-Carmelo. Honestly, John, if you had not been doing shows on it, I might have seen it in the news. But other than that, I wouldn't think much about it.
Stanley, what I would say to you
these days.
Hold on. What I would say to you, Stanley, is that I think where you stand is basically what you're willing to believe in this Carmelo case. The police report
I don't believe anything. I know what happened. I mean, he put a knife in the kid's heart or whatever the sharp instrument was.
What I'm saying is the police report says a knife. A lot of black people say it was a cleat sharpener.
Well, we're going to find out, aren't we? We will find out, will we not? And I'm willing to wait.
I think that most people fall on one side or the other, and I think that's really kind of where we are.
I think nobody should fall on any side. I think we should wait.
But I think if you're willing to believe that he had a spike sharpener, then you probably on one side of the aisle.
Okay.
If you want to believe that he didn't have it, you're probably on the other side.
I think that is literally pretzel logic.
Okay, fair enough. But I think that the blacks are so invested in it that they're willing to suspend reality and logic and say this.
Well, I think some blacks are, but I just don't. Hey, Simon, I have Googled it. Apparently, you don't know what a cleat sharpener is or what it can be. It can look like a spike, a sharp spike, kind of like a file. So, motherfucker, I know what I'm talking about. Thank you, Simon.
And you believe it? You still think it's possible that he had that? Yes or no?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
It's also possible he had a knife.
Yeah.
It's also possible that I won't know until he goes to court. I also know that police report is not evidence. I also know that and I didn't even know this until very recently, like last weekend. So the bottom line is that I don't have a lot invested in this. I mean, I'm not the kind of like, I didn't contribute to his GoFundMe. I'll just put it that way.
Here's something interesting is that shit, I forget what I was about to say. But I just think, do you think it was, if you had to say which is more likely or reasonable, he had a knife or a spike sharpener, would you say it was more reasonable? Which of the two?
Don't know. He was at a
I know
track
you don't know. Which is more reasonable?
He was at a track meet, so it is. Is it?
It's possible.
I think it's
But which is more
possible he
reasonable?
had a sharpener
Both
because
are possible,
I
but
know.
which is more
I know
reasonable?
they've got like ones that don't look like knives, like sort of like knife. Those knife sharpeners that you drag through. They also make sharpeners that are more like files. Have you ever seen those sharp files with the pointy end? You can't. There are files that you could, plunge. I don't know. If the police report says knife, I'm more inclined to believe that the police know what a knife looks like.
Now let me ask you this question, and again, I'm not talking about you.
But I also want to say that cleat sharpener stuff came from somewhere.
Right. So look, and this is the thing, like, and I'm not talking about you, and I hope we have a civil conversation, is that like, I think that there's a group of people, by and large a lot of black people, who are so desirous to see this boy get off that they're willing to believe damn near anything, honestly. And they've created a situation where, in their head, where they hoping that it wasn't a knife. I don't care what it was, but I believe a lot of these people have.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question. We can agree that there are people who are so just vehement that he get off because they think, they need to get one over on Whitey. My question to you is, so what?
Well, the thing is like, ultimately, like, these people that want to get one on Whitey so bad, they end up, corrupting a lot of things. Jury systems, school systems. They're so hell-bent on getting one on Whitey, they're not even trying to improve their own life. And so that does become somewhat so what, because then they start destroying people around them. All because they want Whitey so bad, they disturbed the school, or did this or did that. They called this.
I think that the problem is not as widespread as you're depicting.
I think it is. You know what I'm saying? That's
I'm
what.
gonna be willing to go out on a limb and say most black people have, enough common sense to deal with their own lives. And my evidence again is there was not a large, if any, counter protest. If that little protest thing they did last weekend. And when you went out on your street interviews, nobody knew who Carmelo Anthony was other than the basketball player. That is just anecdotal, but I don't think it's as
nobody. There were a couple people that knew. There was
you got to look at social media, man.
Hey, there was an old black lady who knew. Hold on. Stanley. Hold on. Stanley. 3 of the people knew. The old black lady knew. The young girl knew. And the young kids
knew. The first thing they would ask is, you mean the old lady, who wasn't that old, by the way. She was probably my age.
Well, you know what I mean. The older lady.
She asked, well, I take umbrage to being old. I think the first thing she said was Carmelo and the basketball player.
Right? She knew both of them, right? But she knew extensively about the case. She knew about what happened.
Again,
right? So,
I don't agree that it's as widespread a problem as you seem to think.
Well, but for everyone that knows about it, the majority of them all come down with wishful thinking that it wasn't a knife.
The majority of people you've met.
No, I'm just saying that the majority, like, look at how Cornell X twisted himself up into a pretzel.
I have no idea who Cornell X is.
Well, I played the video multiple times. I guess you looked away every time I played it.
No, I don't watch large parts of your show because
I
it's all
understand,
Cornell.
but see, I understand. If you did watch it, you would see a black man twisting himself into a pretzel to deny the knife. Like, and this
Well,
whole thing,
that
like,
is
they,
the problem. And you
and
know
they,
what?
the
This thing
point
I
is,
would
that's
ask,
what,
don't you have better things to do? Don't you have a job?
well, his job is to stir up racial shit. And he's out here propagating the message to the blacks that are listening. There is no knife. He didn't have a knife.
Is he like a YouTube creator or something?
He's like a fucking minister or whatever the hell he is. CKJ3, he says it's only widespread in John's algorithm, but CKJ3 brought a killing to my attention from an even smaller town. How did you find out about that white boy killing that Hispanic, CKJ3? How did that get in your algorithm? It wasn't in mine. Explain that. Nobody else knew who the fuck he was except for you. Everybody else had to look him up. But you kept saying, talk about Belton killing. I'd never heard of it before.
I'm going to admit something, and I'm sure I've said this before. Look, I'm retired. I'm 60. You know, I have an empty nest. You know what? I'm just not going to spend my dotage getting all wrapped around the axle over civil rights issues. I watched that press conference. It must have been, did you show it or somebody showed it?
We showed it.
I was actually shocked that the parents were that. I'm just like, really? You know,
I wasn't shocked at all.
What they think it's going to do. Well, I was. And the bottom line is that other than that, after that press conference, you know, other than saying, damn, this is a bad look, John, I'm several states away. I'm just not going. I'm so glad it's not my son is basically, you know, my main reaction. Because you know what? You know what? I've got a kid who's close to that age who was in high school. So you know, it'll hit home. But other than that,
you know, some people say, you know, it's so many states away from you, blah blah blah. But bro, if you watch me every day, you see me deal with these tenant songs. I've had a guy say he's gonna kick my ass, all kind of wild shit. And you know, Carmelo wouldn't have stabbed me, I don't believe. Because I wouldn't have allowed him to, I wouldn't have escalated the situation with him. Right? When he told me, hey, I got a knife, well, touch me again, I'm like, oh, okay, and they got a bag, back up. And you know, I think that you know, clearly that white boy didn't know how to deal with black people. Black people say you don't touch them, they really are serious about that, very, very serious. And touching their car is just the same. And you know, it's just, you know, an unfortunate situation.
Do you know how long he'd been in the area? Did he go to grade
I think
school?
A few years, maybe like 4 years. I want to say Sin, I think, knows. What was I about to say? I think I saw a picture of him with Shaquille O'Neal. I don't know if it's real or not, but you know, Shaquille O'Neal, Baton Rouge area. So that could be that. Someone said, why did I call J Prince's daughters ugly? Hell, he said they were ugly. I just sent a cash app and said, I want to see how ugly they are. I ain't calling them ugly. He said they were ugly. Right, so I said, well, let me see how ugly. How about that? You know, JP got ugly children. Yeah, put them on YouTube and say, look at these ugly ass children. Just super chats to talk about them. You know, he used to do that. Yeah, put them up. You know, real ugly shit and tell people to send super chats.
All I have to say is I get Be Brave vibes from J Prince.
From JP?
Yep.
From JP? You talking about from JP?
Yeah, I've never. He's got a YouTube show. I don't think I've ever seen it.
No, I've seen him on CT, and I mean, like he, you know, I don't know much about him, but bro, like he represent a large part of the underclass in Black America. It's the mindset. The way he talks about living off welfare, man, is fucking disgusting.
And you think most people in his income range are like him?
I think there's a thread of his thought pattern in the underclass.
Okay, well,
let me give you an example. I would say of the underclass. Now I'm talking about the underclass. I'm not talking about people here in the chat, people that's working. In the underclass, down where
people in his income range.
Right. I think people of his income range. Yeah. Let me give you this. Let me give you an example. When I like yesterday, right? They giving out free food. The poor people, they don't want that shit. They go to Popeyes. They go get the shit and start throwing it at each other like softballs. People who work don't throw food around. But his mindset, like the government give me this. He like, ain't now one of you niggas better than the government. Take care of me like the government. Like, there's a large thread of that through the underclass of Black America. Not all of them, but
it's Popeye's medium, maybe, but not the spicy.
And the reason why I say that is because he is partly right, bro. I don't know if you've heard that clip of him. The nigga's partly right. I can't say he's not right. But the only thing that really separates him and somebody that doesn't think like that is they get some value out of earning their own money. JP doesn't. JPC, if the government feed him, that's better than getting up earning the same dollar. That's very dangerous in the Black community, bro. You got niggas who ain't got to work, living just as good as the man who gets up and go to work. That tears down that man who gets up and go to work. He said, man, fuck this shit. Right? Fuck, I'm working for a JP living better than me.
The odd thing is JP's an anti-Black too.
Well, but he hates whites more because that nigga went to that man trial who killed them white people, ran them white people over. Nigga, that's some hate right there, bro. To sit through that trial, supporting that nigga that ran them people over during the Christmas holiday, nigga, that's some deep seated.
But I'm going to go back to my point that JP is an anti-Black as well. I've heard him talk about Black women that made me cringe.
Stanley, what's so crazy? When I was getting that food, I think it was yesterday I was getting the food. It was the day before I was sitting down at the bus stop right there, and I'm talking to these, I'm listening to these old Black women talk. One of the old Black women was talking anti-Black like a motherfucker to the Blacks. And it's not uncommon that Blacks would be anti-Black, JP, right?
Oh no, it's not uncommon. But
like he down there at the bottom.
I'm not going to say it's common either.
But he down there at the bottom being fed by white men. His daily bread is given to him by white men. He probably don't like it.
White men?
Well, the whole system. I think someone has said that he runs a food cart and most of his customers are white. Imagine the contradiction in his head. From the food stamps to the housing. He even bragged about his sister living in a white neighborhood, all provided by the government, of which he probably hates. He doesn't agree with the government.
Let me. He's not the brightest bulb on the Christmas tree. I'm not
going to. He's probably smarter than a lot of these Blacks because he can articulate.
You know what? How can you be? There's some things that aren't smart that he says.
Let me finish, bro. Stanley. He articulated that welfare argument like he was a fucking Pew researcher. He put it in layman's terms about what welfare does to Blacks and Black relationship. He said, ain't now one of you niggas can replace the government. You niggas ain't worth shit to a woman relative to the government. That's what he said.
Yeah, that's classic Black conservative stuff.
Well, that's how you see it.
Probably read it in a Thomas.
I don't get down in politics. So if you say it's politics, whoever, okay, fair enough. You know politics better than I do. But I just know mindsets. And that mindset, like where you willing to just lay down as opposed to work for whatever you can get, you know, like, yes, man, you can't really do much with that. And that is really, you know, and the guys on the stream could not refute what he was saying. It's so true.
And I don't give a fuck. He's not that bright.
Shit, nah, I ain't say he was.
Okay, so if I've heard him like on what's her name show, if he's bright about what welfare does, he's not that bright about women.
Well, that's often how it works. You know what I mean? Like,
so he's a welfare savant.
I call him the welfare king. I think the welfare king. Shit, like he get welfare for his children, for himself. Like he the welfare king.
Hey, Emperor, how you doing? Hit the link, man.
And you know, he talks about black women, and I don't know if he talks about other women, but I've heard him talk about black women. Talk about how ugly they are, the dark skinned ones. You know, just he don't give a fuck about the women, just want to have babies by him. And again, man, like something, you know, if you can have these thoughts, man, but bro, it's just like no filter.
Well,
You
my
really
thing
like listen to how
you can think that, but damn it, don't do it like where everybody can see you. Mr. Emperor, how you doing, man?
What's good, Stanley? What's good, Uncle John? I like
What's
to call
up?
him Uncle. Man, I tell people, man, I've been up here one for. I'm a long time watcher. I tell people, man, John is my future self.
Man, I can't even hear you. I got a fucking helicopter over my head, man. Shit.
Lord.
I can't hear you, man. I got a fucking helicopter over my head. I couldn't hear shit.
Oh man.
He said you're his hero and he wants to grow up to be you.
No, I'm already him. I'm just younger.
Oh,
John is my future self. He's just me visiting from the future. No, man, but
look at this fool.
I was in the chat, man. Like, JP, even though he's retarded, he right about that though, about the government.
Yeah, you're right about that shit. Hey, Tim Miami, right about that shit.
Like I was saying in the chat, man, I've had to learn that, you know, with my own experience, personal experience, that, you know, I'll never be good enough for a woman that's on government assistance.
Did you say you'll never be good enough?
No.
A woman on government assistance.
But they don't like you. All you got to do is tell them you're a fireman. They'll fall all over you.
No. Okay, yeah, but at the same time.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, but I'm saying that's for a good time. I've learned that, like, yeah, if I want to smash them, yeah, tell them I'm a fireman. They'll like the fantasy of, you know, screwing a fireman and stuff like that. But as far as long term and just like, I've had women to, just because I'm a fireman and all of that, they still.
That's good enough. Hey, you know what? When I was in the Navy, you know, man in uniform, all that stuff. Some of that stuff's true.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they go crazy for a man in uniform, but can we get out of this mindset that, okay, if we just put on a suit, or if we just have a good profession, they'll act right? Because they won't. Like, no matter what.
Well, I don't know that we were ever in that mindset.
Well, I'm just saying, because it sounded like you were saying that, you know, just tell them I'm a fireman, and then she'll act right. Like, she'll be this virtuous woman, and she'll forget, and you know what? I'm gonna work hard. I'm gonna be like you, baby. I'm gonna get off this government assistance, and I'm just gonna be a partner to you. Like, no, they won't.
Hey, Kelvin, when I was in the Navy, it was back during Don't Ask, Don't Tell. So if they told, they get bounced out of the Navy. So the answer is no, I did not.
Hey, Dolomite says, defending the dude that ran over all the people is Jay Prince being slow. I don't think so. Nigga, that took time, effort, and hate. Time, effort, and hate. You know what I'm saying? And like, I wouldn't have gone to that motherfucker trial. I don't give a fuck what he trying to accomplish, nigga. I would have to figure something else out. I'm not about to celebrate no motherfucker that ran over people. But he did. Nigga, that's hate.
Yeah.
Never let these niggas tell you play for dumb. They really got hatred in their heart. I've seen this shit a million times. And there you go, Jay Prince be banging on the community. Hell, most niggas bang on the community. Them niggas, they bang the hardest. They're the ones being, traumatized and bothered by these motherfuckers. And so, of course, they're the ones. Nigga, I was walking down the street the other day. I ain't even tell you about this shit. I had my head up to a big ass pit bull. Black woman walking the motherfucker, no leash.
What was the dog all over a place, or did it heal like close to her?
Nigga, I ain't getting that bitch no chance to get up on me, bro. I'm getting a block ahead, and I said, "Oh shit, I don't see no leash in this bitch's hand, and it's a big ass pit." I just crossed the street. And so, like,
Go ahead.
And so, like, bro, you don't know how, like, my mama talk about this shit. You don't know how many fucking blacks are just pissed off by one fucking nigga walking his pit bull off the leash. I told you I had a tenant, lost both of his feet. Right next to it, 2 pit bulls. Ate on that nigga feet for 20 minutes.
Hey.
All the blacks all around here couldn't do shit.
Wait, hold it. Was he unconscious? Unconscious?
Well, he may have passed out or something. They had one each pit had one foot.
They gnawing on your feet. Yeah, you gonna pass out.
And so the pit bulls ran out of the house and chewed the feet off a young black man starting his way in the world. These are the things, man, like, people don't understand what blacks do to each other. So it doesn't surprise me that a nigga like Jay Prince don't like that.
I'm sorry. I in your neighborhood, maybe. I'm not.
In other neighborhoods too.
I'm not at the point. Or maybe I just haven't been traumatized enough to think that is like something that happens in the broader black community.
Look at you, all folk with them pits.
You know what? I had a little pit mix, and she was awesome. If I ever have another dog, I'll get a pit. They're good dogs. You just have to get them as puppies and socialize them.
I don't know. Maybe I'm
now they are protective, but I mean, you can socialize them just fine.
Someone saying ain't nobody have a gun. No guns.
Just seeing a woman walk a pit bull or a Rottweiler or a Doberman Pinscher, that's like a turnoff to me, man. Like them.
Really?
Those are like, yeah, man.
What do you prefer, like teacup chihuahuas or something?
A lady dog. It seems like an aggression, And again, Stanley, this is a black thing. Blacks get pit bulls and use them like weapons. Nigga, I told you about a bitch had a Rottweiler in my house.
I've known people to do it. I had a friend of mine, like, he trained his dog like he was the only one that could feed the dog. But who wants a dog like that? Black people do weird things, but dude, I have seen white people with pit bulls do weird things.
I'm not saying that they don't, right? I'm not saying that they don't.
I'm just saying that, it's not just a black thing. However, I will say, like I said, the dude that I knew had it was a Rottweiler, I think. He lived in the hood.
I mean, one of the reasons why people don't have Rottweilers anymore is because shit, they up the ante with the pits. You know what I'm saying? The pit XL, you motherfuckers.
That shit seems so like masculine and like.
Oh yeah.
Like seeing a woman walk those type dogs, like she has one of those type dogs. It just makes me think like she's gonna open up a 40 ounce or some shit and just post it on the corner.
She better have two.
Yeah,
have one for me.
Man.
One for the dog. But yeah, just, so like it's those kind of frustrations, man. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Like,
I
right
just
here.
don't know. Now, I can understand your frustration because you're walking down the street, it's in your neighborhood. But, and I know Dolomite, I know pit bulls have a bad reputation. There are places like townships and, localities that won't allow you to have them. And I think they can actually affect your house insurance too, or your homeowner's insurance.
Bro. Listen, PG County is the only county in this area that banned pit bulls. It's a black county. They know.
Yep.
You know that we can't let these niggas be walking around here with pit bulls.
Yep.
So we're gonna ban them. All the other counties around here didn't ban them. But PG County said,
you know what?
I
think you should have a license.
I think so too.
Well, when I lived up in Virginia, you actually, like, if you were going to follow the letter of the law, you did have to register your dog, mainly so you could use the dog parks and stuff.
Well, I'm saying also,
you paid like a county,
getting a license,
it's like a county tax or something. County tax.
That too, tax it.
You see right here,
but also like make them like do an 8-hour class or something about
like having a gun.
Really?
Yeah.
Like I think it should be like having a gun.
Now, John. Now, if they implemented that, how many blacks you think would attend that and go through the legal?
They just have it without license, But like, bro, like when my mother lives, right? These motherfuckers over there got king fucking Corsos, man. Have you ever seen one of them motherfuckers, Stanley?
Yeah.
They're
big. Another dog too. A woman should not be. Nah.
But the problem is, I wouldn't get one because they're expensive. To feed that damn thing, it probably eats like 2 pounds of meat a day, or more.
And that's the thing. So
those big dogs get hip dysplasia and stuff. So
that bitch had the Rottweiler. Her dog had hip dysplasia. And it's like, that's like walking around in the neighborhood with a gun on your hip.
Yeah.
Or a rifle in your hand. It's kind of intimidating. You know what I'm saying? Like, motherfucker walk around with big ass like a fucking wolf. And hey, damn, like, why do you need that? To walk around with. You know what I mean? Like, maybe if you out on the farm.
I just haven't had bad experiences with dogs. I'm not scared of dogs. Oddly enough, I'm not scared of snakes either. Like, I know what to do if one gets close. I remember when I first moved up into the Blue Ridge Mountains, I walked down the road to visit a neighbor of mine. And, there was like a ditch between the road and his yard. So I'm stepping over the ditch and his 2 dogs take off, coming right at me. I'm like, what the fuck are y'all going to do? But you can tell they were probably like, might have been labs or something. The last thing you want to do is run. Dogs sometimes will get intimidated if you don't run. But, he was like, hey, I'm pretty impressed. I'm like, I'm not afraid of dogs. I'll beat the shit out of the dog. I got a pocket knife.
Yeah, I ain't afraid no.
I'm going to do a Carmelo Anthony if they fuck with me.
I ain't trying to take on no hit, though. Like, these bitches put some damage on your ass. You know what I mean?
You know what? They might be damaged, but they're not going to survive the experience.
You're not scared of snakes?
No. I have to tell you one day a story. I was at work one day, this was years ago, and the snake got into the warehouse, and I'm like, well, get me a broom and dustpan. It wasn't a poisonous snake. I know what poisonous snakes look like.
Yeah,
I swept it into the dustpan and tossed it outside. And people were this was upstate South Carolina, so they're little what would I call them? They're very Appalachian. They're like, apparently, the only people in the Appalachian areas that like snakes are snake handlers. Otherwise, everybody else hates snakes.
What's the name of that snake that it's a snake that'll chase you?
Oh, that's a water moccasin.
Well, yeah, I know moccasins will.
Yeah, they're real aggressive.
Moccasins and the other one, another one, coarsewood.
Now copperheads, rattlesnakes aren't going to chase you. Now they will, they'll rattle. You'll hear them.
Yeah, they'll stand their ground. Yeah.
I don't know that much about copperheads. The only ones I've ever seen, like if you have like wood piles in the springtime, you definitely, you want to be careful with wood piles, especially in the summertime, because snakes will get in there because it's warm in those wood piles. So you got to be careful. But I don't know about copperheads. Maybe they're the ones you're talking about.
Who you telling? I play golf.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yeah, I know all about walking in wooded areas and stuff. Looking on the ground and stuff. So, yeah.
Just take out a golf club and beat the ground.
Oh, yeah, that's all you got to do. Take one with you. But yeah. But
no, I'm not afraid of mice either, Sin. You can't have a wife and live in the mountains and be afraid of mice.
Hey,
as a matter of fact, I like mice.
Now that you mentioned that, man, I know grown men, like buff grown men, that are afraid of mice.
Funny, I can kind of understand why, but I don't know. Small animals, maybe it's just because I've had so much biology or something. They just, but then, and you being a firefighter, the last thing you want to do when the shit hits the fan is lose control. Okay. If you lose it, you're lost. You will not be effective in an emergency.
Yeah. You panic.
So yeah, you're your type of job, you're trained not to panic. You got to think your way out of the problem. Though it gets scary. I mean, I know, but
Yeah.
when the shit hits the fan, as a matter of fact, I go the opposite way. I get like extremely cool and calm and objective. It's almost like time slows down.
Yeah, I can relate to that. Yeah, it's kind of like that with me.
Believe me, I've been in a couple situations where I'm glad time did slow down because I remember one time
going up in the burning building, you're not concerned about like rats and stuff like that. I've been in a few like hoarder houses and stuff where I'm pretty much 100% for sure that it was rats. But like you said, in the heat of the moment, you're not thinking about that. You're not thinking about a fucking rat jumping up your leg or something like that.
Right.
But,
no, that you know what? That's going to be the least of your problems.
Yeah. Well, like I said,
I don't know.
Bodybuilder type firemen that are afraid of mice.
Really?
Yeah.
I can't imagine a fireman being afraid of a mouse.
Yeah.
A rat maybe, like a big rat, because they can be aggressive, but
those too, but I mean, yeah, I've seen a few guys that they're just a little
mice
running across the floor. Hey, it's just the fact that they carry germs, so that's what one guy told me.
Oh yeah. Well, sin is reminding
germs, man, and then they run up your leg and stuff, man. They chew through stuff. So I guess they got in this mindset that the rat or the mouse crawl up their leg or something. They're gonna.
Man, you would think people as rich as Gene Hackman and his wife would like have somebody dealing with a rat infestation.
Oh, that's how they died?
Well, his wife did. It's like really rare, and she died. You need to go back and read that story. It kind of terrified me because
I thought they died at the same time.
No, they died within a week of each other, but that's actually kind of coincidence. she died, but he had dementia, so he kind of wandered around for a week or something like that.
Oh, wow.
That's why I really think even in her situation, because she was 64 and he was like 94, 95, he was like 30 years older. But there comes a point in time when you've got to have help. And I think they might have had somebody come in and clean every now and again. But a 95-year-old with dementia.
Yeah, that's like
that's scary. Well, what's scary is he
Baby
was kind of
Douglas without his
wandering
mother.
around after she died. I'm like,
Yeah.
my God, he could have gotten into all kinds of trouble. But his pacemaker, like he had a heart attack, his pacemaker or something.
Damn. That's crazy. Oh man. You lived all those years in a rat infestation. Take you out.
Well, the rat, it wasn't him, it was his wife. She was only
I know his
64.
wife, but he just went down because he didn't have nobody there to take care of him. Damn. What's good,
What's
bro?
up, Helen?
Oh,
it's
yeah.
Mr.
You get
It's
that a lot.
Mr. Beef and Brock.
Who's that? Sin? Yeah, you
Oh, I
get that
didn't
a
know you
lot,
had an
man.
Etsy shop, Helen.
Yeah, you get that a lot with
HaynesCreations.etsy.com. Yeah, I'll check that out.
that's what's her name? I'm sorry, I forgot your name, sweetheart.
Who?
Right here, who you got highlighted?
Oh, Helen? Oh no, Portia.
Portia, yeah. Her voice.
She has
I told her that
rebranded
last week.
herself.
I told her that last week. She got a soothing voice. If Portia would just like read a novel for 8 hours, I'd go to sleep.
You know what? I would ask you what novel would she read, but I'm afraid to go there.
Nah, it wouldn't be nothing crazy, man. I don't know. Shit, she can read a Harry Potter book, and I'll fall asleep listening.
All right, well, folks, I got to sign off. This is like right at 10 hours, so I've got to get my old man nap. But Emperor, I know you're busy, but you ought to come around more often.
Yeah, I'm always in the chat, man. I'll pop in.
Okay.
And stuff,
Well, I do see you,
when
but
yeah, when I was over here earlier when Truism, what was that last night? When my boy
I was
True.
like, get him off the panel.
Yeah, man. Why y'all like this?
Well, it's just me. He and I have our little beef, and it's
I know from them SKC days and
well, you know what?
all of that.
Ordinarily, I actually like SK. I've known SKC for years.
Oh wow, okay.
I actually like SKC. I've met SKC on a Discord that my friend Charles has. I mean, he and I just don't agree on a lot, but if we talk family or something like that, we can go on for days. But I mean, I don't really have anything against Truism. I just like fucking with him. And at the time, I was in the middle of a little back and forth with John and HB, and all Truism is going to do is get in here and just add to the melee. And I know him well enough. And if you look at the show title, it's a shame because the show is actually dedicated to him.
Yeah.
So excuse the guano.
I heard you guys back and forth, you and the HB, and I don't know, man. I kind of side with Truism, and I think that brother, he has hope still. When there isn't much hope, there aren't many portions here in America. So it's
Aren't
not
many
much
what?
hope. Portia. I
Oh
think
well, I
Portia is
totally
I
disagree.
think Portia
You know
would
that
be
doom and gloom stuff. You know what? I just look at people and just go, really? You know, we've survived, quite some time as a group, African heritage group. Don't give up now. We'll be all right.
well. I'm not saying give up per se, but just keep the relationship to a minimum, but
Well, I
to
honestly
a certain
think
point.
we have problems, but the people who seem to want to blame it on biology and um, culture and stuff like that, you have an argument with the culture, but this I don't know if you know who B Brave is. His analysis
Yeah.
of race and culture, I think he's a moron, and he just anyone who basically wants to say, and you know what, you may or may not agree with Be Brave, but anyone who wants to separate out Black culture from American culture, to me, that's just like sophisticated racism.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say it's racist, but at the same time,
Oh, I would,
the
and but I know more of his spiel, so it's not just based on
I've
that I
seen them
think so.
around, over on CTs and stuff. What's up with the glasses? I always wanted to ask you that. Like,
I think he just doesn't. I think it's like
he
a
just
mask or something. It's like a substitute for
oh
a mask.
okay. I'm like,
I mean, I
what the
wouldn't
hell?
want to be associated with I wouldn't want to be associated with that shit either.
The blue glasses. I'm like, what the fuck? I don't know. I mean, certain stuff, yeah, I understand it, but I mean, like, separating separating just from American culture altogether. Like a lot of the stuff we do influence. I will give us that.
Well, where do
But
you think after 400 years, the legacy Black Americans learn this stuff from? And it's, to me, it's just ahistorical, and I just don't like putting up with that kind of
well,
foolishness.
well,
He
a
has
lot of
his whole
stuff I
dog
will
and pony show about why
a
he
lot
thinks that way, and I just kind of like shake my head. And,
a lot of stuff I
yeah,
will say it's genetic.
nope, I would tend to disagree with that.
Stanley, I think a lot of stuff we do is genetic because the Africans do similar stuff.
Um,
Rapping, rap originated from Africa. You know that,
yeah, I also know that Africans are not the only rhythmic people on Earth. So I tend not to.
right? Are they? Well, I mean, you do got those Irish. They got that
Well,
flavor behind
there's there are all kinds of more tribal people that do it. So I'm not.
Huh?
I'm just not that inclined to go along with those sorts of things.
Yeah, I mean, but I think a lot of stuff is genetic. And then a lot of stuff is just primal survival type stuff that we do, and it's like you don't have to do that. You don't have to. You don't have to eat chitlins no more. You don't have to eat ham hocks.
Don't
What?
have to eat what?
Ham hock. Never heard of ham hock? You from the country, man? Come on.
Oh, I didn't hear what you said. I thought you
Oh,
said
oh, oh.
camel.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, I mean
Yes,
I
free
knew what
zone
ham
blue.
hocks are.
Yes, free zone. Do your research. Rap did originate from Africa. Yes,
Yeah,
it is
okay.
it
You
is
know what,
a
Free Zone?
I and free zone know me, man. Free zone know how I talk. I'm the one, and me saying
That's
that
what
is
I'm saying.
crazy.
See, Free Zone isn't the kind of person who wants to credit Africa with inventing anything. he's probably gonna say, "Oh, it was the Swedes that came up with it."
No. It's a I forgot what tribe, but it originated in Central Africa, I think. It's pretty much a rhythmic storytelling type.
Like a
Art.
griot.
Yeah, and they had the the rhythm and the music, not music, but the drums or whatever behind it, and that was their way of storytelling. So
Right.
fast forward to the 70s, that's how you got Rapper's Delight. It was a story they was telling.
Right.
There you go.
Yeah, he agrees. West Africa. So anyway,
Yeah.
I got to
Okay.
wrap
Yeah,
this
West
up. I'm getting tired, and I guess I should at least start something about dinner. Kind of don't know what I'm going to eat now. I was actually going to make like a spaghetti. I have a marinara sauce that I made.
I actually made spaghetti for lunch here at the station. That's crazy.
But, I don't know if I feel like doing all that now. So anyway, everybody make sure that you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. If you're new, please subscribe and share the wealth with all your friends throughout the land. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's Stanley Cross 6000. May actually wind up clipping the start of this show because I went over a bunch of statistics. So I may just clip it into something shorter that's more digestible. So I more than likely will be back on around 3:30 in the morning. I think I've already got one scheduled. So we will see you all in the morning. I don't know what tomorrow's topic's going to be. Might just be straight news. But good to see you, Mr. Emperor.
All right. Yep.
And
same here, man. Same here.
I will see everybody.
On the way to the golf course, I'll come up. Whatnot.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'm gonna finish up this movie and go get some beer, finish up this movie, and then make dinner. So.
All right.
Boring old
safe,
empty nest stuff. You too.
All right.
All right, folks. I will see you in the morning. And I'm sure John or somebody will start a show at some point. So have a good night. Oh, good day.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, cousin, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard, twerk, twerk.